It's 6:30 in the evening. Bangkok International Airport. It was already dark at this time, but it did not prevent the flow of people from this huge airport. Tang Qing was standing at the airport exit, with 6 bodyguards standing behind him. The whole battle was that no strangers should enter. Many passengers pointed to them, black suits and black shirts. Fortunately, there were no slacks at night. Wearing sunglasses on the ground, many people think that Tang Qing is a big brother of an underground force, and he walks around and bows his head, so as not to watch too much and get into trouble. It's not that Tang Qing pretends, but since Praizong's death, Bangkok has not been calm. Although the underground situation in Bangkok has stabilized in the past few days, he dare not take it lightly. Going out is the same as before, with at least 6 bodyguard. This time, Chai Run and Lu Gan will be picked up. The flight had landed at this time, but people hadn't come out yet. Otherwise, Tang Qing wouldn't get out of the car and waited at the exit. After a while, the passengers came out of it, and the soldiers around him suddenly reminded, "Miss Tang, they are here." This kind of service can only be enjoyed by people above Tang Qing's level, and it would be nice for Lu Gan to take care of him. "Where is it?" Tang Qing, who was thinking of something in a trance, came back to his senses. Then, following the direction of the soldier's finger, he saw Lu Gan and his group at a glance. 4 big men in black followed behind. Lu Gan and a young man walked in front. Lu Gan was still slightly behind the young man by half a step, showing respect. Tang Qing standing at the door was really conspicuous. Lu Gan saw Tang Qing at a glance and quickly waved. Tang Qing also waved to indicate that I saw you. But as soon as they walked in front of Tang Qing, the Yuan brother in their mouth automatically judged that the mission was over. The soldiers said nothing and walked quickly behind Tang Qing, doing what a bodyguard should do to guard the guard. At this point, the protection leasing relationship ended, and Lu Gan immediately became a stranger, and his level was a little higher than that of passers-by. In the event of an emergency, he could be rescued selectively. Upon seeing this, Chai Rin and Lu Gan were suddenly surprised, and then they glanced at each other, and their eyes were full of bitter smiles. This is turning your face and not acknowledging people? Although they had expected it a long time ago, they were so unrelenting that they would say goodbye without even saying hello. It still makes them a little unacceptable. This is not a question of emotional intelligence at all, but whether there is a problem. At any rate, we are a super rich, a super second generation. We have been together for half a month, and we don't miss old feelings at all. This kind of neglected feeling has not been met in many years. Forget it. Who told the soldiers to be their saviors? This kind of professionalism, as a protected person, is quite reassuring, but as an unprotected person, it really hurts people. They all suffered a little internal injury. Seeing them as strangers in front of them, Lu Gan and his party really felt as if they had lost something. Maybe. Is it a sense of security? Lu Gan sorted out his feelings of loss and reached out and smiled. "Haha, Mr. Tang, it's been a long time." "Well, it's only a month." Tang Qing, who shook hands with Lu Gan, chuckled. Lu Gan smiled and said, "1 month is a long time. By the way, Mr. Tang, let me introduce you. This is Xiao Chai from China, who is mainly interested in mining. This is Mr. Tang." "Xiao Chai, hello." Tang Qing greeted with a smile, reaching out his hand, neither humble nor overbearing. "Mr. Tang, I have heard of the name for a long time, and I am lucky to meet," Chiron said with a smile. After finishing speaking, he took a good look at the confident businessman and the soldier next to the soldier who came out from the same place. His heart was full. Envy. Although Lu Gan said that the relationship between the young and old in China is overwhelming, Tang Qing did not do anything flattering, because his life experience taught him that only interests can build a strong relationship, and no one looks down on it. For example, a beggar kneels in front of him and mourns, abandoning his dignity and begging him to give him 100,000 yuan. 100,000 yuan is very small for him. A billionaire, very few. But will he give it? Of course not. It's a few hundred tops at most. The core of interpersonal relationship is value exchange. There is no value that the other party needs. There is no need to flatter and shame. This time, the other party will make money by rubbing his own light. What if you have a background in the sky? Just take care of me and give basic respect and courtesy. Chai Xiao is polite. Lu always doesn't say bad things about me. Tang Qing joked. No matter what, I always speak nice things. Lu Gan said quickly. Haha. Please, I have already booked a position, and I will catch the wind for you. Tang Kai smiled. Thanks a lot. Polite. Then a group of people got into the car, a total of 13 people, 4 cars, all Mercedes-Benz, 2 of them off-road, 2 cars, 2 of Tang Kai's private car, 2 of the company's reception car. Tang Kai has always been right. Mercedes-Benz has a special liking, which is also the reason why they buy Mercedes-Benz when they return home. After half an hour, they arrived at a large hotel in the city center. During this period of time, the situation in Bangkok has been tense, and the number of domestic and foreign tourists has decreased a lot. But this does not affect the business here, because it was basically full before in here, and there is no place to book. Now it is just full. After seated, the dishes will be ready in a short while. After a few glasses of wine, I started to talk. Mr. Liu, how are you playing in the US this time? Tang Kai asked with a smile. Lu Gan looked at the wooden stake like Yuan brothers, smiled, and said, this trip to the United States is very good. Let me tell you that the big farm we went to is really big, and it can also hunt, ride, and ride. Fishing, etc. The mountains and rivers are beautiful, very interesting. Next time I have the opportunity to let Chai take us to play together. Lu Gan never told Tang Kai about the dangers. He thought Lu Gan had a great time. However, in terms of the results, I did have a good time. It's good to dare to love me. I'll give you a blessing. Tang Kai toasted and laughed. Chai Run and Tang Kai touched their glasses and said, everywhere, they are all friends. I also want to thank you for lending me Brother Yuan. You're welcome. It's not that Mr. Liu paid the fee. It's 4 million yuan. I think it hurts. As long as Mr. Liu doesn't blame me. Tang Kai didn't think much, but thought that Chai Run was a courteous person. Where will it be? This is the fee I raised. I think it is very reasonable. Lu Gan said hurriedly. Haha, Mr. Liu, I won't be polite. I wish us a happy cooperation this time. Tang Kai didn't bother to ask Lu Gan what he thinks. For million RMB is not expensive, and if you have money, you can't be so messy. Flowers. Happy cooperation. I really want to thank you again this time. Let us make a fortune easily. To Mr. Tang, I don't know if there are any requirements for the transaction method and currency, and how can we be sure that we won't suffer? Lu Gan asked. Talking about business, Tang Kai's face became serious and said, Mr. Liu, Xiao Chai, don't worry about it. You won't suffer a loss, because the previous transaction method was that they were sent to the country, and the payment would be made after the value was verified. For the transaction method, they would be responsible for shipping to the border of Thailand. At that time, there will be formal commercial papers. As long as we pay a certain fee, all those things will become legal assets. Don't worry, the forces behind doing this kind of business are very powerful. No one in Thailand dares to investigate the taxation of these goods or even legal issues, because they are the law. As for the trading currency, I haven't confirmed it yet. I don't know whether to follow the previous one, but it's okay. As long as the money is sufficient, there are ways to exchange for any currency. If there is no way on your side, I can match up. Tang Kai slowly introduced. Lu Gan didn't understand, but Chai Rin had heard about it. It was the Thai Tax Bureau who did this business. Instead of preventing smuggling, it would be better to open a door to do business. Everyone has money to make. Anyway, it's not a contraband. That's okay. Our money is okay. What about the transaction time? Chai Rin agreed. It is estimated that this week, the payment will be within 3 days after the inspection, so it is recommended that you get ready before Friday. Tang Kai said, Ms. Tang, the identity of the other party is okay. The internal stability is unstable. Chai Rin asked the question he cared most. If you get the goods first and pay later, you are still in Thailand. The problem is not big. What he is afraid of is other things, such as the enemy's door-to-door or internal conflicts of interest. It is no fun to hit the pond fish. Not afraid, but Tang Kai is in trouble. Don't worry, Xiao Chai. I've asked someone to inquire about it. This time the site has been completely integrated. All the previous owners have died. One owner who doesn't stay and does not exist comes to the door. I heard from the inside. It's very stable, unlike previous village owners. Tang Kai explained. He finally got the news, but what Tang Kai didn't know was that it was the news that Tang Qing had led him, just to dispel his worries. After listening to Chai Run, there is no doubt. I'm fine, happy cooperation. Chai Run raised his glass and laughed. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Several people clinked their glasses and drank them all in one fell swoop. After the business talks were over, a few people chatted happily. They met with Chai Rin for the first time. They played homework and told interesting stories. They were all giant crocodiles in shopping malls. They ran around everywhere. There were many thieves, and soon Tang Kai I got acquainted with Chai Rin. After that, Tang Kai took the two back to his villa. Early the next morning, Tang Kai dialed the phone there, and Lu Gan and Chai Rin sat aside. After a sound, it was connected over there, very quickly. "Miss Tang, have you decided yet?" The voice still sounded. Tang Kai took a deep breath. This was the biggest single business he had talked about. He inevitably got nervous. "Hello, I have decided. I want all your goods. According to the previous rule, I will pay the money within 3 days after inspection. Do you know?" After finishing speaking, he reminded me carefully, otherwise this thing would be divergent due to misunderstanding. That would be really nonsense. The answer over there relieved him. "Of course we know this rule. We have prepared the goods. We can start shipping at noon tomorrow and arrive in the evening. The payment will be settled by 12 o'clock on Friday night at the latest. Is the pickup location still the same place?" "Yes, the old place. By the way, what is your payment method?" Tang Kai asked. "In order to facilitate the transaction, this time you can use the 3 currencies of US dollar, Thai baht, and RMB. There are no restrictions on cash and transfers. The international exchange rate will be used. I will give you an account at that time. All Thai baht will do." Tang Kai asked tentatively. Before Wei Jun could only need US dollars and a small part of RMB and Thai baht. "Yes," said the soldier over there. "Next, various things will be purchased on a large scale. Thailand is naturally the first shopping market, and all Thai baht is not a big problem." "That's good. You guys prepare. I have to prepare too." Tang Kai has no problem. "Okay, Mr. Tang, goodbye." After speaking, I hung up the phone. "President Tang, what did the other party say?" Lu Gan asked anxiously. What Tang Kai spoke just now was Burmese, but they didn't understand it. Anyway, it was just like listening to the Bible. Tang Kai happily said, "Everything is okay. The goods will arrive tomorrow evening. After the inspection, you can pay before 12 o'clock on Friday night. You can use US dollars, Thai baht, and RMB. You can even use a single currency, cash, or transfer. No limit." "Really? That's good. So there is no need to change foreign currency. Then let him open an overseas account with ICBC, and I will call it directly," Chai Rin said with a sigh of relief. "Okay, let's start preparations separately." Then the few people started to raise funds. The goods arrived tomorrow, and there were 4 days left before payment. Although it was very short, it was enough for the 3 people. All of them were people with a way to borrow, embezzle, or add money. It's not difficult to get enough funds on your own, especially if you can use your own currency, which is even more okay, but it saves a currency exchange fee. For such a large sum of money, if you want to exchange RMB into US dollars, even Chai Rin cannot exchange it from the country's foreign exchange reserves. He can only go to the black market. Otherwise, Chai Rin would not ask Lu Gan for US dollars last time. Now just wait to make money. Departing from Bangkok, after a day-long journey, Tang Kai, Lu Gan, and others came to the northern border of Chiang Mai, Thailand. This is where Wei Jun's former site borders. After a long period of trading in these years, he and Wei Jun have agreed to have a fixed and safe trade zone. This trade zone is located at the boundary between the 2 countries. The terrain on both sides of the border is flat, and in the middle is a small stream that is no more than knee-deep and more than 20 meters wide. The clear stream flows slowly, and the environment is beautiful. The most important thing is that there is a Thai outpost here and a Thai barracks 5 kilometers away. It is self-evident who collects taxes and provides legal certificates. Tang Kai is a serious businessman. It is impossible for such a large-scale jade transaction to be smuggled. Even if it is smuggled in, it is impossible to blatantly sell it in Thailand. With these people behind to provide a legal source certificate, no one in Thailand really dares. Check these goods. Tang Kai contacted Wang Sa, the supreme officer here, early this morning. There are more than 200 soldiers under Wang Sa's hand. This trading site and rules were also discussed by Wei Jia and Wang Sa. Over the years, he has cooperated with Wang Sa for many years. They are very familiar with each other, and he can handle this kind of mutual benefit with just one phone call. The fees charged for this kind of transaction are actually not too much. In the past, They were charged on a per-time basis. The quantity of goods is not necessarily larger or smaller each time, but it is not too much. Therefore, the price is directly priced at 100,000 US dollars. If Tang Qing was forced to use smuggling, it would be no fun, and Wang Sa was not stupid. But this time the value of the things was too great. The cost negotiated by Tang Qing and Wang Sa was a full 500,000 US dollars. This price shocked Wang Sa. But Wang Sa did not have any crooked thoughts. For one thing, his family is very powerful in Thailand. Otherwise, he would not stay in this lucrative position for so many years. The family credit still needs to be maintained. As long as it is not a contraband, he will have a clear conscience. Second, the Wei Jun family used to talk very well and wouldn't mess around. But now the controller of that area is not a good stubborn, killing so many people. If it messed up, he would also be unable to sleep. After a few checkpoints, Tang Qing and his party entered the trading area. Wang Sa was already waiting there. There were more than 30 Thai soldiers with guns beside them. Tang Qing got out of the car and Wang Sa, who was in his 30s, walked up with a smile on his face. He hadn't traded for a few months and his income was much less. Ba Song was smuggled directly, and he didn't take him at all. He was so angry that he was itchy, but he could never come to ask for it. He still couldn't afford to lose that person. This time it was $500,000, which is the highest income in the previous half a year, even though he only can take part. President Tang, it's been a long time. Wang Sa happily gave Tang Qing a hug. Sir Wang Sa, it's been good these days. Tang Qing smiled. Haha. No, it's been a mess over there for so long, and the business is not good. Bong usually smuggles and has a lot less income. Now if you do it again, I'm relieved. Don't worry, I will let someone protect you. People and goods. Wang Sa promised. Thank you. Tang Qing thanked. What is the volume of your goods this time? Wang Sa asked curiously. A total of 20 million US dollars. Tang Qing said the rhetoric he had thought of and directly reduced it 10 times. Although the two have worked together for many years, but never use money to bet on a person's character. Wang Sa was full of surprise when he heard it. Previously, it was only $3 to $5 million. This time it was $20 million directly. I think it is those guys who are ready to sell the stolen goods. Well, it must be so. So much. Haha. I heard that they have a lot of stock. Tang Qing chuckled lightly. Everyone is tacitly aware of what inventory means. Ms. Tang, are you familiar with there? Wang Sa asked again. It's okay, but it's not too familiar. What's the matter? Tang Qing said vaguely. Nothing. I heard that they just finished the integration. I also want to see what kind of character their new leader is. Wang Sa smiled. He used to go to Wei Jun's family for tea and chat from time to time. The relationship was very good, and he also gained a lot of convenience. For example, he participated in the trading of some medicinal materials and daily necessities in Wei Jun's territory. Now the site has expanded. Then it means that you can get a larger share of trade. The business of 100,000 people, the water flows long. This is the big head, although most of the profits have to be turned in, but the leakage is enough to eat. Oh, then he will come later. You can talk. Tang Qing said. Okay, just come. Hearing that the new leader was coming, Wang Sa also breathed a sigh of relief and finally made progress. Chai Run and Lu Gan watched the two talking and laughing. Wang Sa ignored him. They were Chinese, but they had nothing to do with him. Tang Qing was a friend. Tang Qing didn't introduce it either, because Wang Sa didn't speak Chinese or English, so he couldn't communicate at all, and it was useless to introduce it. Seeing the soldiers holding guns around, Chai Rin and Lu Gan couldn't help feeling nervous, but looking at the two soldiers behind Tang Qing, the two immediately relaxed. With these two abnormalities, they are safe. Since the sunset is about to go west. The stream was rushing. At dusk, suddenly, there was movement on the other side. There was a sound of cars starting. A big army green jeep rushed out and parked on the opposite bank. Various vehicles drove slowly from behind, a total of 8 vehicles. If you can see from the map in the command room, the nearby hills actually started in the morning. There were 3 soldiers staring at them with long-range weapons. All the cars parked on the other side of the river. After that, dozens of the other party's men got out of the car, but the two sides did not point their guns at each other. After all, they had traded many times before. It was a legitimate business. There was no need to be too nervous, and no one would be messed up. In the next moment, a man in his 30s came down from the previous jeep, wearing an unknown military uniform. The opposite is President Tang, the person said loudly in Burmese. It's me. Tang Kai stepped forward and said, Hello, I am the person who is talking to you. I have brought all the goods. Chief Wangza, can we go there? After the visitor said that he asked Wangza for advice, there must be some rules. Wangza disagreed. It was too arrogant to walk across the boundary monument directly. It's not surprising that Wangza knows himself on the other side. He is also very useful for his respect for facing himself. He said loudly, Okay, come here, but people who come here don't bring weapons, the old rules. No problem. After that, the man waved his hand, and a group of people put down their weapons and successively removed iron boxes from various trucks. Before, these were used for weapons, but now they are equipped with jade and jewelry. I saw a group of people dripping with water, brought the box over, put it down, and went back to carry it. There was no nonsense in the whole process, and the expression was cold. There are only 10 fighters among these people, and the others are outstanding men selected from the defeated army. After a short period of hellstyle training, there is no major problem with discipline. Tang Kai opened the iron boxes and checked them. The more he looked at them, the more satisfied he became. Especially some boxes were all excellent jade. I think it must be the possession of those village owners. This kind of thing, in the market, is simply in short supply. Wangsa didn't look curiously. It was not his category, but he found a fighter. This was what he really cared about. Hello. Introduce again, my name is Wangsa. Wangsa stepped forward and stretched out his hand. Sir Wangsa, long admiring the name, just call me Zero. The warrior leader said. Haha. Well, we will be neighbors in the future. Please take care of my business. Wangsa smiled and said his purpose. No problem, the previous business is still the same. And we still have a big business. I don't know if you can do it, Chief Wangsa. The soldier said. What business? Wangsa asked curiously. The soldier said, We are going to build some roads, build some bridges and houses in our territory. We need a lot of construction and decoration materials such as cement, bricks, sand and steel bars. I wonder if you are interested in providing these goods. Oh, how much do you want? Wangsa asked curiously. This is for infrastructure construction, something that Wei Jun's family hadn't done before. We plan to use most of Tang's funds for these goods to buy these things. The soldier said. Wangsa's background command room has already understood very clearly. The family power is very strong, and it is about the same as Chai Run in the country. Stronger. In order to protect this shipment from problems, I mentioned it to Wangsa by the way. I understand, Chief Zero, in Thailand, no one can make the idea of this batch of goods. Wangsa said confidently. Selling building materials is definitely a good business, and no one dares to say anything about themselves. That's good. What exactly is needed, how much, and what payment method is needed? We will go to your camp tomorrow to talk about it. We will be friends in the future. Please take care of us. The soldier said with a smile. Haha, good friend. The two who achieved the goal shook hands again. The two were chatting on the sidelines, deepening the relationship and inquiring about some things and trading rules by the way. The fighters were pretending to be stupid, and Wangsa was really stupid. 1 hour later, it was dark, and the car lights and the searchlights from the outpost illuminated the scene. Tang Kai counted the value of the goods, and he was really excited. The $200 million of the goods will definitely not. Losses, even big profits, he is satisfied with the quality and quantity of the jade, gems, and gold at the bottom of the box. Closing the last box, Lu Gan leaned over. Mr. Tang, how about these goods? Looking at a box of good jade and gold, Lu Gan was also a little excited in his words, and Chai Ren was the same. Although he was very rich, tons of gold and jade were in front of him. It's definitely more exciting than visiting a jewelry store. This kind of big night, two groups of gunmen trading. Although it is jade jewelry, but still at the outpost, it feels so exciting. He has never experienced such a thrilling transaction. Mr. Lu, Xiao Chai, there is nothing wrong with these goods. It is worthy of the package price. We definitely made a profit. We still need to go back and evaluate again. Where is your appraiser? Tang Kai whispered. I have already stayed in a hotel in Bangkok. Lu Gan said, the distribution of goods naturally needs to be evaluated and distributed according to the proportion of investment, but Tang Kai has the first choice. Okay, let them have a good night's rest. The assessment will begin tomorrow morning. We will drive back in the evening without stopping on the road. Tang Kai said. Okay, the same goes for sleeping in the car, Chiron said. The discussion was done on the way here, so naturally there is no need for discussion. Seeing that Tang Kai checked everything, Warrior Zero came over. The name Zero was of course not given by the system, but Tang Qing, mainly on a whim, thinking that this place will be his own territory in the future, and it can also be regarded as his own foundation and real territory, a territory with fighting power. And zero is the basis of numbers and mathematics. At that time, he suddenly thought of this, so he gave the soldier an external alias, which sounded really good. In order to avoid being seen, the character performance of the leader cannot be the same as that of the bodyguard. Talkative and hypocritical are the mainstays, but to Tang Kai, soldiers won't lose face. Ms. Tang, have you checked? Soldier Zero walked to Tang Kai and smiled. Boss Zero, everything is done. There is no problem with the initial inspection. When I go back and let the inspection, we will give the money. Tang Kai nodded and said. The soldier nodded and said, That's good, Officer Wang Sa. I hope you will send someone to protect President Tang. No problem, absolutely guarantee the safety of Mr. Tang and the goods. Wang Sa assured. Afterwards, several people began to help load the car. These were hundreds of large iron boxes, which were filled with high-density items, all of which were quite heavy. In the end, it took more than half an hour to load them. Fortunately, Tang Kai drove it. 2 large trucks from their own companies arrived and were just full, and even diamonds and gems, as well as the extremely valuable jade that had already been opened, were put on the cars of Tang Kai and others. After all the cars were loaded, Tang Kai breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the 2 fully loaded trucks, very happy, as if he had harvested crops. Chief Zero, there will be something like this in the future, and I hope to give priority to me. Tang Kai stepped forward and said to the soldier. He really wants to be the only dealer in Thailand for these things of this force, just like before. Okay, we know Mr. Tang's integrity, and we will give priority to Mr. Tang in the future. The soldier promised that if the fertile water does not flow into outsiders' fields, these things will naturally give priority to Tang Kai. Thank you, Chief Zero. Then we will leave first. Next time you come to Bangkok, you can find me. I will definitely welcome me. Tang Kai, who got a positive answer, said happily. With this huge supplier, the future business is definitely good and cannot be better. Definitely. Then we will leave first and see Mr. Tang again. The soldier said goodbye and then turned to Wang Sa and said, Sir Wang Sa, see you later. Okay, I'm waiting for you to come. Chief Zero, walk slowly and be careful on the road. Wang Sa said. He is looking forward to tomorrow's conversation and also reminds the soldiers to be careful of the revenge of those who slip through the net. It is easy to accidentally happen at night. Okay, thanks for reminding. The soldier said. Wang Sa didn't know that this place was completely controlled by the fighters. In front of the fighters who were too strong to foul, all the opposition forces were eliminated. In addition to the funds obtained from several Zhai owners, the number of fighters here it is definitely the most densely packed. The total number has reached more than 230. Among them, 50 fighters guard all the grassroots positions where the forces are integrated, and 150 fighters hold the most cutting-edge weapons here, independent formations. There are also more than 30 fighters distributed throughout the vast area to act as secret guards and eyeliners. There is no special mission team set up. The main reason is that the soldiers' arms can be switched at will as long as they are willing, and they are proficient in professional skills and do not need special setup and training. But there are special combat teams composed of ordinary people. This time they were all sent over to perform missions. Afterwards, the soldiers and his men went back to the other side of the river, got on the car, and headed towards the dark mountainous area. This is a dirt road, and it will be the first place to be repaired after the material arrives. When this is clear, the transaction speed will be faster in the future. It will be very convenient. Seeing the soldiers going away, there was not a gleam of light flashing in the mountains in the distance. Wang Sa withdrew his gaze and ordered the adjutant to send 2 vehicles to protect him. Sir Wang Sa, let's go first, and the money will arrive in the designated account before noon tomorrow. Tang Kai said. Okay, Mr. Tang walks slowly and comes to drink tea when he has time. For sure. After that, Tang Kai and his party got into the car. After Tang drove away. Sir, I just saw that those goods are extremely valuable. Wang Sa's adjutant whispered beside him. Wang Sa stared at his adjutant and saw that his heart was frizzy. He shook his head and said, "Say you can't make a big thing. Remember, some money can be taken and some money can't be taken. This kind of money can't be thought of and rules can't bad. You tell them to protect them all the way and not allow any mistakes." In the past, Tang Qing was basically responsible for the transportation by himself, and there has never been a problem. If he had sent someone to him along the way, and something happened, he would be slapped in the face, and he would let many people go to see God. "Yes, sir," the adjutant said with no exception. An army green Toyota off-road opened the road. Tang Qing, Lu Gan and others were behind, and the two heavy trucks were behind. The bodyguard's car was behind the heavy truck, and finally another Toyota off-road was the same. Several vehicles have been using it. Keep the walkie-talkie unobstructed. After passing through a few checkpoints, the convoys drove directly over. Sometimes there are law enforcement-type patrol police at night, but they dare not talk nonsense when they see this line of convoys, and they dare not charge tolls. They let them go straight away. He also saluted, thinking which gangster was passing by. After a night of endless rushing, they arrived at the company warehouse and processing center on the outskirts of Bangkok at 11:30 the next morning. Two of Wang Sa's cars had already returned at the door. Before leaving, Tang Qing was very witty. "I gave a car for a trip and went so many times. Although everyone is familiar with it, the courtesy cannot be abandoned." At this time, the appraisers invited by Lu Gan and Chai Run had already arrived, and each had invited four, all experts in jade and gems. Of course, for safety, there are already full bodyguards, at least 30 or more, with rubber rollers in their hands. They look very impressive. The personal belongings of the appraisers have also been checked, and no photos are allowed. A confidentiality agreement was also signed. Before coming, those appraisers thought they would appraise dozens of things. However, until they saw that the big iron boxes were moved down, and there were more big boxes that hadn't been moved down, the 8 appraisers were instantly excited. If they were filled with what they thought, these goods were very likely. It's more than the total number of their appraisal in 10 years. This is a good opportunity to gain insight. In the huge clean warehouse, a steady stream of large boxes were moved aside and opened up separately. As early as when he looked at it, Tang Qing sorted them and marked them with rough stones, jade, diamonds, red sapphires, and gold. The next is the moment when these appraisers are excited. A box of jade and gemstones was opened, taken out, numbered one by one, and the 3 parties jointly identified and evaluated together, and then the next one repeated the same thing. They are really painful and happy. The gems and jade that are rarely seen in ordinary times appear in piles and piles here, and they are shocking. There were even finished jade and jewelry. Some of them looked like they were young and could be called antiques. So Tang Qing quickly found an antique expert to appraise those old-fashioned things. By the way, $500,000 was sent to Wang Sa's account. After that, Tang Qing and the others took a nap and set a table beside them, drinking tea and chatting. All day and evening, they have never been out of the warehouse, and their meals are all called takeaways. Of course, they are not called box lunches, but luxurious meals in star hotels. At 12 o'clock in the evening, all the goods were finally appraised. Several appraisers were too tired, but felt it was worth it. It is estimated that such a huge amount of appraisal will not be encountered in this life. It is really exciting to have so many treasures in front of them. After overtime statistics, Vice President Hui walked over with a thick paper and said excitedly, "Mr. Tang, the total price evaluation result has come out." A few people who were a bit sleepy were instantly energetic. "Oh, how much?" Tang Qing asked anxiously. "Mr. Tang, according to our wholesale market value, the total price of these things has exceeded 2.5 billion yuan. The total market value after processing is about 3.7 billion yuan. Hui said excitedly. With Lu Gan and Chai Run, the currency calculation was naturally replaced by RMB. What? How could there be so much more? Tang Qing was shocked. They won more than 1.6 billion yuan. If they were wholesale, they thought it would be about 5 or 6 billion yuan, but in a blink of an eye, there was an extra 400 million. This is unscientific. He and Lu Gan and the others all looked at each other, feeling in their hearts that the world is crazy. Anyone else came to give money like this? Boss, it's estimated that the other party just calculated the price based on the market price of raw materials. Many jade and jewelry in it are antiques and extremely valuable. Some are historically recorded items, and some are very valuable and easy to realize. Hui said excitedly. Of course he knew how much Tang Qing had spent on these things, and he was shocked in his heart. He had picked up 400 million for nothing. Tang Qing said that he took a deep breath and said, "Well, how much is the market value except for those antiques with history?" "Mr. Tang, the market value is 3.4 billion yuan, and the antique is worth 300 million yuan. Hui said directly. Just a few figures. He had already remembered it. "That's good, Mr. Liu. If we put those antiques aside, we will divide the money when they are all sold, and the rest of the unprocessed ones will be distributed according to their current value, and we will distribute them according to the ratio of the previous subscription." Tang Qing said after feeling down. He turned his head and said to the two Lugan, "No problem. You choose first according to the agreement, and I will go back and divide the rest with Mr. Liu." Chiron slapped. "Then I'm not welcome." Tang Qing rubbed his hands and said with a smile. After Tang Qing started to choose what he needed, he wouldn't choose all the best things. That would be too much. Instead, he chose a few of each, with different qualities. It took him more than an hour to finish the selection. At this time, Lu Gan and Chai Ren's men have also arrived, bringing special boxes to repack them all, because these are all loaded. The weapon has specifications and models on it. If you pull it back to your country like this, isn't it a chore when you pass the customs? This is the benefit of having Wanz's receipt. The source of the goods is no problem, and the customs clearance is also done. You don't even need to prepare the information. Just fill in the name of the Tang Qing company, and the tax collection is at the lowest rate. One-stop service. Of course, it is not completely unnecessary to spend extra money. The role of Wangsa is to open up the relationship, quickly handle it, enjoy the lowest discount, ensure that the goods will not be detained by the Thai customs, etc. But there are still other people who need to be fed. After all, it is not a system, but the total cost is only $500,000, which is not much compared to the value of goods. Everyone was going to pack it overnight and put it into a container tomorrow morning. It will be possible to enter the domestic Zhejiang province by sea within a week. The power of money waiting has made Thailand's customs extremely efficient. Of course, those incomplete customs declaration procedures will definitely be deducted in the country, but Chai Ren is not afraid at all. It is a matter of a phone call. Of course, the domestic tax still has to be paid. This is unavoidable. Although Wang Sa had solved everything in Thailand, but of course, everything in the country was not what Chai Ren wanted to do. He didn't have the face and was too messy. At most, he would not be detained. At noon the next day, Bangkok Port Terminal. Chai Ren and Lu Gan breathed a sigh of relief when the 3 containers were hoisted on the giant ship owned by the Chinese capital. The money has been made steadily. Through the relationship, Chai Ren directly arranged a bodyguard to go with the boat, although it was not very useful, but it also made him feel at ease. They only slept for 2 hours last night, but they were not sleepy at all. After picking up so much money, the excitement in their hearts could not be calmed down for a while. It's so profitable, this money. Lugan couldn't help but sigh. Even if these things are brought back for wholesale, he can get more than 100 million yuan, and the payment is super fast. If they are processed and sold by themselves, more than 200 million yuan will not run away. If you count the money for the unsold antiques, you can easily drop more than 200 million in your pocket. Tang Qing had known about these antiques and these goods, but he was too lazy to care, because Tang Qing was his second uncle, and Lu Gan helped him a lot in domestic business, and his relationship was relatively close. It is also very good. As for Chai Ren, one of his goals is to find a backer for the second uncle's company in China, so that Chai Ren owes his second uncle's favor and deepen the relationship of interests. This time Chai Ren conservatively pocketed 300 million yuan. Above, the favor is not small. The price paid is just a small amount of money, which is very cost-effective. Chai Ren smiled and said, "Mr. Liu, this is just a coincidence. There will be only one chance. Next time, there will be no such opportunity." After the new output of Leader Zero and their newly mined products, Mr. Tang will be able to eat it all by himself. We also got it this time. Mr. Tang's light. Yes, but it's okay. Although there will be no such opportunity in the future, my company's supply has been lost. Lugan said happily. Okay. After Chai Ren finished speaking, He looked at the giant wheel that was still packing, but he thought of something else. Earning money just makes him happy, but any excitement will fall back and he will return to reason. He began to think about the relationship with Tang Qing. Friend? Ally? In the past, it was because of the soldiers who wanted to get acquainted and thank you, and it was not worthy of his deep friendship. But from what he had seen and heard in the past few days, he had to reposition his relationship with Lu Gan. As long as Tang Qing and that zero, if the leader maintains a trading relationship, then Tang Qing's invisible power cannot be ignored. After all, the fighting power of thousands of people under zero is not something to provoke, and getting along well is definitely an extremely useful friend. And the Wangsa chief Tang Qing knew was a second generation like him. Otherwise, he would not act so arrogantly and do such things blatantly. Tang Qing seemed to have a pretty good relationship with him. There are so many relationships that are not simple. In Chai Ren's mind, Tang Qing's status suddenly improved a few more grades. It was heard that Tang Qing's business was going to enter the mainland. It seemed that this was a good breakthrough. Otherwise, the two really had no mutual interests. After watching for a while, Chai Ren and Lu Gan returned to Tang Qing's villa. After the matter is finished, they will stay here for a few more days, go shopping around Bangkok, and remit the money there before Friday night. They dare not be in arrears with the money. At the same time, after 2 days of bargaining, the negotiations between the soldiers and Wangsa were finally finalized. In the future, Wangsa will continue to be a supplier of groceries in the territory, including daily necessities, vehicles, food, medicines, etc., and will be purchased in a unified manner. This is good to say, but the building materials procurement list given by the fighters only includes it was shocking enough that the first purchase amount alone exceeded $15 million. It was a pie in the sky, and he was overjoyed. Although there are strict requirements on the delivery time, it is not a big problem for Wangsa. As long as the cake is spread out, someone will immediately solve any problems. He can still get awards, but he doesn't need it. After all, he is here. So cool. Why do you want to be promoted to change positions? After this transaction, the fighters and Wangsa formed a relatively strong interest alliance. Of course, Tang Qing also indirectly became a member of the interest alliance, because most of the purchase money came from Tang Qing. The $200 million gained from the sale of these jade and gold, plus the previous harvest, has been nearly 3 billion yuan, which is a super huge sum of money in this era. Tang Qing intends to keep this money there, although it is a little too much. It can't be used up in a short time, but the later construction still needs a lot of money, and it may not even be enough. For example, mines are mostly black mines in the territory now. They are mainly manpower. Fortunately, the open-pit mines are troublesome. People often die. If you don't invest, he will do something later in order to be self-sufficient in the future. Other investments, such as industry, tourism, farming, processing, etc. After all, how can Tang Qing keep it lagging behind in his own sight? April 21st. School is over on Thursday afternoon. Tang Qing received a call from He Zixing. Learned a bolt from the blue. It's so surprising that someone borrowed the money and didn't pay it back. This time, it was of course not the customers recommended by the system, but the customers who used the remaining loans of the task. The system recommended the customers and ran away, and he didn't care if they didn't pay the system. It is troublesome if the remaining loan is not repaid, and the direct assessment of the month is unqualified. This customer was introduced by Lu Jianhui, a neighbor of the garment factory. He was also the owner of the factory. He borrowed 1 million yuan for a period of 2 months. There was no guarantor or collateral. The people of Tianyin called 10 days in advance to confirm the repayment date, but they couldn't get through. I couldn't get through Lu Jianhui's phone number. Lu Jianhui hurried to the other party's house, but there were no more people, and the house was sold. All 3 of the family are missing. No one knows where it went. The news made Tang Qing feel as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly. How dare someone dare to hack his money? No, strictly speaking, it was systematic money, but the assessment had to fall on him. Do not agree. Tang Qing did not dare to neglect such a big thing. If the family really can't find it, it will be a big trouble now. The ghost knows whether an unqualified monthly assessment record will have any big impact in the future. And now in 2005, real name systems have not been implemented for land transportation such as trains and cars, and the road traffic monitoring network is not very complete. It is not a small problem to find each other in the vast crowd. Immediately, Tang Qing called her aunt and told them not to wait for him for dinner. The reason was that the classmates had passed away. After that, he immediately asked Sun Chao to drive over to pick him up. He also notified He Zixin and asked her to meet at Lu Jianwei's factory. It must be handled as quickly as possible. This happened before. Tang Qing also asked Tianyin to make relevant regulations. The borrowing funds need to be guaranteed. It is best to have collateral and pledge. However, there are no rules that have absolutely no loopholes in this world. If there is a risk control measure that completely effectively avoids the risk of borrowing, there will be no bad bank debts. There will be no borrowing money that is not repaid. There will be no small loan companies with countless bosses running away, and there will be no death. Even if Tang Qing opened a bank to lend money in the future, bad debts could not be avoided at all, and it would even be shocking. For example, the person had good credit. There are also qualified and high-quality mortgages and pledges. The various clauses up and down are guaranteed to be foolproof. But, especially if all the mortgages and pledges are burned out, a bad debt that can't be solved at all will occur, and it will be useless to kill someone. In this situation, everyone is dumbfounded. In addition, there should not be too many possible forms of the strange disappear of the collateral. Bad debt is a problem that all banks and lending institutions cannot avoid. Find the problem and solve the problem. That is it. 20 minutes later, Tang Qing came to Lu Jianwei's shoe factory and took a soldier with him by the way. Of course, it was not to protect safety, but to help investigate and analyze. He Zixin and Lu Jianwei were already waiting there. Both of them looked unsightly. He Zixin was angry and Lu Jianwei was guilty. At this time, the machines in the factory were still running and the workers were working overtime. Watching Tang Qing get off the car, He Zixin stepped forward and said, "Mr. Tang. Well, go to the office to talk. Boss Lu, let's lead the way." Tang Qing said to Lu Jianwei. At this time, he looked serious, not to people, but to things. In fact, there is no right or wrong in this matter. It can only be said to be luck. No wonder Lu Jianwei. After all, Tianyin took the initiative to call to find Lu Jianwei. See if there is a reputable borrower. Lu Jianwei is strictly speaking to help you. If you turn your face and scold someone, it must be inappropriate. If this logical relationship is not clear, he has lived for so many years in vain. Miss Tang, I am really embarrassed to cause you such a big trouble. Lu Jianwei sighed. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. There was a smile on Tang Qing's face, and he comforted. Well, now is not the time to say this. Don't blame yourself too much. You shouldn't be deliberate about this kind of thing. Just find a way to find them and solve the problem. That's right, please here. Lu Jianwei led the way. Several people came to the office. Tang Qing did not listen to the report, but read the original loan information again. The person who borrowed this time is called Meng Xingrong, the owner of a furniture factory with assets of about 5 million renminbi. He is an old friend Lu Jianwei has known for many years. Preliminary investigations have shown that his personal reputation is good, his business is good, he has a house and a car. According to Tang Qing, he naturally passed the remaining screening rules and finally borrowed 1 million yuan for a period of 2 months, and the interest was still 1% per month. The purpose of the loan is to pay the accounts of the downstream material supplier, and at the same time to purchase equipment to expand production. There is no problem with the factory flow and all aspects. Although there is no guarantor and collateral, it has pledged some shares of the factory. After everything was done, Tianyin didn't care about it, but went to the factory every week and chatted to make sure that the other party would not run away directly. Although this method is very low. But this time, I couldn't get through the call. I went to investigate. The factory was transferred to someone else 3 days ago. The house was also sold. The people disappeared, and the phone number was empty. So now not only is facing the problem of not being able to repay the loan, it also involves the issue of the equity of the furniture factory. But the equity is a small matter because Tang Qing has only one purpose of borrowing, recovering cash, and he doesn't care about everything else. What kind of collateral is not recognized by the system? This is a bit tricky. If you have any difficulties, just talk about it. Let me figure out a way for you. What do you want your equity to do when you run away? Even if 1 million pledges, it's now appreciated by 100 times to 100 million. Even 1 billion. Tang Qing is not interested in the slightest. What he wants is to complete the task. Boss Lu, how much do you know about Meng Xingrou? Tang Qing asked after putting down the information. Mr. Tang, I have known Meng Xingrou for more than 10 years. I don't gamble or smoke. I have a harmonious family. I don't know how to be a person. I used to lend me money to help me several times. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to introduce it. When you are here, I also know his factory, and its business is in good condition. I really can't figure out why he wants to run. Lu Jianwei shook his head and sighed. He couldn't understand why. Boss, he didn't lie. The soldier who followed approached Tang Qing's ear and whispered. This is the purpose of calling the soldiers here, and also the purpose of coming to see Lu Jianwei. First of all, we must make sure that they are not the ones who came to cheat him in partnership. As long as it isn't, it's fine. Otherwise, he will be very disappointed if he is calculated like this by someone who is familiar with it. Well, Mr. He, you should get off work first. Mr. Lu and I will go to their house and have a look. Tang Qing turned around and said to He Zixing, the next thing is not suitable for He Zixing to participate. I'll go too. He Zixing said. No, you can't help much. Tang Qing waved his hand and said, well, if you need help, just call me. He Zixing didn't insist anymore. She really couldn't help much by staying here. Okay. After He Zixing left, Tang Qing and Lu Jianwei came to Meng Xingrong's previous residence. Knocked on the door. After a while, a middle-aged woman opened the door and looked at Tang Qing at the door, and the big man behind her, a little timidly said, who are you looking for? Hello. Can we go in and sit for a while? I want to ask you about Meng Xingrou. Tang Qing said with a smile. Come in. The middle-aged woman let out the door. As soon as he walked in, Tang Qing saw a middle-aged gentleman with glasses in the restaurant eating with two teenage children. The look in their eyes was a little scared. Tang Qing waved to them and smiled. You are eating. I'm bothering you for coming so late. It's okay, don't bother. The middle-aged gentleman said hurriedly. Lu Jianwei had been here before, and they knew what was going on, thinking that Tang Qing was a loan shark. When did you buy this house before, and how much did it cost? Does Meng Xingrong have anything else to say? Tang Qing asked the woman. I bought it last Monday, with a total of 180,000 newcomers. At that time, he just said that he was in a hurry, and his face was really not so good, so I didn't ask much. The woman quickly explained. Is there anything left? Tang Qing asked again. When they left, they didn't take away any furniture or anything. There were still a lot of things left in the study and utility room. I didn't sell them, the woman said. Can our people see it? Good, the woman agreed. Immediately Tang Qing gave a wink, and the soldier immediately followed her to the study. Tang Qing did not follow her, looking for things, looking for clues. There is no second-rate fraud. Of course, there is still a purpose here, which is to confirm here. If people didn't lie, the second thing was to see if they could find any clues. The soldier entered the study, while Sun Chao stayed aside. At the dinner table, the whole family looked at this group of people a little scared. Tang Qing could only smile bitterly at this. He is really not a villain, but he is regarded as a lone shark, and he is also very helpless. Fainted. Tang Qing was watching their TV and playing in the living room. 10 minutes later, the soldier walked out. He didn't say much. He only handed over some photos. The photo was Meng Xingrong's family portrait. The time indicated was taken at the end of last year. I forgot to take it away. Finally, a little gain. Tang Qing breathed a sigh of relief. With the photo, you can start the monitoring and analysis capabilities of the shower. Before, there was only a photo of the ID, and it was a little blurry when copied. Now there is a clear photo, at least better than nothing. He knew that the command room must have started searching. After that, Tang Qing asked a few wicked questions, such as relationship or do you know where Meng Xingrong went? Everyone was a little confused, but they didn't feel that Tang Qing was brain-disabled. Even if he was brain-disabled, Tang Qing wouldn't do it for one. Millions go to the brain. Sun Chao is also very strange. 1 million yuan is only a huge sum of money for him, but it is only a drop in the bucket for Tang Qing. Why does he care so much? But he is not easy to ask. After a few horrible questions, the soldier also said that the family did not lie. Tang Qing frowned tightly tonight. Now things are complicated. Although there is Meng Xingrong's household registration information, the information shows that their parents have passed away. There are some relatives in the family, and they are all in the province, but it's true. Do you want to send soldiers to look for them one by one at their relatives' houses? Damn it. Lao Tzu is a decent figure, and he is not a lone shark. At the moment of Tang Qing's distress, the soldier suddenly leaned into Tang Qing's ear and said, "Boss, the command room has discovered it." Surveillance video analysis shows that Meng Xingrong's family arrived in the provincial capital the day before yesterday and disappeared in a community yesterday afternoon. The specific address is unknown. After listening to the news, Tang Qing opened his mouth slightly. "Just found it? Do you want to be so efficient? This is only a few minutes." Tang Qing was exhilarated in an instant. Happiness came too suddenly. But think about it. The exchange traffic of the communication server is so high that people do not need to scan one by one monitoring area, but monitor all at the same time. Through the intrusion, the other party can download special intelligent video compression software, which can compress nearly dozens of times before uploading. At the same time, simple analysis and identification can be performed on the other party's server. Otherwise, with the current internet bandwidth, all the surveillance video servers will be down for a long time, and it will definitely get stuck. However, Tang Qing has never thought about playing with any software and is too lazy to pay attention to this compression software. Such a good thing can be used by itself, so why bother to sell it? "Find her in them for me." Tang Qing immediately ordered softly. "Yes." The soldier agreed. Of course, this was promised for the command room, and the soldier stood aside after speaking. The turning point appeared so fast. Tang Qing finally let go of the stone in his heart. Otherwise, he would not sleep tonight. After all, if the monthly assessment fails continuously, it is the only way to turn him into an idiot. The systematic sword hanging over his head makes Tang Qing realize that he is still in danger. Life and love are all smooth sailing. He is getting richer and more powerful, as well as a lover, and his life is beautiful. But now suddenly realized that the danger was so close to him. 1 million yuan in arrears is only a small amount. If he doesn't pay it back twice in a row, he will be able to finish the game immediately. There are no conditions to say, "It's really too special." What a sloppy and trifling matter. But the rules are the rules, and he cannot change them. Maybe the system is really reminding him not to forget the original intention and purpose of the system. Tang Qing also realized the impropriety of letting Tianyin do this kind of thing at the beginning. Tianyin's business was only a part-time job in a part-time job, an amateur in an amateur, and you didn't have a strong sense of responsibility. The real purpose and strengths of Tianyin's establishment are asset management, supervision, planning, consulting, business investigations, etc., rather than borrowing. Now those borrowings are basically based on system recommendations and customer credit, but later risk control and its own deterrence. It's not sound at all. This obviously cannot be done for a long time, and it is also a joke about his own life. It now appears that the work of borrowing cannot be done by Tianyin. He needs to find a special person or set up a special company to do loan business. He is also preparing to involve intelligence analysts. I believe that with robots and small too, the risk control ability will definitely be greatly improved. Those who have ghosts in their hearts customers have absolutely nowhere to hide. Well, it was so decided. Meng Xingrong definitely couldn't escape. "Boss Lu, let's go. There is no useful information here." Tang Qing stood up and said, "Before the matter is finished, Lu Jianhui is not suitable to know the news of Meng Xingrong." "Good." Lu Jianhui agreed. After speaking, the group of people left here. Seeing Tang Qing and the others are gone, the family was relieved and quickly locked the door, as long as they didn't mess around. They were all petty citizens. How could they not be afraid of such a cruel character? Just the eyes of the two children lit up, and they felt that Tang Qing was so cool just now. So many people listened to the dispatch and leaked domineeringly. "Go downstairs." It was already dark at this time. "Boss Lu, go back first, and I will figure out the rest." Tang Qing said to Lu Jianhui. This." Lu Jianhui was speechless for a while. He thought that Tang Qing still went to the furniture factory to see it. But seeing that Tang Qing didn't mean it at all, he didn't want to volunteer to bring it forward. "Okay, Boss Lu, no one wants to encounter this kind of thing. It's so late now. You go back first. I will let someone inform you if I have news," Tang Qing said. "Then if you find him, you still want to call me. I will persuade him. If his money is not enough, I help him make up." Lu Jianhui sighed. Even if Tang Qing doesn't blame him, he is not embarrassed to pick up. Although business is full of intrigues, but there are real friends, although there are few, but not without. What Lu Jianwei said made Tang Qing look surprised. At the same time, he admired Lu Jianwei's character very much. The grudge against Lu Jianwei disappeared. This kind of person is worthy of respect. Good. Tang Qing agreed. After speaking, Tang Qing got into the car. Sun Chao put the soldiers on the construction site of Tianyan's headquarters, and then found a good restaurant for dinner. Provincial capital. Entrance of West Rail Complex. A black Volkswagen car stopped, and 4 big men came down from above. They were dressed generally, but with a cold temperament, which was not easy to provoke at first glance. This is the last place where Meng Xingrong disappeared. Of course, these fighters did not fly over from Qingyan City, but the squad fighters who stayed before to continue to monitor Lei Peng's family. With the communication server taken over, it is not practical for so many fighters, but I thought that they might be needed in the future to deal with emergencies. Only a few are left. No, it just happens to be used now. This community is not big. There are only 6 buildings, each of which has 16 floors. Of course, it is unrealistic to find people at night. Soldiers don't have a see-through eye, and it is impossible to go from house to look around. But what happened was so coincidental. As soon as the soldiers got out of the car, they see Meng Xingrong standing by the window on the 16th floor from the building next to the street. As soon as the ultra-clear image was transmitted back, the command room immediately locked Meng Xingrong's position. At this time, Meng Xingrong was smoking a cigarette. It seemed that he had been smoking for a while. This made Tang Qing, who had just entered the command room, felt whether he had turned on the easy mode. It is no coincidence that a book cannot be made. The 4 soldiers walked into the community and entered the building. The 16th floor. It is of course impossible to break in. When the time comes, there will be too much noise, and it will not be good for the police to come, but they have special entry skills. The 4 soldiers hurried to the 16th floor, 2 stood at the door, and 2 walked up with ropes to the top of the building. That's right. The soldiers are going to borrow the rope to go down from above. Meng Xingrong is on the top floor. It is not difficult to get in. If it is not to avoid accidents, the soldiers who opened the hangar dared to jump directly and grab the edge of the windowsill, but the building materials on the edge of the windowsill. Unable to confirm his ability to bear it, he should use a rope to ensure him. After all, a soldier of 2 million yuan has suffered a loss here, so Tang Qing can't scold them to death. No fixtures are required. One warrior directly grasped one end, and the other also grasped with one hand, lowering it down, and it was very fast, precise control, coupled with powerful strength. It was difficult to fall to death. Meng Xingrong was smoking a cigarette at this time. His face was sad. The running this time almost wiped out his credibility, but he has no choice. The mountains are exhausted and the enemy is powerful. If there is any way he will not leave, he can only hope to return the more money he earns in the future. At this moment, Meng Xingrong only felt a flower in front of him, and a black shadow suddenly fell from above. Before he could react, he was kicked onto the bed behind him. The soldier used soft power. There was no injury. Otherwise, who knew that Meng Xingrong hadn't been kicked? If he kicked out anyway, everyone would join together. Meng Xingrong only felt that it was a robber's entry, and his heart suddenly became terrified. He didn't expect to run into a window-jumping robber. Whether he had such a bad luck, it was so terrible. Why choose the 18th floor? After the kick, the soldier grabbed the window and jumped in. Before Meng Xingrong screamed, he was pressed on the bed or on the bed, pinched his neck to prevent him from screaming. Mr. Meng Xingrong, I let go. I hope you don't bark, otherwise I can't guarantee the safety of your family outside. The soldier warned in a low voice. After listening to the soldier's words, Meng Xingrong's heart was suddenly terrified. Are you here specifically for yourself? Not a robber? Isn't the other party ready to let him go? A few words. Meng Xingrong jumped out a few words with difficulty. His wife and children were watching TV outside, and he didn't want to provoke this gangster. The soldier let go. Cough, cough, cough. Meng Xingrong couldn't help coughing violently. After his cough subsided, the soldier took out a pair of handcuffs and handcuffed Meng Xingrong backhand, so as not to have any conflict and destroy the friendly conversation atmosphere. With his hands handcuffed in cold handcuffs, Meng Xingrong thought it was the police who came, but what the other party said just now did not seem to be what the police should say, and the police should go to the front door. After all, He is not a gangster. He will definitely open the door when the police come. No need to break in. It's on the 16th floor. It's not a movie. The situation is better than others. His wife and children are outside. Although the soldier is a bit rude and hurts him, Meng Xingrong dare not cry out. He stabilizes his mind and stares at the expressionless soldier in fear, begging, "Brother, just say what you want, and I will give you what I have, and please don't hurt my family. Don't worry, we only collect debts and don't kill people," the soldier said coldly. The soldier's tone was so cold that if he didn't know the cause and effect, he would definitely think that this was a villain. But from the standpoint of Meng Xingrong, the fighters are indeed bad guys, bad guys. After hearing this, Meng Xingrong's expression changed, and he exclaimed, "Debt collection? Who told you to come?" He borrowed a lot of money before running away this time. It would be silly to tell him if he didn't report his house. 1 million yuan, the soldier said. 1 million? Meng Sheng immediately matched the number. "It's you, why?" "You, Meng Xingrong seemed to have seen a ghost. His face instantly brightened, a bit incoherent. He knew this company. It was introduced to him by Lu Jianhui. The interest was low, and the loan was low. Why? Still a large formal company. Lending is just their humble small business. He also really didn't understand why Tianyin wanted to do a loan business. However, such a regular company that he thought was the least likely to send someone to find him actually sent someone to find it, and he found it here, and he was messed up for a while. Regardless of Meng Xingrong's mess, the soldier continued, "I don't want to talk nonsense. I only come here for one purpose. I hope you will pay the money on time." After listening, Meng Xingrong, who had recovered, was only left with a wry smile on his face. "Pay the money back? If I can pay back the money, I won't run away. Should I still use it to hide debts?" Meng Xingrong had no strength all over and said with a bitter smile on his face, "Haha, my little brother, I want to return it to you too, but it's not enough anymore." "Reason," the soldier said. "My money was cheated by them." Meng Xingrong grabbed his hair and said regretfully, "They? Cheated?" Hearing this, Tang Qing in the command room got a big head and cheated away. "Nima, things are getting more and more complicated. What else can I do now? If it is his own money, 1 million yuan is completely trivial, but this money cannot be owed. Meng Xingrong has no assets. If he is loaned to him to repay the system, he dare not even think about it. Miss you. Is it necessary to help Meng Xingrong catch the liar? It seems that this can only be done. It's a really long line. The author is tired from thinking about the name. Don't just increase the workload for people. Who cheated away?" The soldier continued to ask. "They are a group of professional scammers. There are 3 people in total. They also collude with loan sharks. I also accidentally saw them eating together. Those scammers started to introduce orders and charge a fee. I think there is no problem. But what I didn't expect was that they colluded with internal employees of a major furniture brand to forge an order contract. I also went to the site to inspect it and found no problems. So I didn't think much about it. After paying the deposit and quality guarantee, there was a benefit fee. The total amount was 2.3 million. But 2 days later, all of their people disappeared. This month, a loan shark came to collect debts on the 9th to take my factory. They scammed my money, defrauded my factory, and threatened me. Because there is no evidence, they can sue me wherever they go. I was forced to run away." Meng Xingrong lamented. All his life's hard work was gone. He was so downhearted. He has always done business with integrity. In the end, he stumbled and was so calculated. He blamed himself very much for not listening to his wife, and he didn't ask for more people. "Views. Do you have any information about them?" the soldier asked. "Huh." Meng Xingrong was stunned. "Are you going to find those usury and scammers to settle the accounts? Can you fight each other?" But looking at the soldier's calm face, Meng Xingrong really felt that these people were not good. Otherwise, he would not dare to come out to lend. If that were the case, the money might still be recovered. Hope arose in Meng Xingrong's heart. Is there any information about them? The loan shark or the 3 swindlers? The soldier asked again. Meng Xingrong nodded quickly and said, "Yes, but not all. Only the information and contact information of the loan sharker." After speaking, the name and contact information of the loan shark were spoken out. Tang Qing in the command room covered her face after listening. Yes, there are more people. Nima. But he couldn't leave it alone. It seemed that he really had to be a good person this time, helping others to collect debts. Money lenders help people collect debts. There is no one, but why don't we have no choice? It's done. For the task. Tang Yi, let people look at Meng Xingrong's family, and now go to the loan shark to find out about the situation and ask for the information of those scammers. Find out. Get the money back. Mada, do everything for me. These scumbags have taught me a good lesson. Tang Qing ordered. Yes, Commander in command. Tang Yi agreed. After speaking, give instructions quickly. After receiving the order, based on the household registration information, the command room quickly found the address of the loan shark. Now the household registration files in the command room basically cover tens of millions of people, and they are all shared. But the information is not perfect yet. Most of them only have some simple information and ID photos. But now that the internet is so developed, those information is constantly being improved. Every day, the personal information leaked from the news on the internet is huge. There are 50 intelligence analysts in the command room constantly filling up personal information, even a lot of private information. Seeing those things, Tang Qing really feels that there are no secrets in the internet age. A large number of activities and social interactions not only leak personal information, but even based on many talks and chat records, they can directly establish a personality analysis report. Over time, there will be no more secrets, character. Nor is it unique anymore. Mental and behavioral trajectories have also become predictable. Of course, such a terrifying result is based on the powerful and professional analysis capabilities of the command room. In reality, it will take at least 20 years to achieve such capabilities. Through big data and specialized intelligent analysis and capture programs, you can monitor and predict the real-time mental and behavioral state of everyone. It's scary to think about it. Tang Qing even wondered if he would stop the research progress of such big data analysis. But forget it. I'll talk about it later. Maybe there is a better solution. Then there was no suspense. A soldier found the loan shark's home and pulled the other party out of the bed. As a big brother, a ruthless man, who can eat both black and white in Qingyan City, he met him. Also ruthless war machine. Originally, he was still counting the money happily, planning the next lamb, but suddenly he was attacked and almost scared him to piss, thinking that the enemy came to take his life. Seeing that there was only one person coming, he was still very uncooperative at first. Goose was said to him, with a hippie smile, begging to let him go. The survival skills that he has cultivated throughout his life are all used here, but this is of no use to fighters. Those who are not honest naturally use special methods, and finally, after some friendly discussions, the person becomes behaved better than the cat, and he knows everything there is to say. By the way, there are a few more palm prints on his face. This is what Tang Qing wants to fight. There is no way. Looking at this honor, and doing such a bad thing, he wants to hit someone, so he can only let the soldiers do it. Most importantly, there is a cold gun on his forehead. He was shocked on the spot. It turned out that those people were gangsters in the province. They read some books and worked in coastal areas. Later, they were brought into the industry by seniors to do a few businesses. Their businesses were carefully planned. For companies that are eager to order orders, they provide false orders, collect fees such as deposits and margins, and then disappear, and then go to the next scam. I only came back to work alone at the end of last year. If you say that they are a group, it's not that they just met accidentally, have eaten a few times, and provide each other with useful information. The three of them returned to the provincial capital after finishing the ticket. He also knew the real name and approximate address, and gave them all. Finally found the creditor. Tang Qing breathed a sigh of relief. When the other party reported their name, Xiao found out the specific identity information based on the address range. Compared with the surveillance these days, they found that they were still in the provincial capital. Drink at the bar together. 12 o'clock in the evening. The three scammers were eating and drinking among the old folks. They were all bachelors, but they were at ease. This time they deducted the cost and received a total of 1.8 million yuan, which is simply a good start this year. Red and purple, better than a part-time job. Too much. After the master tasted the sweetness, they would never be able to go to work in their entire lives. Brother, where is the next stop? The second child said drunkenly. Lending the city. Qingyan City will not go in a short time. The boss and the youngest clinked glasses and said. Meng Xingrong heard that he ran off. The third child said, haha, for sure, he has no money. Stupid, deserves it. The second child laughed. Yes, I really thought I had such good money, huh? The old man laughed. Huh. Just as several people laughed from ear to ear, a cold voice sounded at the door. Have you laughed enough? The three of them were frightened and stood up, holding beer bottles in their hands, yelling, Who are you? Do not move. Boom, boom. The empty beer bottle in the boss's hand burst open, and glass shards scattered all over the floor, leaving only a bottle mouth in his hand. The three of them stared blankly at the gun in the man's hand. With a special silencer, just like the lone shark, they knelt immediately, dropped the bottle, and raised their hands high. Brother policeman, we were wrong. We don't dare anymore. Be careful of the fire, brother. Later, under the threat of guns, several people rushed to promise to hand over the funds. The money was exchanged for cash and stored in the family. There were savings before, but the money was not moved. Afterwards, 2 soldiers walked in from the outside, each one by one, and took them to the residence to take out the money, without much money. Like the lone shark, the 3 of them were finally patted gently by the soldiers. It's really a gentle pat. If it is violently beaten, it is estimated that the giant bears of Siberia will not be able to carry it, and will offer their knees every minute, let alone human beings. These people should have been brought to see the officials, but in order to avoid entanglement with Tianyin, Tang Qing did not do so, and even told the usury to return the factory to Meng Shengrong at the original price, just not wanting them to confuse Tianyin with him in court. Then the lone shark did not have the slightest objection to this, and raised his hands and feet in favor, because the gun has been stuffed into his mouth, and when he meets such a cruel person, he really can't afford the courage to say no. Tang Qing found out that he had to set up a new company as soon as possible to take over these things. How about opening a small loan company? This thought spread crazily in Tang Qing's mind as soon as it appeared. In the past, he thought it was unnecessary, because it was just a little money. For this reason, it was very troublesome to start a company. The license was not easy, and the supervision was still relatively strict. In short, it seems imperative now, as customers more and more, even new customers introduced by old customers have begun to use his own funds, which have been close to 10 million yuan, and he must come out of a special and formal company. Doing so is not just a matter of Tianyin's positioning and professionalism. Or he reconsidered the only setting that could make him an idiot, obviously. The system wanted him to follow this path instead of plundering wealth by force. The practice of Bangkok and Myanmar, the system does not seem to be advocated. System, how about I open a small loan company? Tang Qing said suddenly. I am sorry. Go away. Tang Qing interrupted the system before it was finished. Nima, you are the system. You are obliged to solve the puzzle for the host. Sorry, Mao. Make it like I am sorry to you. Tang Qing was already disappointed with the system. It was a fraud, and just ignored him. Forget it. Just open one. And he had made a decision before that if he has money in the future, he must help those small and medium-sized business owners. Their living environment is too difficult. If the bank doesn't provide loans, they are still slow to die. I beg Grandpa to sue Grandma and drag him to death. How many potential companies are there? Now that you have some strength, let's start execution. People, always do something meaningful. Otherwise, no matter how much money you earn, what use is it to make the rich list? Tang Qing is not so unconscious yet. Especially those robbers in the United States made 2 deals during this period and gave him $5 million in dividends. He also planned to do good deeds with this money, but instead of donating it, he set up a charity by himself. Organizations, as for the target of help, you still need to think about it. However, how to open a microfinance company needs to be carefully considered. Through what channels? Do you need partners, license approval? A lot of things. Don't think about it tonight. Let Tianyin make a plan tomorrow. At your own discretion, consider it. Just when the soldiers are going around doing things. The family of Meng Shengrong was embarrassed next to each other. His wife and 13-year-old daughter held Meng Shengrong's hand tightly, staring at the soldier who stood there without saying a word in fear. They didn't know if the person in front of them was still there. Meng Shengrong also asked what he was doing. The other party only said that he would wait, so he didn't dare to ask any more, for fear of offending the other party. The location has moved from the bedroom to the living room. Meng Shengrong's handcuffs were also removed by the soldiers. He still had to save some face in front of his family. Before, He was afraid that Meng Xingrong would be confused about the situation. Now that his family is there, and the conversation just now, Meng Xingrong has no brain damage. There will be no chaos. Silent waiting is the most terrible, especially there is a guy with a terrifying cold face next to him. However, Tang Qing has been staring at other actions. Otherwise, seeing this frightened family with a pale face, he will definitely make the soldier make a friendly expression. Boom, boom, boom. The bell rang at 12 o'clock on the wall. There were basically no pedestrians outside the community, and there were few vehicles on the road, but the family of three was not at all sleepy. Suddenly, the soldier who had been standing stupidly moved, and this shocked them. Meng Xingrong hurriedly covered the mouth of his daughter, who was about to scream. He also broke out in a cold sweat. Tang Qing in the command room couldn't bear it. But then the man didn't walk towards them, but turned around and went to the door. Opened the door. Then I saw a big guy with the same expression walking in, with a black handbag in his hand. Isn't it a tool of crime? Meng Xingrong couldn't help thinking and swallowed softly. I just owe some money, don't need my life. He also instinctively moved his back a bit. The soldier guarding them took the handbag and gently placed it on the coffee table. He looked at Meng Xingrong coldly and said, Meng Xingrong, we have to return your money to you. After deducting the principal and interest that should be paid back to us, a total of 120,000 yuan, and the remaining 1.11 million yuan in cash will be returned to you. The rest was naturally paid out as commissions, and Tang Qing didn't ask for it anymore. Troublesome. Meng Xingrong opened his mouth wide, and his mind couldn't turn around. Are you kidding me? I got the money I was scammed. How long is this? It took less than 2 hours to enter from the broken window. He didn't believe it at all. However, looking at the red banknotes that were unzipped and exposed from the handbag, Meng Xingrong's mind also went down. It turned out to be true. Meng Xingrong pointed to the bag of money and said incoherently, Brother, this is yes. At this moment, he really didn't know what to say, and he couldn't accept the scene in front of him for a while. His wife and daughter were also at a loss, asking for debts to help themselves to collect debts. Even if they got them back so fast, they were also a little bit overwhelmed. Has this world changed? These money is deceived by those scammers. Don't thank us. Except for our money, we are not interested in other money, Meng Xingrong. So far this debt relationship is over. As for your furniture factory, we have done it for you. Yes, you go back and buy it from the loan shark at the original price. This thing is done quickly and beautifully. I don't want the company and creditors to appear in court. Otherwise, you will lose everything again. We have this ability. Do you understand? The soldier said a long list. In the end, the soldier did not forget to threaten Meng Xingrong. The loan sharker must be certain. After all, he was frightened. There were soldiers staring at him to prevent him from running. But if Meng Xingrong here used his brains and knew about loan sharking, he wanted to have less partnership pit, and it wouldn't be fun if they couldn't agree. In order to avoid getting Tang Qing involved, he must understand the things here as soon as possible. After listening, Meng Xingrong nodded fiercely and said, I understand, but the other party will really return the original price to me? He will, the soldier replied. Hearing this and didn't understand what was going on, Meng Xingrong was a fool. It must be that the other party had already dealt with the loan shark, whether it was through force or power or whatever. In any case, he was fine and could go back. Thank you. Meng Xingrong couldn't help thanking him. He was very tortured when he ran away with the child who was still in the first grade of junior high school. His wife also looked at the soldier gratefully. At this moment, the cold-faced soldier looked as cute as an angel. Be careful when doing business in the future and get a little eye. Tang Qing reminded the warrior. Thank you. I know, and I will pay attention to it in the future. Meng Xingrong quickly agreed. This kind of pretense is no longer possible for him. As long as he can keep the factory away and maintain the previous profits, he will be satisfied. His ambition should be silent for a long time. After speaking, the two soldiers turned and left. The door was closed by the way. Boom. Seeing the banknotes on the coffee table in front of him, Meng Xingrong felt like he was dreaming. Thinking of the past few days, his eye sockets were a little moist. Wife, is this true? I'm not dreaming. Meng Xingrong rubbed his eyes and said. Meng Xingrong could bear it, but his wife couldn't bear it anymore. The big ups and downs were too fast, and she cried and said, Really? Our money is finally back. Oh, daughter, we can go back. Ooh, Mom, don't cry. The daughter cleverly patted her mother's back and comforted her. Okay, Mom doesn't cry. I really want to thank the borrower. I didn't expect such a good person. The wife choked and said, if other debtors want money, how could they be part of it? Yes, looking at this person is really magical. How long has it been? Whether it is a liar or the local loan sharks have all been settled. This kind of person, I really don't know why he wants to do a loan business. Meng Xingrong said with emotion. Yes. Do you know what their background is? The wife asked. Meng Xingrong shook his head and said, I don't know. Jianwei only said that he was introduced by a friend and he was very capable. Don't care about the money. I just don't know if I can borrow money in the future, Meng Xingrong said on a whim. This is the nature of businessmen. It is really a blessing to have such a strong, principled, low-interest, and fast-lending borrower. Of course, it is a nightmare for those who want to repay their debts. To put it bluntly, look for this. People who borrow money don't have to worry about being cheated by others, but they will never escape. From what happened just now, it can be seen that the money owed, the loan shark, who is very capable in both black and white, compromised in minutes, and the guys who fled to not knowing where they went. I dug it out, went to the door, and forced the other party to hand over the money cleverly. This kind of person can never owe money. This is his only thought. What else do you want to borrow money for? The wife immediately pointed to his head and complained. Meng Xingrong said, stupid women, they lend money. We borrow money. Isn't it normal? And this time it's a special situation. We also see their strength and integrity. As long as we don't hate us for this, we will need a loan next time. Just look for them. We are not unprepared to pay it back. Well, I need to try again in the future. By the way, you call Jianwei as soon as possible. I'm really sorry for him this time. He should be angry with you now. The wife reminded. Great. Although it was past 12 o'clock, Lu Jianwei couldn't sleep at all. His wife and children were already asleep in the room, and he kept smoking in the living room. He couldn't figure out how his old friend could cheat him so much. The bottom of my heart is also out of anger. If you have any difficulties, you can discuss what to run. At this moment, his phone thought, a light music ringtone. Lu Jianwei picked up the phone a little irritably. I don't know if it's early morning, and I'm still calling. But seeing the familiar phone number, Lu Jianwei's expression immediately changed, and he quickly pressed the answer button. Sheng Rong, what the is going on with you? Lu Jianwei said loudly, with anger in his tone and a little bit of concern. Meng Xingrong felt the complaint in his tone and smiled bitterly. Brother, I'm really sorry this time. I couldn't help it at the time. I owed too much money and you can't help me. I can only do this. During this time, Lu Jianwei's factory has received a large number of orders for Shengtang apparel and has been hiring people to buy equipment. He also borrowed a lot of money and has a tight hand. He is really ashamed to trouble this old friend. Lu Jianwei said anxiously. If it's still not up, I'll pad it for you. He can't get 1 million, and hundreds of thousands can still make up enough. If you ask Tang Qing to postpone the repayment, it will be too much. I can get it together, but you can't help him if you run away. Meng Xingrong was also very moved after hearing this. In the shopping mall, he also regarded Lu Jianwei as a true friend. Sure enough, this friend did not let him down and said with emotion, Jianwei, thank you. It is my blessing to have you as a friend, but I don't need it this time. My problem is almost resolved, and they helped me retrieve the money. They? Who? Retrieve it? What happened to you? Hurry up, you are going to die to death. Lu Jianwei urged. It's the people who borrowed money from me. Your friend is really very powerful. Meng Xingrong said in a whisper, telling me all the things that happened these days, highlighting that I was found tonight. And then within 2 hours, most of the money returned to his table. The fact that he can figure out the rest with his ass, no fault of the soldier. Now Meng Xingrong feels that he can make a blockbuster movie. After listening, Lu Jianwei was also a little dumbfounded. The level of complexity of this matter, if others are basically incomprehensible, Meng Xingrong's evidence is not complete. The enemy is still powerful. How long is it so long? All to kneel. You're really telling me? They really recovered the money and let the loan shark return the factory to you at the original price? Lu Jianwei asked in surprise. Yes, they said that. It's definitely okay. When I go back, the money recovered, plus what I have left, is almost just enough to redeem my project. Meng Xingrong said. That's good. Are you guys coming back quickly? Take care of things these 2 days, lest there will be more nights and dreams. Lu Jianwei exhorted. Jianwei, do you know the boss who borrowed money? I want to invite him to dinner. Thank you. Meng Xingrong said suddenly. You, forget it after eating. He is a busy man and doesn't like this little money. This time he ran over to find out the situation in person. Maybe he is still angry now. Then, I will go and check my breath first. As for what he is, who, don't ask. Lu Jianwei didn't tell him Tang Qing's identity. He knew that Tang Qing likes to be low-key, not everyone knows. It used to be because there was no way and no one had the time to receive him. Otherwise, Tang Qing would simply I won't see him, just like now. Tang Qing basically doesn't show up and doesn't care about all the loans. He still owed Tang Qing's money and was eating Tang Qing's company's order, so he didn't dare to talk nonsense. Well then, you apologize for me. Meng Xingrong said. Well, you rest early tonight, and you will be back tomorrow to take care of things. Lu Jianwei said. Meng Xingrong agreed. After hanging up the phone, Lu Jianwei wanted to call Tang Qing, but it was too late. Recalling what happened this evening, it seems that Tang Qing was not the only one watching around at the time. It is very likely that when he received the news, Tang Qing sent someone to investigate the matter first. Not only did the investigation become clear, but he did everything within a short period of time. Well, I even found Meng Xingrong who was on the run. This efficiency and power were simply terrifying. He was also excited to meet such a person and lost sleep at night again. Command room. After the messy things were done, Tang Qing also let go and went back to sleep. Early the next morning, Tang Qing notified He Zixin that the matter had been resolved, and the other Tang Qings were too lazy to explain. They just said that the other party found it and paid back the money. He Zixin is not easy to ask. Curiosity can only be buried in her heart. However, Tang Qing did not tell Tianyin to immediately stop the loan business, because the loan assignments for this month have all been released, and now he uses his own money, so he doesn't have that much worry about spending it. When there are surplus loans next month, it is estimated that the microfinance company has been established, and the loan business will be taken over by this company, and Tianyin will be handed over at that time. Now let Tianyin make a plan first. That afternoon, Tang Qing received the email from Tianyin. He went home and opened it, and took a closer look. The egg is a little bit painful. Nima, this basin of cold water, pour it on. It's so cold. In 2005, there was no such thing as a special microfinance company. He only remembered that at the end of this year the country started piloting microfinance companies in 5 provinces. Although there are small loans, they are all trial operations for agriculture and poverty alleviation projects with rural credit cooperatives as the main body. This is so speechless. Is it going to turn to the underground to engage in private lending? You can rely on it. After reading Tianyin's investigation report, Tang Qing is completely speechless. MMP forgot what age it is now. Although microloans were introduced into the country very early, they were not made by private individuals, and the relevant legislation and guidelines were not perfect. Although there are relatively mature systems similar to microfinance companies in foreign countries, he is not interested in nurturing and helping people from other countries to get rich. At present, he is not that great. If charitable donations without borders, he will be no problem. The same is true. Human beings, those who are not clothed, can't eat, are struggling at the boundary of death, paralyzed and deformed. Look at them and commit sins, and they will help if they help. But help foreigners do business and expand production to make money. Haha, let's go play. Wait until you have a bank, and then look at your mood. The thought that just came up just died. Isn't this a bullshit? But what else can I do? This thing is not stuck with people. If people are just fine, just throw in money. This is a national policy. Just like the stock market has not been established, you want to buy stocks. What should you do? To promote the completion of the stock market ahead of schedule? Haha, there is no need to think about this stuff. If he wants to change the implementation date of the policy, he really doesn't think he has this ability. Even Chiron probably doesn't have the ability. Nima, is it really necessary to wait until the end of this year to separate the lending business from Tianyin? It's not impossible. It is not a big problem to let Tianyin stay for a few months and 6 months. However, since the decision has been made before, it will be split now. Anyway, it is not a formal company, nor is it a serious business. It is not important whether it is a small loan company or not. Just do this business. Newly established, the company will not put him under his name. It seems that the robot has to play again. When the policy was basically unsolvable, Tang Qing could only continue to sell dog meat and set up a company to do lending business. This is more convenient. When the time comes to set up a small loan company, it won't be enough to change the name. However, it seems that their province is not among the 5 pilot provinces. If they are to be established, they have to go to other provinces, or add their provinces to it for a while. This shouldn't be difficult. This company intends to be independent of Tianyin and not be supervised by Tianyin, because he intends that all the main personnel will use robots, and all the equity will belong to one or several robots. Except for system task funds, creditors of other funds will not. It's his name, but the robots, lest anyone use this to make a fuss. After all, there are always some people in this world who like to do things that are unfavorable to others. In this way, the Sky Eye and him were basically taken out, and there were also robot top bags in case of an accident. After all, this kind of thing is not so glorious and legal now. It's okay for individuals to engage in private lending. If the company does it, it is likely to face settlement after autumn. I have to guard against the problem. Saturday, April 23rd. Tang Qing received a call from Lu Gan early in the morning, saying that he would invite him to dinner at the same place in the evening. With free meals and gifts, Tang Qing was happy even thinking about it. It's 6:30 in the evening. Tang Qing appeared at the entrance of Tianfu Hotel in his school uniform. This time he came by himself by taxi, so he didn't bother Sun Chao. At this time, Yu Zhengfeng, the general manager of Tianfu Hotel, was looking out at the door. The red carpet and bonsai at the door were all newly bought. There were 2 beautiful receptionists standing on both sides, smiling and welcoming. Many thoughtful customers immediately thought that there should be a big man in the hotel today, so it was not easy to inquire. Hurriedly greeted Yu Zhengfeng and went in, lest they get embarrassed. Early this morning, Yu Zhengfeng received a call from Lu Qian and told him a lot. In short, the goal is to use the highest standard reception and replace all the old things that can be exchanged at the door to Qingquan Pavilion, regardless of cost. This shocked Yu Zhengfeng. Later, he learned that there would be a super second generation in the store, and the elders in the family could be seen in the news. So he was busy all morning, finally completed the task, scolded a lot of people, and gave various warnings and exhortations. Therefore, this afternoon, all the employees worked hard for 120,000 points to avoid being fired if they didn't do anything well. Yu Zhengfeng was the one who did what he said. Chai Ren's identity shocked him. But what is even more shocking is now, they were all waiting for Tang Qing. Yu Zhengfeng thought that Tang Qing was the second generation. I've been calling Tang Xiao, and now it really seems like, can people like Chai Ren and Lu Gan not be cheated? Then, Tang Qing was once again misunderstood as a second-generation official. As soon as the taxi stopped, Yu Zhengfeng with sharp eyes hurried up to open the door for Tang Qing. Tang Xiao, please come inside. Yu Zhengfeng smiled with a hint of flattery, bowing to ask. Manager Yu, I can find the way. You don't have to be so polite. Tang Qing said with a wry smile. It should be. Yu Zhengfeng insisted on leading the way. Looking at the new carpets and many lamps and decorative objects, Tang Qing couldn't help but sigh the charm of power, but he did not envy him. Sooner or later, he would have this kind of power, and it would be even better. Going to other countries to play, the other party uses salutes and military parades to receive. That is the real right, universal right in the world. This kind of right is what he wants. Change the carpet? It's meaningless. It's nothing to build a new hotel. Tang Qing followed Yu Zhengfeng to the Qingquan Pavilion on the 9th floor. Tang Qing could only say that Zhengfeng was overly enthusiastic. It feels good to be valued, but it lacks a lot of fun. At this moment, 2 Chai Ren's bodyguards in black were standing at the door of Qingquan Pavilion. Tang Qing looked very familiar. Besides, there were monkeys, in which Chai Ren and Lu Gan were chatting. Brother Monkey, the trip to the United States is great. Tang Qing went up to the monkey and smiled. In order to learn martial arts, the monkey played emotional cards with the soldiers during this period, but the emotional cards were of no use to the soldiers. The war machine only knew to execute orders, which disappointed the monkey group. He could only say sorry. And these are all robots. There is no way to improve physical fitness. They are all innate. Even Tang Qing doesn't know the way. He has the source of power from the system. There is no scientific basis. Anyway, if there is a system, there will be it. I can't teach monkeys at all, lest my children think that I don't need to teach them with my heart. Miss Tang, I'm fine. Please come in. The monkey said respectfully, using all respects. Tang Qing's position today is not something he can scream, except that he doesn't even shake Chai Ren's face. Warrior. Okay, I'll go in first and have a drink later. Tang Qing shook his head and smiled bitterly. The higher the status, it's okay for my family to say, but other people, it's already difficult to maintain a normal mind, such as Lu Gan. At this time Xiao Tang is still screaming, and when his wealth status is unattainable, he will not. I know if Lu Qian will be called his current title. Really, he really likes the name Xiao Tang. Mr. Tang, it sounds strange and unpleasant. The relationship is far apart, and slowly, he will become a lonely family. The other two bodyguards also looked at Tang Qing. Tang Qing just nodded and smiled without speaking. Turned back into the box. Lu Gan and Chai Ren are chatting, discussing the affairs of the jewelry company. Their goods have not yet arrived in the country, and they are still floating on the sea. Under the leadership of Tang Kai, they returned home after playing in Thailand for a few days. I paid the zero balance before. At this time, the two men's men are preparing a jewelry wholesale company in the provincial capital and are also contacting the business. With Chai Ren's relationship, basically 40% of the jewelry and jade have been booked, and the rest is eaten by Mengyun Group. A large part of it will be sold slowly, and at this rate, it will be shipped out before the end of next month. Chai Ren, who had nothing to do in the past few days, came here by the way to travel, and he should relax and meet Tang Qing by the way, to see if it is possible to get acquainted with the forces behind the fighters through him. Tang Qing looked at this super second generation with a smile, just swept away, because he had read his information in the command room, and the analysis report of the command room showed that this is a person worthy of friendship, character, and ability, as well as the background is the best choice. Chai Ren was also looking at Tang Qing, a student. In addition to being handsome, confident, and temperamental, maybe it was luck to know that kind of person. He wanted to figure out that kind of power, but he didn't want to cause the other side to resent, so he could only hope to start from here. Can it be done? At least he has done it, hasn't he? Seeing Tang Qing, Lu Gan quickly got up and waved to him, and said with a smile, Xiao Tang, come on, let me introduce to you first. This is from the capital. I know. Chai Ren, young Master Chai, lucky to meet. Tang Qing interrupted Lu Gan's introduction very rudely. In order to increase a sense of mystery, he intends to shove first. He is not here to kneel and add power. He must set the tone in the first sentence. This is a strategy and experience. Of course, the foundation is confidence. After listening to Tang Qing's words, Chai Ren was also very surprised and said in doubt, You know me. I don't know each other. I just heard my friend talk about it, saying that you are very loyal, good at skill, and have a little background. Tang Qing said, outstandingly. The language is not surprising, and Lu Gan has the feeling of tumbling. A little background? Also used the word small. Chai Ren was confused. How awkward to hear this. Lu Gan's mouth twitched, and he didn't understand what Tang Qing meant. Tang Qing was very polite to him before. In today's situation, does that friend really have a background? So that Tang Qing feels confident? Chai Ren was shocked. But it was just a moment. With a weird heart, he smiled and said, Who is your friend? Maybe I still know it. He is at the full level of the ability to answer calls and ask for news. Tang Qing shrugged and shook his head. Maybe, I just heard him say this, and I heard that you had a little trouble in the United States, and his people took care of it. Little brother, what else do you know? Chai Ren asked curiously. He didn't know how much Tang Qing knew in order to control the content of the next conversation. I don't know about the others, except that you brought me gifts. Young Master Chai, hello, my name is Tang Qing. Tang Qing laughed, and this is the formal introduction. Haha, Xiao Tang is refreshed. In this way, I am a lot older than you. I will call me Brother Chai from now on. Chai Ren laughed after hearing this. He has never encountered this kind of introduction. Get off the horse is interesting. An interesting young man. I think Chai Daxiao sounds better. Tang Qing got used to listening in the command room. He didn't like the title of Brother Demolition. Brother Monkey sounded the same. Chai Ren smiled happily. The cards are not played according to common sense. Interesting. Chai Ren said with a smile. You still know this? Okay, Chai Da Xiao, please be kind. Sit down, Xiao Tang. Chai Da Xiao only called Mu Jian as his best friend in his memory. Now that there is more than Tang Qing, I can't help feeling that the distance is much closer. Lu Gan also breathed a sigh of relief at this time, and at the same time secretly gave Tang Qing a thumbs up. He was originally grateful for the formal dinner, but Tang Qing immediately stabbed Chai Ren's weakness and became a friend. Is this called surprising victory? Not to mention, it works, but there are limitations. You must be strong in your own power, otherwise, this relationship won't last long. At this time the food is half served. Began to eat. Xiao Tang, I heard that your business is not small. Chai Ren asked with a smile. Tang Qing's money was the same as Lu Gan. He also thought that Tang Kai gave it to him, and didn't think much about it. It's all luck. Tang Qing said modestly. Why don't I have this luck? Chai Ren pretended to sigh. Do you still need luck? Tang Qing said grimly. Chai Ren is someone who needs luck. When things happen, they just lie down and others are rushing to give money. Chai Ren is very happy. Haha. What I say is to my liking. Come, toast you a cup. After speaking, he raised the white wine glass. Tang Qing also picked up the cup and touched him Lu Yi dryly. Said, just drink this glass. I will drink after drinking this glass. The wine is really not good. It is hard to explain when I go back. When I went back, my aunt had to blame him again, and Qin Shiqi even had a reason to blackmail him. Blackmail. Chai Ren has become a bit accustomed to Tang Qing's disrespect. Said, interesting. Okay, we will not engage in those falsehoods. We will stop drinking this meal. We will replace all drinks with drinks. To be honest, I actually hate drinking, but I can't help it. How about you? After speaking, looking at Lu Gan, Chai Ren had already been drunk with any wine and had no love at all. I don't like it either. The drinks are good. Everyday liquor is needed for work. Lu Gan hurriedly shook his head and said, yes, you can't help yourself. Chai Ren felt the same way. Well, if you want to have a drink in the future, please invite me to dinner. The more the better. But if you say yes, I support free. If you want me to pay, there is no way, Tang Qing said stingily. Okay, you won't be asked to pay. I will pay for all expenses. Chai Ren laughed. The atmosphere of the next chat became more and more harmonious. Chai Ren had a bold and generous personality. Tang Qing is also making friends with this kind of friend, and he will definitely need it in the future. Chai Ren was a good umbrella before he was fledgling. Moreover, he is very interested in Chai Ren's mines, especially domestic ones. Regarding the intention of mining, this idea was also made temporarily by Tang Qing. No way, if there is no opportunity, it is very difficult for him to take the initiative to get involved in a new industry that is not profitable. Therefore, what he does depends on his interest or whether there is an opportunity. For example, if Thailand's penetration and influence were not getting deeper and stronger, and thinking of the introduction of Thailand as the world's largest rice exporter, he would not have set foot in the food industry so quickly. The same is true for mine production. Originally, he was not interested, but he had read Chai Ren's detailed investigation materials before. Now this meeting, he suddenly became interested in this business. Moreover, there are not only minerals such as jade, jewelry, and gold in Myanmar, but also there are a large number of other metal and non-metal resources. It is not uncommon to have large mineral deposits on the thousands of square kilometers of land, and some have been ascertained by soldiers. Naturally, these minerals cannot be buried in the soil. They must be dug out. By then, the equipment and production of the relevant industries will need to be established there. Therefore, it is time to step into the resource industry and treat it as an accumulation. Of course, his company will not be involved in the minerals of Burma. Those things will be controlled and mined, smelted, and sold by the soldiers in the territory. Wang Sao will handle all kinds of equipment, but not now. Roads are being built there. After the construction of roads, other infrastructures, trade fairs, etc. are completed, other mineral deposits will be explored. According to the plan, those smelted products in a short period of time do not need to be exported at all and can be digested within the territory. In addition, after more than a month of inquiries, the customer information of several offshore centers in the world has been obtained by the soldiers, and a stable data update channel has been formed, which is updated every 3 days. It is not impossible to update in real time, but at present, it is not necessary. At the beginning, the plan was only to get the information, and there was no idea of sending people in. In addition, the registration system is not connected at all in this era. The update efficiency of once every 3 days is already very good, and it is completely enough use. Through these materials, the shareholding information registered by the world's major companies is displayed in front of Tang Qing, really. A mess, complicated cross-shareholding is just a trivial matter. The cross-shareholding of several offshore center companies can still be accepted, but the shareholding information of dozens of countries that enter and exit is extremely complicated. He doesn't have the registration information of companies in other countries at all. When the equity information of many companies is found in other countries, it is directly cut off. Tang Qing also had no choice. So, 300 million yuan was thrown out by him to build the equity information database of all companies in the world and to form a stable update channel. Through both online and offline methods, be sure to let this world is transparent, and it's really uncomfortable to look at the mist in the clouds. Through these investigations, Tang Qing also learned that Chai Ren's global industrial layout is really large and wide. Various mineral deposits are involved, especially iron and copper. The reserves controlled by one of his companies are quite considerable. It has been transporting various mineral resources to the country, mainly in Africa and the Middle East. At the same time, it has also been involved in smelting and trade. Tang Qing's total assets are as high as nearly 5 billion yuan. Why is there so little? Because the shareholder information of this company shows that there are 8 people. Chai Ren only owns the most shares, owning 19%. As the chairman of the board, the others vary in number, and the total market value of this company is nearly 30 billion yuan. This is all Chai Ren's assets. Of course not. This is just the assets of the mineral deposits. There are also many smelting companies and non-partnership mining companies. It is conservatively estimated that Chai Ren's assets have exceeded 8 billion yuan. The model used by Chai Ren, Tang Qing also found a clue, that is, along with domestic mining companies, through the ride wheel, low prices to win some foreign mineral deposits, a bit like a rat warehouse, but also make up for the funds of state-owned enterprises, insufficiency, or various other problems. Otherwise, even if Chai Ren's background is overwhelming, there will be no one in foreign countries. The resource industry, which ordinary people can get involved. Chai Ren's purpose, Tang Qing also slowly learned, because it can be seen from the financial statements of these companies that there are not too many making money. Chai Ren is also very good at being a man, putting a lot of the money earned into local infrastructure construction and other aids and other things caused annual profits to be inferior to that of state-owned enterprises of scale. Of course, no one would do such a stupid thing, unless there are other purposes. Tang Qing also immediately guessed. Same as him, but different. What Chai Ren wants is to protect the rights of the family and the right to speak in the country. What Tang Qing wants is the right to speak in the world. Wine has been around 3 times. No one is drunk. But the chattering box opened. Tang Qing just kept nodding his head and coping with it from time to time. There was no way to compete with society and life knowledge. Chai Ren and Lu Gan both dumped him for 600 streets. They are not of the same rank. What else can Tang Qing do? Listen, he doesn't like chattering anyway. How good it is to listen to stories. Come on, it's my turn, a mixed drink of 6 kinds of juices, try? Wait a minute, I'll add some more orange juice and Coke. Chai Ren said excitedly, having a great time. They are playing games and mixing juices. Tang Qing has a stomach that is not bad for King Kong. He was afraid that Chai Ren would poison him to death, but he shouldn't be that back. Tang Qing felt that Chai Ren at this time was a bit like Mu Jian and liked to do things. Cheers. The 3 toasted and drank. The taste is really good. It's hard to explain in a word. Proper dark drink. It is estimated that the 2 will have diarrhea in a while. While Lu Gan went to the bathroom. Master Chai, I heard that you are interested in mining? Tang Qing said suddenly. What's the matter? Chai Ren looked at Tang Qing in a daze and asked. He had said before. Now that Tang Qing asks like this, there is obviously something wrong. It's nothing, but my friend has a small amount of money and wants to take a ride with Chai Daxiao, but I don't know whether Chai Daxiao will give this opportunity. Tang Qing said with a light smile. Of course, Tang Qing would not be polite if he had a ride with a ride. Although he could not fully control the equity when he took a ride, Did he want the controlling rights of this company? Of course not. This company is just a link. You control the link, which is destroying the stability of the interest alliance. He just needs a chance to step into this circle. The other 7 shareholders are not simple. The second generations with these backgrounds do not hurt to know each other. Of course, Lu Gan is not included. He is just a small person. Participants of the project can only participate in that iron ore. His future resource industry will be the same as the food industry. It will be controlled by the alliance of interests formed by the fighters, instead of taking it all by himself. He only needs to put his eyes in there. There is no need to attract hatred, anyway. Same. Oh, your friends are also interested in doing this? Chiron asked curiously. This kind of force still needs a ride. Well, I just don't know Chai Dashao's attitude, so let me take the lead. Tang Qing smiled and nodded. Then does he know how my company operates? It is not easy to count on how much money to make, and it is more difficult to convince them than I am the shareholder of the company. Chiron briefly introduced the company's situation, thinking let him retreat. Of course he knows that your company is called Yunxi Investment, which is mainly engaged in mineral mining. In addition, you have 8 shareholders. They are you. Tang Qing slowly said the information of the 8 shareholders, just to show off your strength. Really? Chiron was shocked. What? How do you know? This is impossible, Chiron exclaimed. These words blasted into Chiron's ears like thunder, looking at Tang Qing's eyes as if he had seen a ghost. This company is registered in the offshore center of the Cayman Islands. Unless other shareholders disclose the equity information, it is impossible to get outside. These things are extremely confidential, in order to avoid being used to attack them. The high school student said it out of his mouth, and he couldn't accept it for a while. Nothing is impossible. This is not too big a secret. What do you say? Tang Qing smiled mysteriously. Tang Qing had an indifferent expression, confused Chiron again. Chiron stayed for a few seconds, took a deep breath, calmed his mind, and stared at Tang Qing earnestly and said, "Your friend surprised me again." He quickly accepted in his heart, there is such a powerful and mysterious Yuan brother. There is more than one bodyguard, and it is not difficult for Chiron to accept any strange things here. Tang Qing smiled and said, I have passed the prize. In fact, my friend is not very interested in making money, but is very interested in things, especially doing business with Chai Dashao. It is safe, and you will not mess around. Chiron thought for a while and said solemnly, I have no problem here, but I have to use reasons to convince other shareholders. Tang Qing smiled and said, About this, my friend told me 2 things. First, the money is okay, and how much you want. Second, he can provide you with some help when you are abroad. For example, Chiron asked with interest. Tang Qing smiled and said, He can do all the things you can't do abroad, or help. I think you should have seen part of my friend's strength. This is just the tip of the iceberg. What he can do is better than you. There are many more imaginations. You can only know the details after cooperation. He didn't tell me much. I think these 2 reasons should be enough. After listening, Chiron fell into deep thought for a while. The 8 people in their company are not simple, but they don't dare to speak big words like Tang Qing. In China, if they are willing, there are really few things that cannot be done. Abroad, one by one is beyond reach, and if something goes wrong, you can only catch the blind. Thinking of Tang Qing's mysterious and powerful strength abroad, he was very moved. Chiron fell into deep thought for a while. He lowered his head and held the chopsticks and gently stirred the turtle soup in the bowl. Chiron was very willing to participate in Tang Qing's friend, but it was not easy to persuade other shareholders to agree. Although those second generations played well with him, they had a very cheerful personality, but the matter was huge. It's not so easy to talk about. With the warrior's warning and other reasons, he couldn't talk about the things that the United States encountered the other day. Chiron was a little bit distressed at once. This linguistic bargaining chip was not enough to give him full confidence to convince other shareholders that he did not like to hit unprepared rods. It seems that the opponent needs to show his strength. With an idea, Chiron looked up at Tang Qing and asked seriously, Xiao Tang, can your friend really settle some foreign affairs? He said that to me, not absolute. But the problem is not too big, as long as it is not fighting with the government of their country. Of course, according to the difficulty and relevance of the matter, my friend is only responsible for solving the problem for free. Related issues, Others may require a price, such as money. Tang Qing said with a smile. It's not that he talks big, but the facts. After all, as long as it's not going to fight a big battle, play a conspiracy, or a skirmish, Tang Qing is still very confident in the ability of the soldiers to do things. As for other things, it really shouldn't be too simple to open a road with money. A big stick in one hand and a radish in one hand are no disadvantages. There are few things that can't be achieved by the combination of the two. He doesn't want to be the thug of Chai Ren's gang. Of course, he has to charge for irrelevant things. At most, he will give a friendly price. Even if it is related to the company's interests, if it involves too much, they need to pay something. Tang Qing is not doing charity, yes. Even charity is for the working people, not this group of second generations. Equal exchange is Tang Qing's goal. By the way, Xiao Tang, with regard to the equity information of Yunxi investment, where did your friend buy it from? Chiron suddenly thought of what happened just now. The company's equity distribution and shareholder identities are confidential. Many of them are controlled and then controlled by the parties themselves. After all, some people's identities are sensitive, but Tang Qing's friend actually checked it. It's so thorough, it's unimaginable. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so surprised. I don't know where his information came from, but I know he sometimes does this kind of business. Tang Qing released some dry goods again. What? He is still in the intelligence business? Chiron said suddenly in surprise. Tang Qing's meaning was clear. That friend was still an intelligence dealer. And when he thought of that soldier, Chiron's impression of Tang Qing's friend became even more vague. Maybe. Tang Qing didn't answer directly. Now his intelligence network is not sound at all, so I just want to add a sense of mystery. He has no courage to implement the intelligence network construction plan of trillions of yuan until now. He can draw hundreds of billions of yuan at any time, but it is trillions of yuan. Even the first phase of the plan will cost hundreds of millions. He didn't even dare to think about billion yuan. He could only investigate when needed in a short period of time. So, to be honest, I believe in the strength of your friends, and I am willing to cooperate. But those of my friends will not be so easy to believe. They must be shown your ability. The intelligence business Chiron also stopped asking. I didn't bother to think about it. Besides, he couldn't believe what Tang Qing said. He is not stupid, and that friend might not tell the truth to Tang Qing for this kind of thing. Oh, what do they want to see? Tang Qing questioned. The ability to solve things. Chiron said softly. For example? Tang Qing smiled lightly. Chiron thought for a while and looked at Tang Qing and said, We have an iron ore project in a certain country in Africa. There is an unfriendly force near it. There are a lot of guns under him, and the number of people is as high as 300. It is very likely that we can't make any money. Even at a loss, I just don't know if your friend can help him not trouble us. It's not that he embarrassed Tang Qing's friend, but a real problem. In the past, he had confessed to pay for compensation. This time he also planned to do so. He didn't make much money, so he treated this kind of self. Chiron brought up the things that he could finish with painstakingly. Tang Qing was also shocked after hearing this, and suddenly came such a high difficult task. He thought it would be an intelligence business, but he didn't expect it to be a little African ground snake. It really is. No difficulty. A soldier of a six-man team can make all those people go to see God in one night. But he wouldn't do that. It would be a pity that a chess piece was so discarded, so it was better to take over. Just this one test. Tang Qing asked again. Yes, as long as your friends are done and the project can achieve average profitability in normal production, I can convince them. Chiron nodded and said, That's okay. I'll call to ask, you wait a moment. Of course, Tang Qing couldn't agree directly, because that would be too suspicious, lest it be exposed and cause suspicion. Great. After finishing talking, Tang Qing went to the corner and pretended to call. Of course, he didn't make a call, but instead called a soldier, muttering to himself awkwardly for a while. Go back to your seat. Tang Qing smiled and said, Well, my friend said it's okay. You should see the answer within a week. He also said that if it's not done, my friend will not come to you again. If it's done, I hope you don't break your promise. Otherwise, although my friend has a good temper, he doesn't allow himself to be shaved. Chiron didn't know if Tang Qing's friend could do it, but there was always hope, so he smiled and said, If he achieves his goal, this will naturally not be a problem. I promise they will agree. Everyone hopes to be strong. partner is not, Tang Qing toasted and said. That's good. The other week will naturally see the difference. Cheers. I hope you and my friend can become partners in the future. Good. Chiron said with a toast. Ding. The two drank it. Although the dry juice was a bit weird, it was a bit interesting to get used to it. At this time Lugon came back. What are you talking about? So happy. Lugon said. I'm talking about what gift you bought for me. Tang Qing smiled. Hee hee, don't worry, it's absolutely low-key and valuable. Look, this is an ivory sculpture I asked someone to bring from Chinatown in New York. It's very interesting. I heard. Lugon reported a lot from the pile of gifts on the side. Come and introduce him one by one. These are not fancy luxury items, but they are all distinctive, and he has spent a lot of brains. They are all good. Thank you, Uncle Lu. Tang Qing thanked. Although he doesn't feel anything about these things, they are all his heart. Haha. As long as you like it. And also, this is a watch from another friend of Chai Xiao. I heard that it is quite expensive and a bit old. I guess it looks like an antique. It should be worth hundreds of thousands. The specific value is not clear, he did not say, just that it is very commemorative. It is a style that is not available on Patek Philippe. He also said that you should go to play next time. Lugon handed over a box and said, Mu Jian only the same is given. The value will certainly not be low, and Mu Jian can't afford to lose that person. Okay, if I have a chance, I will definitely go Tsingfan Tseng play. This is the truth. Although Tang Qing has watched Mu Jian's farm in high-definition quality video in the command room, the environment there is really beautiful, and it's not bad to have a chance to play. Tang Qing opened each of those gifts and said, I like it very much. Otherwise, if you don't look at it, this basin of cold water will make people feel chilling. Pack them one by one and put them on a chair on the side. After that, Tang Qing stared at Chiron fiercely, seeing that his heart was hairy. Thinking that there was something dirty on his face and that he was not a woman, Chiron just wiped it with his hand. No. But Tang Qing still stared at him with a smile, and Lugon was also surprised. There was no flower on Chiron's face. Chiron couldn't help but wondered and asked, What are you staring at me for? They gave everything. Tang Qing paused, raised his eyebrows and smiled, and said, Where are you, Chai? After that, looking at Chiron's stubborn face, Tang Qing felt a kind of inexplicable refreshment. It turns out that the blackmail people are so fun. No wonder Qin Shichi always comes to blackmail him. Looking at the wonderful expressions on the other side's faces. Really interesting. After listening to Chiron, I couldn't laugh or cry. I was blackmailed by someone today. It's the first time I met. He hasn't felt this way for a long time. Only his younger brothers and sisters have treated him like this. There are elders, so he still can't send it without a smile. Thinking of his own past, and then looking at Tang Qing's face, Chiron unconsciously felt a little more kind, and he didn't feel disrespectful. Slippy, you dare to blackmail me. Chiron said angrily. Tang Qing said with a smile. Why? Mr. Liu and another friend both gave the introduction fee. You, a big boss worth more than 100 million yuan. Don't give me anything to say, and I've heard the news a long time ago. You also have gifts, hurry up. Hand it over. Although Tang Qing knows the content of the gift, she can't directly say it. It's not good to behave too much. Sometimes it's not a good thing to know everything. Knowing everything will make you less pleasantly surprised, even though this surprise is not a good thing. My own, but for my parents. Chiron shook his head helplessly. Oh, it's not good to meet people. Forget it. I have to tell you anyway. I heard that your parents are still renting a house, and Mr. Liu's newly opened real estate has a large duplex. I plan to sell it to your parents at a 10% discount on the cost price. I know you are also very low-key, so I want your parents to accept the need to find a way. I gave it to Mr. Liu to ensure that there is nothing wrong. How about this gift? Although he was blackmailed by Tang Qing, but this kind of communication atmosphere makes Chiron feel very good. Many people know his identity. When eating or communicating together, it is quite frightened and cautious. Whether it's introduction, dinner, or going out to play, although others behave well, courteously, well done in all aspects of etiquette, and all kinds of close words are extremely slippery, but I always feel boring to listen to, the same thing, without the slightest heart. What lucky meeting. 3 lives fortunate. Peng Sun Shenghui makes my ears callous. And I also cooperated with the acting. It's really boring to wholesale words like young talent, young and promising, and very polite. And now the atmosphere is what he wants, treating him as a friend, not a superb second generation, not a solemn look. In normal communication, in fact, at the beginning of the first sentence, many people lost the bargaining chip that he liked. Today's Tang Qing really left him with an excellent impression. You provide me, and I can only regard you as a passerby. You treat me as a friend, and I will treat you as a friend. This is Chai Run, and this is one of the conclusions of the Command Office's Character Analysis Report. Otherwise, Tang Qing wouldn't be so impassive. Everything is a routine. Everything. Data. Uncle Lu is really thoughtful. That's good, but I still have one more thing. That is, I want to ask if there is a house of the same size not far away. Tang Qing said again, her parents' house has been found, but I can't forget his future wife's home. Originally, he was going to let the jewelry store make money and go to mortgage the house. Using the card given by Lu Qian, he could get a half-price discount, but now it doesn't seem to be necessary anymore. As for the money the jewelry store will make in the future, let them enjoy the blessing, buy a car and drive it. Do you want another one? Lugan asked, puzzled. Well, I still need a set of about the same size to send people. The operation method is the same. I'll pay for the money you lose. Tang Qing said. Lugan hasn't spoken yet. Chiron answered. Mr. Lu is like this. Good things are in pairs. These 2 houses are counted in my account. I am happy today, and it is today's meeting ceremony. If the well-behaved Tang Qing, Chiron would not be so generous, but Tang Qing suits his appetite very well. It's just a house, and it's just a gift. Okay. Thank you, Master Chai. Then I'm disrespectful. Tang Qing smiled authentically. There is no excuse. It is only $1 million. It is a small amount of money to everyone present. According to the survey, Chai Ren's worth is at least 8 billion yuan. But this is just at least whether Chai Ren has an industry in other countries, or Tang Qing currently doesn't know how many industries in cash they have indirectly controlled. If it were not for good luck, they had left some clues and hadn't cleaned it up, and the command room would not be able to find out all other shareholders of Yunqi Investment. Don't be humble, either. Chiron pouted as he saw Tang Qing's shameless face. Tang Qing didn't care too much, and he and his cousin Qin Shichi learned it, put his arms in the bowl, and groaned again. Young Master Chai, you all said it was a meeting ceremony. Why should I refuse? Tang Qing is very logical and has clear thinking. Ha! After hearing this, Chiron laughed and didn't think it was taking advantage. Tang Qing's assets were somewhat understood. Although it seemed pitiful to him, he wouldn't take this money into his eyes. This is also a way to express closeness. Okay, Xiao Tang, I like your character. I didn't say that we will be friends in the future. If we come to the capital to play in the future, we must call me, and I will treat you well. Chiron said with a smile. It represents the recognition of Tang Qing. Lugan, who saw it, was a little envious. The relationship between him and Chai Ren has not yet reached this point. After all, he is just a not big businessman, and his background is basically negligible for Chai Ren. Is this the right posture to make friends with local tyrants? Lugan was a little surprised. Xiao Tang, I heard that your uncle was promoted and became deputy director of the municipal bureau. Someday we will have a meal together. Lugan suddenly remembered what the Gongzi had reported to him, and was not surprised at this. My uncle is very busy during this time. Look, when he is free, he will go to your place to eat dinner. Tang Qingwan refused. Uncle Qin Yugong was indeed busy during this period of time. He used to be the director and has limited jurisdiction, but now as the deputy director of the city bureau, more people are entertaining. Many municipal departments need to coordinate, and there are a lot of things in the office. I often go to the city bureau for meetings, which is messy, and it's really busy. After returning tiredly every day, Tang Qing looked distressed. But it seems that Qin Yugong likes it very much. Well, let's make an appointment again if you have time. Lugan didn't insist anymore, but he had taken care of it. He knew that the various departments of the economic development zone in the city had investment promotion tasks, so he could provide some help. Now his interest relationship with Tang Qing is getting closer and closer, and he wants to maintain the relationship with Tang Qing's family. Don't ask to kill others, just ask not to be erased casually. This is enough. 3 people ate this meal for 3 hours. After he finished eating, he didn't participate in any entertainment activities. Tang Qing left after eating. He had to go back and arrange things. He said that he would get the hundreds of people in a week, but that was a deadline. It was the first time for himself. He had to get the black uncles entrenched in the mine as soon as possible for the task of joining the gang. This battle must also be fought beautifully, not to lose face, and to ensure that his own interests are maximized. Chai Ren and Lu Gan went to massage and wash their feet. Although the two of them didn't look for a lady, it was inevitable to press the button. This is a formal entertainment, but it was misled by many illegal gangs, which affected their image. A businessman like Lu Qian wouldn't do pimping business in his hotel. The two old men lay in the bath. The heat is lingering. "Mr. Lu, how much do you know about Xiao Tang's friend?" Chai Ren asked with squinting eyes. He had asked Lu Gan before, but he intuitively told him that Lu Gan didn't say everything. Why does Chai Xiao ask that? Lu Gan was a little panicked. He had only talked about Tang Qing's legitimate business before, but Chai Ren didn't know the business of reverse currency exchange. He didn't expect Chai Ren to be so alert or know something. Still cheating him? His friend wants to do business with me. I just want to know more about it and ask you about it, Chai Ren said slowly. Upon hearing this, Lu Gan immediately understood that Chai Ren and Tang Qing must have said something when they were in the bathroom. Although he was curious, he did not dare to ask. This is not something he is qualified to know. It seems that it's impossible not to tell the truth. Chai Ren will get acquainted with that friend in the future. If he understands, Chai Ren will definitely have an idea about himself. This is not to sell Tang Qing. If you don't want Chai Ren to know, Tang Qing will definitely remind himself. Lu Gan took a deep breath and organized a language to say, "I don't know if there is too much firewood. In addition to the serious business I told you before, and his friend's bodyguard is very good, only his friend's foreign currency exchange business." "Inverted money?" Chai Ren asked in surprise. He stood up and looked at Lu Gan. This business was unexpected to him. "Yes, the dollars I gave you last time were taken from Tang Qing. I think it must be his friend," Lu Gan said truthfully. "This is a bit interesting," Chai Ren murmured while lying down again, flashing thousands of thoughts in his mind. "Yes, I don't know how many dollars he has, but being rich is absolute, and I don't know anything else," Lu Gan said. "Well, I got it." Chai Ren was soaking in the bath here, constantly replenishing Tang Qing's powerful friend. It's not a good idea for Lu Gan to be on the sidelines. The scene was very embarrassing. Lu Gan also regretted it a bit. It would be nice if there was a warm-up sister paper. It's a pity that Chai Ren is not good at this, or he doesn't like this right. At this time, Tang Qing has returned to his uncle's house. Just as Lu Gan thought, he was not afraid that Chai Ren would know about the reverse exchange business. On the contrary, he was very happy, because in the future everyone can cooperate with Tibet and can't hide. Why not expand the business scope in the future? As for the truth being discovered, Tang Qing is not worried, because he will not do the reverse foreign exchange business personally in the future. There was no way before, and Lu Gan was his only partner all the time. Later, even though he had a robot, he personally did it. Dollars are delivered to your door. It's the same anyway. But if the scope of the business of reversing foreign exchange is expanded, not to mention that he can't do it, whether he is willing to do it himself, the legal risk alone is a huge hidden danger, just like a loan business. These may or may even have legal risks. He is taking out himself step by step and letting the robot do it all. Even if someone suspects him, there will be no direct evidence. After washing, Tang Qing returned to his room and locked the door. Command room cylindrical platform. Tang Qing lay on a chair, did not speak, but closed his eyes and fell into thinking. Because the next thing is not just about solving the mind tyrant's thing. It's just a small thing. It can be slapped or solved with the backhand, and he doesn't need to worry about it. What he thinks is whether this matter is an opportunity. An opportunity to establish a protection fee alliance. He had thought about this before, but he was not in a hurry to prepare. Anyway, there is no shortage of money at the moment. But now that he has this mind tyrant, he has the idea of establishing it along the way, but the original intention is not a large-scale challenge. It's too obvious, but it's like this. If you have something to solve, you can take the initiative to find something to do every once in a while. Not only that, he will also hand over all the intelligence business and currency exchange business to this newly established organization for unified management. He will no longer personally participate in the reversal business, just to prevent someone from finding him through a large number of serial US dollars. The scope is still small. Nothing, but if there are a lot of new US dollar bills around the world, he will definitely be paid attention. Therefore, in order to avoid this kind of thing, he is also considering whether he will no longer carry out the cash-to-dollar exchange business in the future and switch all or most of them to electronic money and use the transfer method. He used to be afraid that those bank controllers could find him through this kind of characteristic transaction data. But after investigating and invading during this period of time, he found that he was too worried. As long as he was not too blatant, through the hidden function of the system, those in charge of the banks could not find out about themselves. Especially if oneself will not participate in the future, it will be even more impossible. Therefore, he was ready to observe and exchange the US dollar and other currencies in advance. Anyway, once and for all, throw out all the pots. As for the two informers, Lu Gan and Chai Ren, will they actively or passively leak the secrets? Haha. It doesn't matter anymore. Just mix fish eyes. It's simple. Tang Qing opened his eyes when he had made a decision, stood up and shouted, Tang Yi, Commander, subordinates are here. Tang Yi said respectfully, give you two tasks. First, set up an independent department in the command room, with the external name Black Prison. The main purpose is to raise funds for us. The main business is currently to collect certain protection through the method of fostering and replacing. The specific scope of membership fees is those illegal. At the same time, this department also works part-time in currency exchange and intelligence sales. There will be tasks in the first one, and the second two will set up the shelf first. I will only give you 200 million of funds. Renminbi. After all, a lot of business overlaps with other plans. If necessary, we will recruit people separately in the future. Tang Qing said a long list, briefly introducing the scope and method of the protection fee and its pricing. Tang Qing didn't bother to think about the name either. This came out of his mind, and there was still a chance to think about it. Anyway, it doesn't matter what it is called. It does not matter if it is called Pao Tang. Currency exchange business is not suitable for large-scale operations now, and both manpower and channels need to be built. As for the intelligence business, it sounds terrible. I thought it was a bad guy and did bad things. The TV shows were all guys with no bottom line. But that was the idea of a layman. What is intelligence first? Is information. It's not just state secrets. Tang Qing was not ready to touch the bottom line of various countries, too lazy to recruit thunder. What he wants to do is some shallow intelligence business, which is good for deep self-use or seal, because many things are not suitable for ordinary people or outsiders to know, otherwise it will cause an uproar. As for the regular intelligence business, it's very simple. Take a simple example. A research institution in the United States has developed a super alloy steel. Our country or institution wants to know the specific situation. What should we do? Doesn't this come without business? Anyway, for the same purpose, other countries, various losses, one's own country, can help a little bit. Of course, this is a charge, and it will not be cheap. Another example is that a good guy has a vicious enemy on the run, so he offers a reward of $10 million to buy news. No, business is here again. And punishing and eliminating evil, feel at ease. On the contrary, this kind of business, Black Prison, cannot be accepted, and he represents the semi-just party. Especially for some children who are lost, abducted, and sold, etc. In the future, a cheap external intelligence interface can be established to help people find children and so on. Show how much the other person's mood is. The minimum is 1,000, and the maximum is not capped. The country benefits the people. Love is boundless. Let it be free. If the other party can't afford 1,000 yuan, then consider a reduction or exemption as appropriate, etc., etc. There are so many different things. Some are legal, some are illegal, some may help good people, and some may help bad people, but on the whole it is enough to not be too corrupt. The scope is too wide, the above is just the tip of the iceberg. This is the intelligence business in his mind. Closer to home. Tang Yi, let that mind tyrant be the first mission of our Black Prison. How far is the nearest soldier from there? Tang Qing asked. African countries. It takes a lot of time to rush from the country, only from adjusted elsewhere. Through the last investigation behind the scenes of the account opening organization, the fighters have already established strongholds in many countries. If they are not able to complete their tasks, they will be stationed there, and they will be nearby to support other places at any time. And there is naturally there in Africa, just to investigate and monitor the account opening headquarters in Africa. However, no progress has been made so far. Those people are very vigilant. Even if they have the same skin color, it is impossible to get in, because the up and down, even if the cleaning is recruited from other countries, they are not locals, and they can't get in at all. But that team of fighters has also been lurking down there, and now it just happens to come in handy. Back to the commander-in-chief. These two African countries are next to each other, and they can reach the designated area within 10 hours at the earliest. Tangi said, "That's good. Let the soldiers arrive at the place to repair and prepare for a day, and then act immediately. The first task of the Black Prison is done better." Tang Qing ordered. "Yes, Commander. Intelligence, currency, membership fees." Black Prison currently has these 3 businesses. Of course, these are not all of them. New businesses may be added as appropriate in the future, such as treasure hunting, security, weapons, etc., but they are not needed now, so take your time. He intends to turn the Black Prison into a comprehensive and transcendent force. The main feature is that everything will be related to force and slightly illegality. To put it bluntly, this is a department that specializes in dirty work. The major industrial alliances will be another extremely powerful force under him in the future. The military power of the Industrial Alliance may not be comparable to the Black Prison, but the financial resources must be several blocks away. It is just that this alliance is relatively loose, and will only the formation of an alliance of interests within the industry can be cross-regional and cross-country. But it will not cross-industry, and it will not be fully integrated, so as not to be too arrogant, unless one day there is no person or force in the world that he fears. However, industrial alliances do not need to be established, because after getting involved, they will continue to increase and expand, and they will naturally form. If they need each other, they can also help each other. The forms are relatively diverse, and there are no fixed rules. Now it is just a concept. This is not all. If you get involved in banking, finance, and currency in the future, you will be the 3rd force. As for the last one, he is himself. It is estimated that it is also the smallest power. He needs a clear identity. As for how big the business is, depending on the situation in the future, for his sake, Tang Qing no longer pursues the personal assets that he holds. Anyway, it's his own. What he wants to do is a giant deep-sea crocodile, instead of standing at the top and being watched by everyone as a monkey. Going out and shopping, he hopes to be as simple as ordinary people, not to be watched by people as monkeys, not to be taken hard by others, to enjoy life, and to control the operation of the world, that's all. By the way, Tang Yi, let the soldiers take the teleportation node over. There may be a need to get it. Tang Qing ordered. Yes, Commander in command. Tang Yi immediately agreed. It's not that Africa needs weapons. Soldiers want to kill people. The requirements for weapons are actually not high. In the face of powerful control and computing capabilities, they basically take away an enemy with a peanut. It is these war machines. There is no waste of bullets. Moreover, there is not much difference between a pistol and other guns, and there is not much difference between a rifle and a blocking gun. In addition, there are so many arms dealers in Africa. Weapons are not the main consideration. What he needs to transmit is various other auxiliary equipment and spare equipment. If he wants to establish a certain degree of monitoring network there, the use of a large number of eavesdroppers and trackers is inevitable. There are also logistics and other requirements. It cannot be transported directly, it can only be transported. At that time, you can also set up a Black Prison branch over there to manage local affairs. To be precise, the management power is in the command room. The soldiers over there are only executors, ensuring that they can handle emergencies at any time and maintain those over there. Security of interests. As for the headquarters where the account was opened, let's forget. He is not very interested in knowing the controller behind it. With such strength, it is really not much in the world, plus it is not the opposite. It is no longer necessary. So it's true. Seeing that there was nothing wrong, Tang Qing left the command room and took out the gifts Lu Gan had given him. How do you explain this to uncle? Tang Qing was worried. When I came back, my uncle and aunt were already asleep, and I didn't see it. I couldn't hide it from the uncle who knew the goods. Mad. Forget it, hide it all. It's not appropriate to put it out or take it out. It's a bit ostentatious. It doesn't matter how much you are worth. For example, the watch given by Mujian. To be honest, it's really ugly. He doesn't like antiques. It's better to wear this watch. As for the electronic watch, as for the LO, who would dare to scold him face to face with LO? He would make him unable to live with LO's life. It's that simple. In the world of capital, it is natural that capital has the final say. The trend? Capital is the trend. Then Tang Qing stuffed all those valuable gifts under the bed. These things were carefully selected by others. He didn't intend to give them away, but when he had a big house in the future, he would put them up. Regardless of whether it was high or low, it was of his mind, and he kept his memories slowly. Busy for a while, covering the bed, Tang Qing patted the ash on his hands and nodded in satisfaction. You're done, and solve another worries. Tang Qing was in a good mood for no reason, so he happily took out a large album of Chinese paintings and began to describe it. He just set up something that is expected to be terrifying in the future, and he needs to cultivate his sentiment and divert his attention. 2 hours later, a pair of Wang Mian's mame came out, and it looked a little bit like it was someone else's painting. It seems that I can be a part of the master, and painting other people's paintings is so boring. I can also create it's not. So next, Tang Qing started a creative journey without a teacher. After the completion of this masterpiece, he was stuffed into the trash can, and he couldn't bear to look directly at it. April 24th. Fun day. Lu Gan took Chai Run to stroll around the scenic spots around Qingyan City. Originally wanted to ask Tang Qing to go, but Tang Qing refused. On the big weekend, it's not that Qingyan City has never played before. He also has his own business, instead of going to accompany his second-generation tour. He doesn't like to do this kind of travel. Meaningful things. As long as the mind tyrant's matter is resolved, the relationship between the two of them will become closer and closer, and there is no need to rely on this to increase contact. Chiron didn't think there was anything about it. He didn't need a person like a worm. He needed friends in his heart, so he looked at Tang Qinggao instead. At the same time, the plan for Chiron to deliver the house has also begun. Lu Qian has been planning for a period of time, and all aspects have been properly arranged. Now it is just adding a house. There is no problem. Tang Qing also heard of Lu Qian's plan last night. Nothing more than winning the prize for this event that everyone's loved to hear and see. Of course, it is impossible for the two families to buy lottery tickets for no reason, nor can they win the lottery for no reason. After discussion, Tang Qing also became a member of the plan. As long as the two people were brought to the sales office, Lu Gan had arranged everything else. After breakfast, Tang Qing dialed his mother's number. Although he had just gotten up, his father and mother were probably already in the store. Tang, what's going on in the morning? Mother Tang's voice was as loud as ever, but the joy in her tone could not be concealed at all. The business has been very good this month after opening. It opened on the 16th, and it's almost a month now. After deducting all costs and taxes, I have made a full 110,000 yuan. It is so happy for them and my wife. They are happy from ear to ear all day long. Mom, let's go see the house today. Tang Qing said. Today? Today and fun day. The shop is too busy. Mother Tang hesitated. It's okay, how busy the store can be. The boss's real estate has a discount on the last day of the event today. With my discount card, you can save tens of thousands of dollars. Can you make it in one day? Tang Qing persuaded. Tens of thousands? So many. Mother Tang couldn't sit still as soon as she heard it. Don't worry, there will only be more. You quickly clean up and wait for me to pick you up. Tang Qing continued. Well, you also call in-laws. Let's go see them together. They have a good business this month and are ready to buy a house. I immediately called and told her that you should pick her up first, and I'm also going to order a deposit. Tang Mother Tong was a little anxious, but that was tens of thousands. Okay, hang up the phone. Tang Qing opened the door surreptitiously, and the thief looked around. At this time, the uncle and aunt went out after breakfast. The two cousins were doing homework in her room. If she knew she was going to buy a house, Qin Shichi was sure I'm going to be arguing again. Of course he would not agree. He was also planning to call Lin Jiaxue together. If Qin Shichi were to go, it would definitely be too noisy. Holding a hand would probably be spent for a long time. He might not be able to hold it. On a rare weekend, she shouldn't be bothered by her. Tang Qing put on his clothes and sneaked out of the room. Fortunately, Qin Shichi was playing music, and her voice was not too small. She still sang along. Don't say that Qin Shichi sang with such a taste, and it will definitely be another one in the future. Barley Tyrants. She shouldn't be able to hear when the door is closed. Outside. Crack, chat. Tang Qing pushed the door gently, with a very small voice. Perfect, no trace. Tang Qing also shook his head helplessly. Is it really good to guard against your cousin like this? But his reason told him, very good. Turning and going downstairs, Tang Qing drove the car out of the community and dialed the landline at Lin Jiashue's house. Tang Tang. After 2 beeps, there was a gentle voice on the phone. It's me, Jiashue, what are you doing? Tang Qing said happily. Whenever he heard this voice, he would think of his past life, which may be the smell of missing. I'm reading. What's the matter? Are you coming over today? Lin Jiashue's voice was very soft. Tang Qing said quickly, yeah, don't read the book this morning. Let's go to see the house. Annie will also go. There is still a place in the car. I am already on the road. I will be downstairs at your house in a while. Then, okay, I'll clean up. Lin Jiashue hesitated for a while and agreed. She missed Tang Qing after 2 weeks of absence, but she didn't know how to express it with words, only using actions and eyes. Okay, you pack up quickly. I'll be there in a while, Tang Qing said. Okay. Lin Jiashue agreed softly. 10 minutes later, Tang Qing drove to Lin Jiashue's community. He saw a familiar pretty figure standing in the distance. It's not Lin Jiashue, or who? He didn't expect Lin Jiashue to have been waiting at the gate of the community. It was only 10 minutes. It was really fast, but he was no longer surprised when he thought about it. Lin Jiashue is not a person who likes to dress up and is usually self-disciplined, even at home. She will clean herself up, and she will not wash her face or brush her teeth without going out. For Lin Jiashue, she only needs to change clothes when she goes out. Today's weather is good and the temperature is moderate. Lin Jiashue wore simple jeans and a white shirt and put on a small coat. It is estimated that there is not enough time. Lin Jiashue is not a drowsy person, so her hair is simply tied into a bunch with a trace of laziness. And the taste of home looks cute. No matter how Lin Jiashue dresses up, Tang Qing thinks it looks good. Tang Qing parked the car to the side of the road, got off the car a few steps up, looked at Lin Jiashue, smiled softly, and couldn't help but stepped forward to hug Lin Jiashue, exerting a little force. Lin Jiashue did not struggle, but hugged Tang Qing with her backhand, patted him on the back, and whispered, "What are you doing? So many people." "It's nothing. Just want to hold you. Let me hold you for a while," Tang Qing said with his eyes closed and buried in her hair. His money is getting more and more. His influence is getting bigger and bigger. His business is getting wider and wider. These can't be shared with others. He will naturally feel lonely. He usually paints to find hobbies to dispel loneliness. When he meets Lin Jiashue, I just want to hold and not let go, without any distractions. Yeah, Lin Jiashue said obediently. Smell the unique smell of Lin Jiashue's hair. I was not willing to let go for 10 minutes. At this time, the actions of the two made everyone around them pointing, envy and blame, but Tang Qing was unmoved. So did Lin Jiashue. She faintly felt Tang Qing's loneliness, and she was holding Tang Qing's loneliness. The hand tightened even more. It's not good yet, Lin Jiashue said softly. No, Tang Qing said with a slow scratching of her hair. But auntie, and they are waiting in a hurry, Lin Jiashue said again. Tang Qing thought so. So let go of Lin Jiashue, and looking at Lin Jiashue's gentle expression, Tang Qing wanted to play a kiss game. But in the public, such behavior must be embarrassing for Lin Jiashue, and she can only spend time alone next time. Okay, let's go. Tang Qing stroked Lin Jiashue's hair, felt the temperature of her ears, and gently squeezed the soft earlobes. Tang Qing couldn't put it down a bit. Pulling away the co-pilot, Lin Jiashue got into the car. He closed the door gently. Get in the car, fasten your seatbelt, step on the brakes, and put forward gear. Immediately Tang Qing took Lin Jiashue's hand with his right hand and set off. On the road, Tang Qing still did not let go. Concentrate on driving. Lin Jiashue moved her hand gently, but was still grasped by Tang Qing. It's okay. For an automatic car, I only need to step on the brakes, and I don't need to change gears, Tang Qing said. Then be careful. Lin Jiashue didn't say anything. She believed Tang Qing. Yeah, Tang Qing agreed. After that, Tang Qing received Lin's mother first, and then his mother. Lin Jiashue still sat in the front seat, and the two elders sat in the back seat chatting and chatting. Both of them looked radiant. It was all because of the good business. After making money that he could not think of before, Tang Qing listened with a smile in front of him. It's great to be together as a family. Tang, be careful. Mother Tang couldn't help reminding when she watched Tang Qing holding Lin Jiashua's hand. It's okay, Mom. Believe my car skills, I can't drive fast. Tang Qing responded with a smile. This kid. Mother Tang didn't say anything. She also made Tang Qing's car. Tang Qing used to be troublesome and rarely changed gears when parking, so she kept one hand empty, and Mother Tang didn't say anything. Mother Lin was also at the back and looked at the two in front with satisfaction. The daughter and son-in-law showed affection in her face. What else could she say? While Lin Jiashua blushed all the way because of Tang Qing's hand. I'm not honest, scratching my hands and rubbing constantly. It's a little itchy. 10 minutes later, Tang Qing and his team came to Lugan's real estate for sale. Really, it's like a bazaar. The gongs and drums are noisy. Firecrackers blasted in unison. Red flag is on display. There are so many people. The above is not an exaggeration. Lugan's situation is too big. Do you want to invite so many extra actors? It sells here in high-end communities. The price is not low. Even if there are activities, there will not be so many people. Under the leadership of the security guard, Tang Qing found a parking space, which was not there, but he is today's protagonist. He will naturally have a place, or he will be left specially, occupying 2 parking spaces. This event was not all for Tang Qing and the others. It was planned. As a means of sales promotion for real estate, it has only started in 2005. It is not a first-tier city, and the house is sold out before it is built. Especially since this is a high-end community, the price is not cheap, so there will be cases where the duplex houses are not sold out. As the last big promotion, coupled with people singing, vaudeville performances, and model shows, it attracted a lot of people to watch. A group of people came to the bazaar outside the sales office. There are so many people. Mother Tang sighed. Yeah, this is the last large-scale promotion for this real estate, as well as to give back to the users who have purchased the house. Only so many people have been invited to watch the show. Let's go and see the house. Tang Qing said. He also knew this from the banner just now. People didn't buy a house. Many of them had already bought them. This time, they were invited to perform. Tang Qing's affairs, promotions, and giving back to customers were all 3 in 1. Profit merchant. Tang Qing couldn't help but vomit. Tang Qing took Lin Jiashua's little catkin's hand and walked in front. Mother Tang and Mother Lin were also holding hands behind them, pulling the usual whispers, and Tang Qing's sensitive ears also caught some content, nothing more than discussing him. The wedding room with Lin Jiashua, which one to choose for decoration, etc. They didn't go to the performance venue to join in the excitement. To be honest, the sound effects here are really scumbags. There are so many people, it's like a busy city, and it's too noisy. Although the big sister who sings in the show has a bit of skill, it can't hold back the bad environment. What? Brother, this sister is so beautiful. Buy her a bunch of flowers. At this moment, a little girl with pigtails came over with a flower basket. She was 6 or 7 years old, and this sentence popped out of her mouth. Tang Qing's mind was moving fast. Is it a holiday today? My life is over. Or some other special day? He thought for a long time, but didn't understand. And this is a sales office. Why is there a little girl selling roses? This is not a restaurant either. It's a bit of a violation. But looking at the little girl's look of expectation, Tang Qing shook his head, thinking about what to do so much. As long as he didn't call my uncle, he just bought it. And besides, it was not sincere if he had to give something on holiday. Children, how much is a bunch? Tang Qing knelt down and laughed. Brother, 2 yuan a bunch. The little girl said in a crisp voice, thinking that it seemed that this business could not run away. Her face was full of excitement. Tang Qing heard it was so cheap. That's right, it's only 5 years now. 2 yuan is not a festival that can raise the price. It's a lot. Looking at the 20-odd red roses in the flower basket, Tang Qing dug into his pocket and handed over 100 yuan bill. I want it all, Tang Qing said. Brother, I can't find this money. Do you have any change? The little girl didn't answer. She swallowed as she watched the big money. Her cute eyes stared at Tang Qing with a trace. With a pitiful feeling, Tang Qing, who was nearly 30 years old, had an urge to want a daughter in an instant. Tang Qing was embarrassed for a while. He really didn't bring any change. This 100 yuan was just exchanged from the system. The system only exchanges 100 yuan bills. Other standard currencies, yuan, and tokens, corners, cents, are not exchanged and recycled. Sundara the system does not explain, it is so stipulated. Tang Qing was about to say that there was no need to look for it. Lin Jiaxue said quickly, Tang, I have change. After speaking, she took out her small wallet from her pocket. This? How can you use your money? Tang Qing was a little embarrassed. In the past, he used to spend Lin Jiaxue's pocket money, and Lin Jiaxue never refused. But now that he has money, it always feels weird to spend it again, and he still buys flowers for her. Aren't they all the same? Lin Jiaxue said, looking at him tenderly. Also Tang Qing said with a smirk. After speaking, he picked up the roses directly. They were scattered. Tang Qing took out the rope from the flower basket and tied it in a circle so that it was easier to hold. Lin Jiaxue also counted 42 yuan to the little girl. Thank you, brother. Thank you, sister. Goodbye. After speaking, the little girl carefully stuffed the money into the small pocket of her clothes, buttoned it, patted it, and turned away happily. Jiaxue, give it to you. Tang Qing handed over the flowers and said, if the family doesn't talk about two things, it doesn't matter who spends the money. Okay. Lin Jiaxue took the rose representing love, smelled it, and looked up at Tang Qing's eyes full of love. What she wanted was very simple, just as long as the person in love is around. A group of people entered the sales center. Zhuijun, the manager of the sales office, has been looking at the door for a while. He learned of Lu Gan's plan last week, so he became the main executive. After reading the script for a week, he filtered the process many times. Today is the day to test his acting skills. He is still a little nervous, so early in the morning, he wandered around the sales office on the first floor to check if there was anything inappropriate, and was ready to welcome the mysterious customer that the boss was extremely concerned about at any time. Other employees didn't dare to ask more when they saw it. They must be waiting for important people, and they all cheered up. Saw Tang Qing coming in. Zhuijun immediately stood up straight, and finally tidied up his clothes. He actually didn't know Tang Qing, but he knew the Mercedes-Benz license plate that Tang Qing drove, and the security guard who was responsible for guiding the parking had passed the information of Tang Qing and his group. Hello, I'm Zhuijun, the sales manager here. You can call me manager. Zhuijun hurriedly stepped forward to greet him. The smile on his face made the employees on the side feel a little uncomfortable, and they all looked in curiously. Tang Qing and his party of 4 did not look at the expensive clothes and noble temperament, but no one dared to underestimate it. Hello, Manager Zhua. Take us around and tell us about the situation in your community, by the way. Tang Qing blinked at him and smiled. He doesn't care much about the situation in the community. Regardless of the quality or supporting facilities of Lu Gan's real estate, absolutely not to say, these are naturally to be told to my parents. Zhuijun immediately began to introduce. Okay, a few distinguished guests. Our community is a high-end residential community developed by Tiangan Group in Qingyan City. The geographical position is superior. Within 3 kilometers, there are kindergartens, primary schools, and middle schools. It is the municipal party committee city of Qingyan City. The government is on the next street, with complete supporting facilities. Buying a house will give you an underground parking space. Now most of the houses are sold out. Today is the last big promotion. Buying a house today can enjoy a very high discount rate and participate in a lottery. Zhuijun said a lot, and Mother Tang and Mother Lin listened carefully. As expected, they were the managers. They were very heartwarming, and they wanted to buy a set immediately. When the other salesmen saw the manager's explanation beside the sand table, they all consciously took other customers away to the distant discussion area. After Zhuijun's introduction, Tang Qing asked directly, how much is the price? Pretending to be a layman. Each square meter of our real estate varies from floor to floor and apartment type, especially our duplex, which has a large area, good lighting, and a good view. Zhuijun tried his best to promote the duplex apartment in accordance with the script. Wait, Manager Zhua, it's up to you whether it's okay or not. Mom, Auntie, let's go and have a look at the scene. By the way, we can see other apartment types. Tang Qing interrupted Zhuijun. Yes, you can know whether you like it or not by watching the scene. Mother Tang nodded and said, now that she is rich, she doesn't care much about the size and price. The house here is not a villa. No matter how expensive it is, it can go there. Besides, if there is a relative, she has to give Tang Qing face. Manager Zhua, can you go and see it now? Tang Qing turned his head and said to Zhuajun, yes, please here. Zhuajun led the way. Entering the community, it is really not small. There are 18 buildings in the community. The duplex they want to see is the top floor of the 7 buildings. The 12th floor is the top floor of all the buildings in the community. The top floors of all the buildings in the community are designed with a duplex structure, and the others are single-story. Zhuajun told them that most of the duplex has been sold, and only a few sets are left. I took the elevator to the top floor, opened the door, and a large space appeared in front of my eyes. The living room leads directly to the top of the building. It is more than 6 meters high. It is still a rough room. The place where the huge chandelier was supposed to be. Now there is only a small, incandescent lamp. There is a staircase on the right front, leading to the 2nd floor, the kitchen and dining room on the 1st floor. And the living room. The 2nd floor is the housing and study, 5-room design, large floor-to-ceiling windows looking at the street outside. The view is really good. Under Zhuajun's leadership, a few people looked at each house, professionally designed, and there was nothing to say about the type of house. Tang, this duplex is a bit big. It must be very expensive, or we can buy a normal 3-bedroom. Mother Tang said in a low voice. Tang Qing comforted. Mom, don't worry, we don't need to pay in full for the mortgage. Besides, I still have a membership card. If you think it's good, we will definitely be able to afford it. That's okay, I think it's okay. Let's go and see the right one. If it's good, it's okay to live with your in-laws and have a caregiver. Mother Tang nodded in agreement. Mother Tang is not worried about the money issue. Just now, she just thought the house was too big. Don't forget, the billing period for those jewels is 1 year. What is this concept? This means that the two of them have accumulated at least 600,000 to 700,000 renminbi in their bank cards. It is not a big problem to buy the full amount, let alone a loan, but they generally don't touch the money they want to give to the second Uncle Tang Qing. Then the group of people came to the duplex at the opposite door. Like their home, the layout is symmetrical. Auntie, what about this house? Tang Qing said to Mother Lin. Yes. Mother Lin nodded. She knew that Mother Tang had decided to take the opposite set, so she wanted this set herself. The first stage of the script is completed. Tang Qing smiled happily, then turned to Zhuajun and said, Manager Zhua, tell me what discount you have. Seeing that the plan went smoothly, Zhuajun also breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly said, there is a discount. If you buy a house today, you can enjoy a 9.2% discount. If you make a one-time payment, you will get a discount of 80 yuan per square meter. If you have a membership card under our group, you can provide corresponding discounts and exemptions according to the membership card level. At the same time, every home buyer can also participate in the lucky draw today, and even more discounts on winning the big prize. Then you can draw a lottery and then buy it, Tang Qing asked. Of course it can, but the premise is to have a membership card above the intermediate level of our group's industry. Zhuajun said. Tang Qing took out the card given by Lu Gan from his pocket and handed it over. I have this card, is it okay? No, no problem, please come here. The manager became more respectful when he saw this card, and he was shocked. Of course he knew that there were no more than 10 cards issued so far. The general service of the group, such as eating meals, singing, and other consumption is free. This kind of real estate directly only needs the cost price. Thinking about the superimposed discount rate of this card, thinking of today's highest award, if all the discounts are together, then you can count down to buy a house. I'm a good boy. I've already given it away. When I came to the side hall of the reception hall, there were big boxes inside, and there were many people in the lottery drawing, and it seemed that they had to line up. Zhuajun didn't act too much to help the party, but waited respectfully on the sidelines, and had people pouring tea and drinks for Tang Qing's people. Mom, I'm going to line up, you sit there, Tang Qing said, pointing to the chair in the negotiation area. No, there are not many people in front, so the queue will be queued. Mother Tang was also a little excited. Tang Qing no longer insisted. The crowd drew one by one, and the lottery was drawn one by one. Oh, it's only 0.5% off. Satisfaction, that's $1,000. Haha, I am 1%. Yes, 1 month's salary came out. Hey, luck. Nothing, can you draw it again? Sorry, cannot. Soon, the first 6 or 7 people were all drawn, and the highest was the 1%, usually 0.5 or 0.8. There were also 2 unlucky ones who had nothing. The winning rate was pretty good. When they are done, it is Tang Qing. Since the average price of real estate has risen some time ago, otherwise, customers who have already bought will definitely make trouble. Tang Qing stepped forward. The whole lottery box is made of plastic, and it is full of paper with the reward content written on it. The real special prize is glued to the upper corner. In order to prevent some chicken thieves from taking out this prize, only a big one is written on it. If others take it out, it can be said to be a mistake, a prank, or a hundredth. And Tang Qing took it out and naturally won the jackpot. The final interpretation right belongs to Tiangong Group. This is clearly written on the banner at the door. Black box operation, the carrot won the prize. Reaching out into the carton, Tang Qing fumbled for a while, and then he touched the piece of paper. The corner of his mouth smiled, and he pulled it off gently, crumpling the piece of paper into a ball. I took out the box and opened the paper ball. A big one leaked out, and I wrote it with a thick red pen. Boy, good luck, 1% discount. Why is this one thicker? Who knows? If this concession can be transferred, it would be nice. If the house is big, you can get a little more concession. You want to be beautiful. Ha. Tang Qing said to the lottery winner standing by. What does this mean? The knowing lottery winner immediately looked surprised and congratulated. Sir, congratulations, you have won the biggest prize of this event. You can get a 40% discount on the total price, but you must pay all the room prices within today. The onlookers were in an uproar. What? There is this award in it. Why didn't you say it earlier? I thought that 20% of the first prize was the highest. That's right. There is a special prize? How come? Didn't you look carefully? There is something over the first prize on the sign next to it. Maybe that's the special prize. Maybe it's a surprise. I want such a surprise too. Dream you. The buyers on the side are very unbalanced, but they also have self-knowledge. At this level, it is useless for them to make trouble to the sky. This is already robbed. Some smart people also thought that there might be tricky inside. But what about it? Lugan's the power is too big in Qingyan City. No one dares to make trouble here. And it is certainly not easy for Lugan to send benefits. No one wants to hit the steel plate. Following Zhuijun to the VIP reception room, the 2 mothers and Lin Jiaxue still couldn't turn around. This. Do you want to be so dramatic? 50%? This range is almost half buy and half free. They can't think of gains and losses. The real surprise is yet to come. Then how much do we have to pay? Mother Tang said carefully, your house covers an area of 252 square meters, and the price per square meter is 3,300 yuan. The total price is a fraction of 830,000 yuan. Mr. Tang's membership card can buy a house at a cost price, minus 435,000 yuan. So you need to pay 46,500 yuan for a set of duplex. Your membership card can enjoy 2 sets of limits at one time. What? Mother Tang was shocked. Buy a house of 200 square meters, 46,000? Are you joking? Manager Zhua, you are wrong. How come there are so few? Tang Mu stammered. Lin Jiaxue and Lin Mu were also dumbfounded. With more than 40,000 yuan, what is the difference between buying such a large house and giving it away? Zhuijun was also a little bit emotional. He explained, please don't worry. A few people, we are not wrong. It is indeed 46,500 yuan. You can pay it in one lump sum before 12 o'clock tonight. Otherwise, you can only I bought a house at cost price. After hearing this, Mother Tang came back to her senses immediately and hurriedly stood up and said, okay, Oklahoma, let's swipe the card right away. In-laws, come on. Great. Mother Lin quickly agreed. After that, Zhuijun took the 2 to the front desk to swipe the card. They didn't dare to tell others. Otherwise, the people here would definitely be crazy, but the excitement on their faces could not be concealed. After swiping the card, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. This is cheap. Picking up is dreamlike, and it's a bit unacceptable for a while. Tang Qing is not afraid that the 2 families will notice anything. If many things are done well in the scene and process, they will be more receptive. The big deal is that he denies it. After signing the contract, Tang Qing and the others eagerly sent it to the sales office. They also took away a few barrels of oil and a few bags of rice, making it look like a New Year's gift. which is very strange. At this time, Father Tang and Father Lin, who had received the news, were both exploded, and their minds were a little overwhelmed. At first I didn't believe it at all. Until they returned to the shop and looked at the house purchase contract in black and white, they did not believe that they had picked up a big house when they went out today. Why didn't Tang Qing and his family have a showdown on these industries in the prosperous Tang dynasty? Because all this money comes from the wrong way. If other protagonists engage in internet, stock speculation, futures, gambling, technology, and medicines, it will be a real profit. Money. It's okay to have a showdown with your parents. It's boring to keep it secret. But the restaurant under his own business is making money. Others are currently without income, such as Mingyun Group, Tianyin, Shengtang, and the catering company in partnership with Li Jianguo, and even the villa in partnership with Huangqi. Did the project make money? Did not make a cent. Repayments are all based on years. After making money, I told my parents that it was okay, but with such a big debt, wouldn't it be troublesome for the two elders to talk about it? This is also because Tang Qing only lets his parents know his restaurant at the moment. Every day, I think about my son carrying hundreds of millions of debts to pay off. They can't get through their lives. Unless there is money from a legitimate source to flatten these debts and turn them into assets. Anyway, Tang Qing has not come up with any good way to come, because there are many subsequent problems to be solved. It will become more and more difficult to round. It is better to complete the round once when the stall is big, win 5 million prizes, and go to the first consecutive. 100 times? Haha, wash and sleep. It's good now. The family has a very fulfilling life, and it is also very good, very satisfied, hopeful, and very happy. This is enough. 7 o'clock in the evening. In order to celebrate this fortunate, several families gathered together again, still at Qin Yugong's house. And by the way, they also celebrated Qin Yugong's rise. On the big weekend, Qin Yugong did not entertain. Several ladies were busy in the kitchen with excitement, and several big men chatted and smoked in the living room. Seeing the excitement on the faces of the family, Qin Yugong did not have the slightest envy. The most important thing for him is his relatives, his wife, 2 daughters, and these relatives. The house is enough to live in, and the money is enough. It's too big and unnecessary, and his status is not suitable for living in that kind of house. The status is different, the experience is different, the personality is different, and the pursuit is different. Tang Qing stayed in his room alone. In order to retaliate against Tang Qing for not asking her to buy a house, Qin Shiqi pulled Lin Jiaxue closer to her room as soon as she entered the door, leaving him with a look of "you wait for me." Tang Qing could only go back to the room silently, leveling the change in the drawer one by one. It's a bit like a tribute. 121 yuan. It should be able to pass. Tang Qing nodded in satisfaction. Just when Tang Qing was holding his head and looking at his own gun masterpieces on the wall, Uncle Qin Yugong walked in. "Hey, Tang, why did you draw so many guns?" Qin Yugong was surprised. "I saw that the wall of the desk in Tang Qing's room was covered with sketches of various guns. The lines and shadows were handled very well, especially the details. Even a military fan like him could not escape the slightest problem, especially some bullets. The sketch when it is ejected, the trigger being pulled in the hand that has been holding the gun. There are also the shells popping out in the air, and the faint trajectory and ripples when the bullet is ejected from the chamber. Seeing that he has a little urge to buy, he is willing to buy 100 pairs. It's okay to paint, how's it going?" Tang Qing said like a treasure. "Very good. The details are handled quite well. You can definitely make some money by selling it out." Qin Yugong praised constantly. "I don't know how to sell it. Just keep it for yourself. Uncle, take whatever you want. Tang Qing is not short of money, so why do you sell it? It's a bit high-end." "Then I'm welcome. You can still paint anyway." After Qin Yugong finished speaking, he took down the sketch of the gun that he had just seen. This is a sniper gun, which was painted in black and white. He felt the vicissitudes of life, bleeding, and chapped hands, which made him shake very much. He also drew an eye beside the scope, squinting slightly. It was full of cold blood, but it was full of nostalgia for life, which ended life. People, but love life, made Qin Yugong look very passionate. Flesh and flesh. This is Qin Yugong's direct feeling in this painting. He was going to look back and hang it up in his bedroom. If his wife didn't allow it, he could only hang it in his office. Just when Qin Yu had just rolled up the sketch and was about to go back to appreciate it carefully, he suddenly stopped and patted his head. Almost forgot. Qin Yugong shook his head with a wry smile. This memory. Tang, what's going on today? Qin Yugong turned his head and stared at Tang Qing's eyes and said, looking at the expression in his uncle's eyes, Tang Qing didn't have any fear. What's going on? Tang Qing pretended to be stupid. Everything about today reveals weirdness. Your uncle and I are also an old policeman. I really thought I couldn't tell. Qin Yugong said irritably. Tang Qing's acting skills, he was obsessed with it. Anyhow, you put on a silly expression. What's the matter with a smile? Really? What did uncle see? Tang Qing touched his nose to hide his embarrassment. This time the winning is arranged, Qin Yugong said directly. Maybe. Tang Qing shrugged and said that he had acquiesced. Qin Yugong is not so foolish, so he simply does not deny it. Qin Yugong had already got what he wanted, so he said, forget it. I won't talk about you anymore. Remember to protect yourself. Don't owe favors, and tell your uncle if you have anything to do. I believe you are measured. Knowing that it's useless to say too much, Tang Qing is not a messy person, and he no longer treats Tang Qing as a child. I know. Thank you for reminding me, uncle. Tang Qing said thankfully. These are relatives who will always trust and care about you. That's good. After speaking, Qin Yugong walked out of Tang Qing's room. Really? After a while, Father Lin and Father Tang walked in, took a few paintings away, and praised Tang Qing by the way. Looked at the lack of a large wall. Tang Qing was also very happy. Because someone likes his own work, it's a big deal to paint it. What a big deal. Even if the most complicated uncle took away the survival on the battlefield, a 2-meter-long and 50-centimeter-wide painting, Tang Qing took less than an hour. Can be drawn. If you run out of money in the future, you can really sell paintings. But it seems that there is no chance. In this life, he cannot be so poor. Father Tang and Father Lin happily left when they finished painting. Tang Qing, who had nothing to do, got bored. Lin Jiaxue was next door, and the door of his room was open. Lin Jiaxue's voice could still be heard from time to time. I don't know why, but at this time, what he did was a little awkward. Can't read the book and can't concentrate on drawing. So Tang Qing began to slowly outline the composition and details of the next painting in his mind. The only paintings Qin Yugong just gave to Qin Yugong were firearms and some simple character eyes. There were still many things missing, such as the background, environment, and expressions of the characters, and even the whole body, costumes, movements, etc. This time he wants to paint a little more enriched and complete a real survival and battlefield. At the desk, Tang Qing propped his chin with his left hand, bit the thumb of his right hand, squinted his eyes slightly, and his brain began to expand infinitely. City? Rural? Roof? On the water tower? Dense forest? Bushes? Vegetable field? The pictures of brain supplements constantly flashed and combined in Tang Qing's mind, and the details were constantly processed by the brain to achieve the most suitable artistic conception and effect. Sometimes painting is just like writing. A clear world or scene is slowly established in a blank space, some of which are real and some are illusion. It's really addictive. Of course, this is for people who want to get what they imagine. Otherwise, they think too beautifully. But the painting is like a pile of SHT, and the enthusiasm is dissipated in minutes, and everyone is a passerby. After half an hour, when the food was ready, his aunt yelled to eat and called out Tang Qing from the brain patch. He was very satisfied with the picture that the brain patch had just come out. As long as one night, a masterpiece was born. Not skill, but momentum. Tang Qing thought about it again. He must draw it tonight. Fortunately, he bought a larger paper and board. Otherwise, he really didn't want to draw this small picture like before. Brother, come eat soon. Qin Shiyu stood at the door and called Tang Qing back to his senses. Here, Tang Qing said hurriedly, getting up. Get out of the room. The relatives are already seated. He is the only one left. Qin Shiqi still looked at him with puffed eyes, sitting on the left of Lin Jiaxue, acting as a light bulb. The resentment is deep. It seems that more than 100 yuan may not be settled. Qin Shiyu obediently moved Tang Qing's chair. Even if she had committed obsessive-compulsive disorder, she even straightened the chopsticks on Tang Qing's bowl, with the pattern facing upwards, and placed the bowl in the center, even the water drops on the edge of the bowl. He wiped it clean gently, and smiled satisfied after finishing it. This is the simple pleasure of Qin Shiyu. Tang Qing expressed understanding, and everyone expressed helplessness. It didn't take long for the adults to start talking about Tang Qing's sketches from the house, and he immediately became the focus. Father Tang also circulated a few of the paintings he had selected to the crowd, which caused an exclaim. Tang, when did you learn to draw? You are really good at drawing. Mother Tang looked at the work in hand in surprise and said, although she doesn't understand firearms, she can still tell whether they are good or bad. She has only one principle when she looks at paintings. It's just like if it doesn't look like it's good. If it doesn't look like it's bad, that's it. It's been almost a month. Tang Qing replied, strictly speaking, it was less than half a month, but it shouldn't be too arrogant. It's so good in a month, it's amazing. Mother Lin praised. That is, one of our neighbor's children has studied for more than half a year. What kind of fruits are still painting, tableware and the like? The paintings are still very ugly. Father Lin said with help. Isn't it? Tang and Tang are good at learning everything quickly. Mother Lin looked at the future son-in-law happily. After reading the biography, Mother Tang carefully put away the painting. This is her son's work. She plans to have someone sculpt it tomorrow, mount it, and then hang it at home. Her son's work is the best decoration in the house. By the way, Tang, you know how to paint people. You can draw some pictures for me someday. No, you will paint for me later. Mother Tang said suddenly, these paintings are all guns. It is indeed too monotonous to hang the house. Yes, I'll talk about it after eating. Tang Qing promised, painting people, little things. It's great, I want to paint a bigger one. This paper is too small. By the way, I have to paint me more beautifully. The environment is the lakeside. Mother Tang said with interest. Simply cannot stop. Father Tang watched his wife's eyes shine. He almost danced, and he quickly stopped and said, it's all right, let's talk about it after eating. Eat first. Tang Mu immediately stopped. Okay, come on, Joshua, eat it quickly. This is your favorite sweet and sour pork loin. You are welcome, eat more. Mother Tang gave Lin Joshua several pieces of tenderloin. Thank you, Auntie. Lin Joshua whispered. What are you polite? Come on, Shichi, Shiyu, you guys should eat more. This is what your aunt made. You should eat more when you are growing up. Don't think about losing weight. Thank you, Aunt. Mother Tang ate the dishes for her two cousins. Mom, mine, Tang Qing said with a pouting mouth. Don't you have a hand? What are you still arguing with your sister? Mother Tang glared at him and said angeredly. Tang Qing was speechless when he heard it and lowered his head. This treatment was really a real mother. Forget it. Let me get you some vegetables. Come on, Mom, this garlic tastes good, try it. Of course, Tang Qing wants to repay grievances with virtue. Smelly boy, just give your mother a piece of garlic. Mother Tang said with a sullen face. The family atmosphere in their home is not so serious. It is very interesting to play like this often. This garlic made everyone here laugh. Haha, Tang, little slick. Garlic is also delicious. Eat garlic first, then fish. Tang Qing took another piece of fish and said with a smile. It's pretty much the same. The family was talking and laughing, and by the way, they reported and congratulated Qin Yugong for being promoted. This is the biggest official among their relatives. The enthusiasm of the Chinese people for this can be seen. In many cases, what they want is not the benefit of the light, but the benefit, a little sense of security and confidence. At the same time, they also discuss the decoration. These are all existing houses, and there is no need to wait for half a year to hand over the house. If you want, you can start the decoration tomorrow. The two families are very excited about changing a big house. Get ready to spend money to decorate it. Now they have more money in their pockets than ever before, and this month they have earned their previous year's income. Speaking of decoration, Qin Yugong directly introduced a friend. With his relationship, it is absolutely economical. Uncle, have you completed this year's investment promotion mission in your firm? Tang Qing asked suddenly. Qin Yugong was stunned and said, not yet. Our city's economic development zone police station has an investment promotion task of 11 million yuan this year, but fortunately, unlike other departments, some of which need to earn foreign exchange, our renminbi will do. Up. That's good. You can let my second uncle do it for you. The problem shouldn't be big. Tang Qing nodded and said, what can he invest in? Qin Yugong asked curiously, isn't your second uncle going to enter the mainland jewelry market? You can invest in a jewelry processing center. After all, the tariffs on imported raw materials and imported finished products are very different. If you settle here, you will have a caregiver. My second uncle will definitely be happy. Tang Qing explained that in order to send his uncle's political achievements, Tang Kai's processing center is of course not the only one. He also arranged for soldiers to pretend to be merchants to invest and sponsor here. This wave of assists, he hopes his uncle will move up quickly. Well, I'll contact him tomorrow to see if he has this plan. It's his own family. Don't pay attention to it. If he has a plan, it's 11 million. Although it's a bit difficult, the problem shouldn't be big. It's only the beginning of the new year. Qin Yugong nodded in agreement. He also hoped that Tang Kai could complete the one-year investment promotion mission in the office, but he didn't want to make Tang Kai embarrassed. Tang Qing immediately promised, "Don't worry, Uncle, I've called before. He hasn't confirmed the location of the processing center yet. You can mention it with him." "Okay, if it succeeds, I'll put aside my worry," Qin Yugong said with a smile. The police station was engaged in the investment promotion task, and the leader of the market could imagine it, but he was so unconscious and impossible to discuss this at the dinner table. Qin Yugong was in a good mood immediately. However, it was not this incident that made him really happy, but the record of the police station during this period. Since he took over the post of director of the police station in the economic development zone, the efficiency of the police station in solving cases seems to have suddenly improved. The number of cases solved in 2 weeks is much more than the number of cases solved in the previous 2 months, and some of the big cases are still more difficult. Finally, after analysis, it was found that the clues to solve the case during this period mainly came from reports from the masses, and even some people came up with their own heads. He was an extremely vicious gangster who killed many people and has been on the run. I was guilty of the great psychological trauma. I was guilty of asking everything. And then there was no problem in the incident. I even offered evidence to prove my guilt, desperately wanting to go to jail. But this is only one case. A considerable part of the evidence of the perpetrator was put at the door by the masses. The surveillance showed that it was a sanitation worker. Every time it was different, some people asked her to put things at the door of the police station. At first, the sanitation workers were skeptical and rejected, but after reading some of the content, they were filled with outrage and took the initiative to help for free. Afterwards, they asked 3 questions and vowed to fight the lawless to the end. The above is of course the strategy of the command room regarding the Qingyan plan. The reports by the masses are only a small part. There are many other methods, such as side-by-side attacks, discourse guidance, surrender, and unintentionally discovering the tools and evidence that were originally hidden. There are many ways. In order to avoid the traces being too obvious. Other places in Qingyan City have also happened one after another, but they add up to a little more than the economic development zone. For this reason, since taking office, Qin Yugong has been praised every time the city bureau meets, asking questions about skills. But Qin Yugong is also in a daunting state. How can he say anything? Others can only envy. As soon as the former director left, Qin Yugong picked up such a big luck. Envy, jealous and haters are naturally there. But among such people, no one has the ability to run Qin Yugong, who has just taken office, and no one dares to run his position. This is given by the provincial chief. Unless they are promoted, they will not. People dare to move, do not dare to make small moves, nor do they dare, but they are directed at Qin Yugong right after taking office. This is definitely a face and dissatisfaction, dissatisfied with the decision of the provincial boss. That kind of person is definitely someone who wants to get the board. Leaders, even if they are wrong, are right. People with ulterior motives can only prepare to talk later. Qin Yugong is not stupid, he is not arrogant, and lives on thin ice. As long as he doesn't make mistakes, promotion is just around the corner. After dinner, Tang Qing was driven back to the room. Mother Tang was a little excited and couldn't get down at all, and picked up the mess quickly. Tang Qing was disgusted and hindered. Seeing that it was too late, Mother Tang did not ask Tang Qing to paint for her. She thought it would take a long time to paint, but she left after drinking some tea after dinner. After a few family members left, Qin Shiqi unexpectedly ran into his room, looked at a tower of change on the table, rushed over, grabbed a stack of change. He had another 100 yuan bill in it. Is it for me? Qin Shiqi smiled and put the money into her pocket. Cut first and play later. What do you mean? Tang Qing rolled his eyes, put it in his pocket, and asked, knowingly, Hee, then I will forgive you. By the way, why every time I can't find where your 100 yuan is hidden? Qin Shichi reached into Tang Qing's pocket and drew everything. Didn't touch it. Cut, you can find it. Tang Qing opened his hand and cut a sentence, why your 100 yuan bill is new every time, and your new bill hasn't been spent yet. So, brother, let me discuss something with you. Qin Shichi said. Huh? Tang Qing asked. I'll exchange the old one for you, okay? The new money looks comfortable. Qin Shichi stared at him. How much do you want? Tang Qing asked. I think about it. 800. I have 800 change. Qin Shichi thought for a while and said. Tang Qing didn't say anything. He took out 1,000 yuan from under the mattress, counted 8, and passed them over. Here, you don't need to give me the change. You can keep it, and you won't change it next time. Really? It's for me? Got it, let's go. She rushed out of the room like the wind before Tang Qing could answer her question, for fear that Tang Qing would regret it. Tang Qing smiled bitterly and shook his head. Fortunately, we have money in this life, and we are not so courageous in the previous life. He, who is a bit weak in character, rarely provokes Qin Shichi's anger like he does now. Keep going. Close the door, open the easel, and spread the paper. Tang Qing is ready to draw the full version of the long survival and battlefield conceived just now. An isolated and helpless sniper, severely wounded, broken a leg, his eyes were gloomy, the corners of his mouth were bruised, and he had to cover the retreat of his teammates. In the ruins of the Reaper, the lives of one enemy after another, they all have wives and children. It was just a different stand. Each shot carried deep confession and determination until he lost too much blood, which ended his 24-year-old life. A painting without a background has no soul. It was 4:30 in the morning. It's still dark outside, but the industrious vendors have already driven in their cars to transport the whole city's needs for a day, so it is not quiet. The last stroke fell. Tang Qing finally finished the sketch that took one night to draw. Looking at this huge painting that took up a wall of his house, he nodded with satisfaction. It was all black and white, and he didn't want to paint in the past. Although the colors are bright and full, it is also very good, but it does not reflect the aura of survival on the battlefield. Black and white, life and death, good and evil, and only black and white can express vividly, especially the vicissitudes of life. A sense of rundown. Tang Qing also affixed his special seal with a seal. The seal was found on the internet by a master seal engraver who used Hetian jade to engrave. The price was expensive. The asking price was 100,000 renminbi. He did not counteroffer because this is a real master and traditional craftsmanship. Moreover, this kind of bargaining is tantamount to insulting our country's traditional craftsmanship. As expected, Tang Qing feels it is worth it regardless of the materials used. Above is a stage name that he worked hard to take Xingxua, a somewhat feminine name. He and Lin Jiaxua each took one word in their names. They looked a little stupid. No, they were stupid. They were too. But he was happy. Anyway, he didn't sell them. He didn't ask for it. To be famous forever is just a hobby to pass the time. But now he has a headache. Where to hang? Hang yourself on the wall? Just kidding. Where did it hang up? Forget it. Keep it away. Someday it will be given away. Let's sleep for an hour before talking. The next day, a company called Manhwa Asset Management was established in Qingyan City. This is the company that Tang Qing used to take over the loan business of Tianyan. Anyway, it is selling dog meat. The type of company is not important. The name is also searched on the internet. The name is the most troublesome, and it may not be specified. How long will this company exist? Although the license has not yet come down, this does not affect the development of the lending business, because the creditor is only an individual, and there is no company, and the company seal is not required. Most of them are old customers, and they already have initial trust. The office location is still in the same building as Tianyan, and there are only 5 people, but the office space is not small, the environment is very good, the employees are all robots. Now there is little business. There is no need to add people in a short time. The setting is the chairman, the following 2 salesmen, and 2 security guards are quite simple. Of course, the part-time financial affairs are not counted. Early in the morning, on the way to school, Tang Qing called He Zixin. Although Tang Qing has just left the house, He Zixin has already arrived at the company because she is holding the company key. There are 3 keys. One is with Do Jiao, one is with her, and the other is in the hands of the other deputy general manager. Jiao naturally doesn't have to open the door early, but the 2 deputy general managers need to take turns to open the door, and they have to arrive half an hour earlier. President Tang, what's your order? He Zixin saw that it was Tang Qing's number and quickly answered it. Manager He, as soon as you go to work, you will ask someone to gather all the information about the loan business. Someone will come to get it at 10 in the morning, and you will give it all to him. From now on, Tianyin will no longer do the loan business. Tang Qingdao. He Zixin was very happy when he heard Tang Qing's order. To tell the truth, he split the lending business, letting He Zixin relax. If the private lending is done by the company, it will be troublesome if it is settled by the Queen of Autumn. With a big family business, He Zixin didn't want to overturn the ever-increasing ship of Tianyin because of this irrelevant and unprofitable thing. She had talked to Do Jiao about such hidden dangers a long time ago, but it seems that Do Jiao, who has a very strong background, didn't take it seriously, but that was Do Jiao's confidence. He Zixin, a deputy general manager, didn't have the confidence to fight the law. No problem, Mr. Tang. I will ask someone to prepare the information immediately. By the way, what is the name of the person who came? He Zixin asked. This. Tang Qing couldn't say it for a while. He really didn't know the name of the intelligence analyst. After thinking about it, he said, Manager He, the chairman of Manhwa Asset Management Company is here, 10 o'clock. Zhong will arrive on time, so he can't be wrong. The soldier's time can be timed by the command room. The time concept and discipline are extremely strong. When it is 10 o'clock, the error will never exceed 10 seconds. He Zixin was also thundered by Tang Qing's memory. This company must be Tang Qing's, and he didn't run away, but he didn't even remember the name of the chairman, and there was no one. She wanted to laugh when she thought about it. Okay, I see. I will prepare information immediately, whether this company accepts the supervision of Tianyin. He Zixin asked again. No, this company is not mine and does not accept the supervision of Sky Eye. Tang Qing would not admit it, but He Zixin can make up for it. It's not Tang Qing's. It's strange to find someone to replace the chairman. There are so many business people in the business world, but she really doesn't understand why Tang Qing wants to borrow money in this non-profitable industry. Wrong. He Zixin suddenly thought of the companies supervised by Tianyin. Like, you can't make much money. In the past few years, the return cycle is a bit long. Well, thinking about it this way, He Zixin is also a little relieved. The world of local tyrants don't care about making money. Understood, Mr. Tang. He Zixin agreed. Bye. After hanging up the phone, He Zixin hurriedly asked people to pack up those customers and contract files. Some expired contracts naturally need to be archived, but they won't be burned. Tianyin's lending business during this period is actually not much, and they all add up. Just a larger file box. 10 o'clock. When the hour on the wall rang, He Zixin's door was knocked, saying that it was a person from Manhwa Asset Management Company. It's really punctual. He Zixin hurriedly took the prepared files and went out to the door. He saw a handsome young man in his 20s standing at the door. His expression was very kind, but his temperament was 1,000 miles away. Feel. It's a personal thing. He Zixin looked up and down in the analyst's mind. I appreciate it, but there is not the slightest heartbeat, which makes her very strange. She is a well-informed person. When a woman sees a man, many of them will have illusions, especially good men. But today is indeed very strange. She is not a person with a messy private life, just a little bit of an evil mentality of a little woman. It's nothing, basically everything. Did you change evil and return to righteousness? No way. Forget it. What do you want to do? So He Zixin didn't think about it anymore. How did she know that in order to prevent robots from being looked at by normal people and causing all kinds of boring troubles, each body will automatically emit a unique faint body odor that can inhibit the secretion of human hormones. The range is 5 meters in radius and the effect of inhalation. It lasts for more than 2 days, even if it is watched by people who are like a wolf, like a tiger, and hungry for food. They will not have any bad thoughts. As for 2 days later, the impression will be blurred and diluted by that time. Even Tang Qing didn't know about this, or that he was successful. Hello, my name is He Zixin. you are Fenghua's chairman? He Zixing greeted with a smile. Hello. Mr. Tang asked me to pick up things at 10 o'clock. After that, the analyst stretched out his right hand to make a request, with a smile on his face, a little handsome and spring breeze. But He Zixing looked even more confused and smiled. It's so beautiful, why don't you want to think about it for a second? Here. He Zixing handed it over. Thank you. The analyst took the information and turned away. Leave He Zixing with a back view. It's rude. He Zixing murmured, but no matter what, she is not a nympho. Turn back to the office. Since Tianyan's lending business command room has a record, but Tianyan doesn't know. So this time it's just a process, and the lending process is also very simple, and there is nothing to order. After that, each of the previous loan customers received calls for business transfer, and they didn't say anything. They just had to borrow if they had the money. They just changed their owners. But a little bit of brain knows that this is just changing the soup without changing the medicine. The real behind-the-scenes boss has dived to the bottom. Even in order to maintain the borrowing limits of the previous customers, Tang Qing directly approved 50 million yuan of funds to Fenghua Company. Of course, the money was in the name of an analyst. He has no shares in this company. In future contracts, in addition to system tasks, he will use his real name, and all other contracts will use the name of the chairman. At this point, a small hidden danger of Tianyan was finally eliminated, and he was also taken out. Tang Qing was in a good mood for a while. I bought another burrito and ate it beautifully. While walking. A newly opened Xilongbao shop, there are still a lot of people. Line up to eat. As for being late, well, it's still important to eat. Morning. In class. Here you are. Tang Qing handed a piece of A4 paper to Wang Yin beside him. Although he drew all night last night, Tang Qing hadn't enjoyed himself. Just now, he was itching in class and was in a daze. When he cocked his head and saw Wang Yin, the inspiration suddenly came, so he buried his head and started to paint. Wang Yin, the three good students, is still listening to the class attentively. With Tang Qing's extremely fast hand speed, a sideways portrait was freshly released, vivid, with only characters on it and no background. What? Good student Wang Yin suspiciously took over the painting in Tang Qing's hand. In an instant, her eyes widened. She covered her mouth in disbelief, looked at herself on the screen, and then looked at Tang Qing's smile. Is this me? Wang Yin whispered excitedly. Tang Qing gave it to her. It must be herself. She really didn't know that Tang Qing had this skill. Girls like romance, and she was no exception. At this moment, Wang Yin felt her heart beating violently, but she could only hint at herself. This is the friendship between friends. Yes. Tang Qing nodded and agreed. It's a bit different. Wang Yin looked carefully and said, the technology is not at home yet, Tang Qing said a little embarrassingly. This painting is Wang Yin 3 years later. His appearance has not changed much, but his temperament and demeanor are a little different. The painting is slightly more mature. Therefore, Wang Yin didn't feel like it. This is Tang Qing's last memory of Wang Yin. Since then, Tang Qing has never seen Wang Yin again. Wang Yin doesn't like to take selfies. Only the wedding invitation letter before rebirth is the only photo she has sent since the breakup. The moment I saw the photo, his heart was really hurt and bored at the time. The woman he couldn't forget was married. Most people couldn't understand this kind of uncomfortable feeling. He was so bored that he just wanted to get drunk. It's already very good. I like it very much. Can you draw the positive one? After Wang Yin finished speaking, he carefully put the picture into a folder, which contained papers for each subject, each monthly exam, midterm, and final exam. It won't be wrinkled when clipped, and the size is also right. Of course, I will paint for you now. Tang Qing agreed immediately. Let's finish class. I can't turn around in class. Wang Yin looked at the teacher on the podium and whispered, It's okay, I just take a look. Tang Qing said and hurriedly stopped. Then he explained, my memory is better, don't get me wrong. Yeah, Wang Yin said, lowering her head with a blushing face, and took off her pen. Tang Qing can't stand this atmosphere, and he is not a person who likes to play ambiguously. I will paint now. After speaking, Tang Qing took out another chapter of A4 white paper and started painting. There was an indelible memory in his heart, and the painting was of course very fast. Only 15 minutes later, a positive portrait came out. Tang Qing also added some ornaments to Wang Yin, such as earrings, headwear, hairpins, and even her hairstyle. It was her favorite hairstyle before. It was a bit cute and varied. The square details are handled very carefully and perfectly. A few strands of hair covered her pretty face in the wind, her slightly opened lips, slender eyebrows, and clear eyes. Perfect. Tang Qing feels that he is constantly advancing towards the path of a master. Yes. Tang Qing handed it over after checking. Just like before, Wang Yin saw it with an unbelievable look on her face. It's so beautiful. Is she so beautiful? But comparing it with her own look in the mirror, she found that as long as she dresses up, she is no worse than the person in the painting. This is her image in Tang Qing's heart. It turned out to be so beautiful. It's so beautiful. Wang Yin said happily. Hurry up and put it away. If Li Kai sees it, he will definitely let me paint him again. What will he paint? Tang Qing urged. Get out of class is about to end. It is better to be careful. Giggle. Wang Yin laughed happily when he heard Tang Qing's reasons. She just covered her mouth and didn't dare to make any loud noises, but the classmates at the front and back desks naturally heard it, but no one dared to say anything. Can only be envied. Tang Qing didn't look like an idiot, but the long-lost memories began to overlap. What are you looking at? Wang Yin glared at him. No, I'm watching the door. Tang Qing turned his eyes to the door. Liar. Wang Yin said with a glance at him. Cheat. He wanted to say what he lied to you, but it was a bit out of date, so he said, a liar is a liar. At this moment, dingling jingling, the old school bell rang. Tang Qing stopped talking. Of course, the teacher on the podium saw the whispers of the two of them and did not feel any dissatisfaction. The two college bullies talked. What is there to say? And the college entrance examination is only 5 weeks away, and the grades have basically stabilized. This level of academic bully, improved the range, is also limited. School is over at noon. After leaving the school with Wang Yin and Li Kai, Tang Qing saw his Audi parked in front of the school from a distance, and Sun Chao was leaning against the co-pilot. He had been here for half an hour. Wang Yin, I'll take you home. Tang Qing said. What? Wang Yin asked, who was still thinking about it. Tang Qing stubbornly said to the side of the road. Mo, my company's car is there. I have something to do at noon. I can see you off by the way. But before Wang Yin answered, Li Kai jumped out. Then what about me? Go to dinner with your little girlfriend and join in the fun. Tang Qing said. The food in the cafeteria is really hard to swallow. Li Kai smiled bitterly. He was at the same table at the school and usually eats in the cafeteria, but at home is Li Kai, who runs a restaurant. The food in the cafeteria, he wants to say, it's a pig. Eat. Ba. And in the cafeteria, please forgive me for my rudeness. Don't you know how to sacrifice? Besides, it's unpalatable. You don't know how to bring delicious food to her, your brain. Tang Qing said in a tone of hate that iron cannot become steel. Okay, then I'll go find her. Next time I will bring her lunch. I will go first. You have no conscience. After saying that, Li Kai rushed to the school cafeteria. It's as if what I did to you. Look, you two really started to quarrel with a few words. Wang Yin covered her mouth and smiled. I'm used to it. Let's go and get in the car. When he walked to the car, Sun Chao had already opened the rear door. After Wang Yin went up, Tang Qing followed. When Wang Yin was sent to the gate of the community, Tang Qing left. Watching Tang Qing's car go away, Wang Yin took out the 2 rolled-up sketches from the large school uniform, turned around, and went to the photo studio on the next street to finalize the painting and sculpt it. 10 minutes later, Tang Qing came to the door of Han Lung's shop. Last Friday, he received a call from Han Lung and asked him to play. Tang Qing could hear that Han Lung had something to look for. But on Saturday night, Lu Gan had a meal, and he was going to buy a house on Fun Day to celebrate his uncle in the evening. Promotion can only be done today. He hasn't been to Han Lung for a year since he opened it. Strictly speaking, Han Lung is half of his master. He is really embarrassed. So I prepared a lot of things early, including everything to eat, use, and drink. After getting out of the car, a familiar shop appeared in front of him. Nothing has changed. Still the same. Tang Qing and Sun Chao walked into the shop with big bags and small bags. When he came last time, he was still very curious about the military supplies here. But after unlocking the individual combat auxiliary equipment in the mall, all kinds of military supplies from various countries are available, and they are all genuine, and the quality is not good. Therefore, he is very concerned about these. Things are already immune. As soon as he stepped into the door, Han Lung's sturdy figure appeared in front of him. The dining table was set, and all kinds of big fish and meat were already there. But besides Han Lung's wife and children, there was also a middle-aged man who was not easy to look at. It's a special soldier again. Haha, Xiao Tang. You kid, you are finally willing to come. Han Lung came up and patted Tang Qing on the shoulder warmly and said, I looked up and down Tang Qing. You have become handsome again. Come on, and strive to surpass me. Tang Qing was speechless. I didn't expect you to be such a Han Lung. Uncle Han, I'm really sorry. There are a lot of things in the beginning of the year. Tang Qing quickly apologized. Well, knowing that you are a busy person, come here and bring any gifts. Han Lung pretended to be dissatisfied. Yes, Uncle Han, who is this? Tang Qing asked actively. There can be no unprovoked person here. This person must be the purpose of today's dinner. Introduce, this is one of my comrades in arms. His name is Gao Ming. This is Mr. Tang. Han Lung introduced. He can be called Xiao Tang because he is a real master and apprentice. But the identity of Tang Qing, it's not appropriate for Gao Ming to call Xiao Tang there. Ms. Tang, hello. Gao Ming stepped forward and stretched out his hand and smiled, asking whether this person is Han Lung's proud apprentice. It looks a little thin. Good Uncle Gao. Tang Qing exclaimed politely. Sit down. The dishes will be cold in a while. Han Lung greeted everyone to their seats. Great. Tang Qing also gave gifts to Li Han Lung's wife. Everyone is seated. A glass of beer per person. As usual, after having a drink together to celebrate the reunion, Tang Qing knew that Sun Chao and Gao Ming were also comrades in arms. Uncle Han, let's get straight to the point. If there is anything I can help, I will never refuse. Otherwise, I will hang my heart, and the food will not taste good. Tang Qing put down his wine glass and looked at Han Lingha. Gao Ming said directly. The two looked at each other and both smiled bitterly. Han Lung thought for a while and said, Well, Xiao Tang, tell you the truth. This Gao Ming used to be my captain. He was discharged from the army last year at a rate of 2 cents. He didn't want to go back to work, so he used his savings to open a security company, which can also be regarded as helping some fighters. Looking for a way, but for more than a year, the business is not so good. After all, the country is peaceful and the market is not big. This time I just want to see if you are interested in buying shares, and you know a lot of people, I don't know if there are any. No one needs this kind of service. After that, Han Lung and Gao Ming both looked at Tang Qing a little nervously. If it weren't for the truth, Gao Ming wouldn't be able to make such a move. The security company's operations were in difficulties, and it was almost facing distribution. He had to go out and invest, no matter what. Also pull a customer to persevere before they die. Security company? Tang Qing stared at Gao Ming, a little lost, thinking of many things in his heart. In fact, he planned to set up a special security company in China, which is affiliated to Tianyin. The main purpose is to provide security services for the company's premises, not to operate externally, and to act as bodyguards and drivers for important people in the company. To put it bluntly, it is to let the company under his control give all the security to this company. One of the purposes is to unify the management, which is more convenient. The second is to prevent someone from guarding and stealing. Otherwise, the company's direct leader will have a crooked mind, and it will be no fun. He is not afraid of losing property, but he is afraid of being disgusted by such things. However, none of the above is the point. The point is to insert soldiers in and provide a legal job identity. Sky Eye's supervision only involves operations and finances. Soldiers are responsible for handling emergencies and play a certain role as an eyeliner, because soldiers can absolutely believe it. It's just that currently there are few companies that I hold, and the headquarters of Tianyin has not been built. Except for the communication server in the basement of the headquarters, there is nothing valuable and worthy of coveting. Although the Tang dynasty needs it, it is not in a hurry. He had planned to talk about it in the second half of the year. After meeting Sun Chao before, he wanted to help people like Sun Chao solve work and income problems, but if too many people were recruited, he would definitely attract attention and investigation. But now that he heard Gao Ming's suggestion, Tang Qing was also a little moved. Before Gao Ming was discharged from the army, he was not a low-level soldier, but 2 cents. If he were a partner, he could save himself a lot of trouble. Even if he was suspected or even investigated, some people would suppress it or use gentle methods. Excessive, and just like that security company in the United States, it needs a lot of ordinary people to support the facade. Gao Ming is indeed a good partner. It is used to keep out the wind and rain in the front. Both Han Lung and Gao Ming looked at Tang Qing's pensive expressions, and they were playing drums in their hearts. If the business was not good, Gao Ming would not make such a move. They would find a child who was still in school for help. It was him who went to the sea. After a long time, his face has grown tremendously, and he is also a little embarrassed. Mr. Gao, at what price, how many shares do you have? Can I realize the holding? Tang Qing asked 3 key questions. If he can achieve holding, then he will have to rebuild a company. This time he should help. Mr. Tang, our company has a market value of 3.5 million yuan. I have 100% of the shares. I have training venues and equipment. I bought the ancestral properties and antiques from my previous family. There are a total of 61 people. He is a man with strong bones. Holding is no problem. I just want to make a living for my brothers. The requirements for shares are not high. I only hope that if you hold a holding, the treatment can maintain the current level. Gao Ming introduced a little excitedly. 3.5 million? Tang Qing was a little surprised. Great. It's cheap. Yes. Gao Ming nodded and said, if I take the controlling stake, what will you do? Tang Qing asked again. He didn't want to let go of his brilliant background. At this level, anyone would have to think about it. Gao Ming smiled bitterly on his face. It's a big deal to give you a part-time job. It depends on whether you want it. Business is difficult, although there is not much intrigue in this business, but it is useless to support the brothers. A group of brothers were there, and he didn't want to leave another way to make a living. Tang Qing laughed after listening. This is what you were waiting for. Yes, I definitely want. So, 3 million yuan. I account for 80% of the shares. How about it? Tang Qing said with a smile. Hearing this, Gao Ming didn't know whether he should be happy or lost. Thank you. Gao Ming thanked. No matter what, Tang Qing was helping him. Wait, don't thank me. I have to inject capital. Your 20% of the shares can't be kept. A company of more than 3 million yuan is really too small. With 61 people, too few. Huh? Inject capital, Gao Ming said in surprise. The company's capital injection is certain, but he didn't expect Tang Qing to decide to inject capital without knowing anything. This courage is really true. It must be the rich family. Yes, now there are too few people in the company. If you want to do it, you can make it bigger. I will inject another 30 million yuan in capital, so your share is only 0.5%. But you can rest assured that you will be the general manager of the company in the future. As a manager, I will give you an additional 2.5% management dividend. The shares are in my hands. Only that part of the equity dividend is yours, and the salary is calculated separately. How about it? Tang Qing said slowly. The capital injection of 30 million renminbi is huge, but it is nothing to Tang Qing. At present, this should be the poorest holding company under his hands. Even the assets of Tianyin and the headquarters are close to 40 million. But 30 million is as unthinkable as an astronomical figure for the few people in front of him. One by one looked at Tang Qing dumbfounded. However, Sun Xiao is not surprised that from the establishment of Shengtang to the present, the money invested in it has exceeded 200 million yuan, and 30 million is still acceptable. Are you serious? Gao Mingjing said with joy. This era has a huge amount of $3 million, and the purchasing power is surprisingly high. What he cares about is not equity and dividends and the position of general manager, but Tang Qing's heart for development. Tang Qing handed over another business card, with the address of Tianyin on it. Of course, I will not regret it once I say it. If you go to this address tomorrow, it will finish all the things. By the way, in the future, this company will send special property into the company. You will serve as the general manager and the deputy below. The general manager will set up 3, one of which I will arrange for someone, the other will be recruited by this company, and the third one will be from your company. The content of each is different, and I will arrange it then. Don't worry, to be honest, I am not interested in making money. I also admire your behavior and want to help you. If someone who wants to make money comes, I won't pay a penny at all. Tang Qing said. Those at this level will definitely have arrangements after changing jobs. They should be pretty good. If they enter the public security system, their starting point may be higher than that of their uncle, at least at the deputy division level. At least his character is trustworthy. Even if he can't believe in wise, he can trust Han Lung and Sun Chao. Otherwise, there will be no such dinner, or Sun Chao will remind him, because they both know that if they spend money on the water, it will be difficult for their two friends. Thank you, Mr. Tang, Gao Ming said solemnly. He is no ordinary person. He has no daughter's tears, only gratitude. You're welcome. I just want to do a little bit of effort. It just so happens that my company also needs security. After the shares are transferred, I will clean up assets and make development plans for you within half a month. I hope I can help more people. But pay attention to the influence. I don't want to be taken away to drink tea. Tang Qing said. Don't worry. Mr. Tang, I will pay attention. No one will trouble you. Gao Ming promised immediately. Although he has no background, there are quite a few old leaders. He opened a company to solve livelihood problems for his brothers. As long as he doesn't break the law and whoever dares to ask for trouble, he will let him know the power of his fist. Tang Qing smiled. This move went well, the sky fell, and a tall man was against it. That's good. After a month, when you are familiar with the business, the security work of my company will be handed over to you. Brother Chao, you will also be under Mr. Gao by then, huh? Tang Qing couldn't help but start in a good mood. It's a joke. Sun Chao smiled indifferently. I'm casual. Captain Gao has always been our big brother, old leader, just the same as before. Okay, in the future, the business will be handed over. You will continue to be my bodyguard and driver. The salary will go to the security company, and the place of work will still be in Shangtang. Tang Qing said. Understand. Sun Chao nodded and said, By the way, Mr. Gao, is anyone willing to go abroad? Tang Qing asked again, turning his head. What does Mr. Tang mean? Gao Ming frowned and said, Wouldn't he let his hand be a mercenary? That's the case. If my industry expands abroad in the future, I will definitely need bodyguards and security guards. Rather than using foreigners, it is better to use my own people, to rest assured. Tang Qing said. Although Tang Qing has soldiers under his hands, they cannot be used in large quantities. Moreover, in China, to be honest, public security is surprisingly good. Whether it is influence or income, it can only guarantee a well-off society, but Tang Qing doesn't. They may be given high-paying money for no reason, such as the security of Chiron's mine. When the time comes to introduce, you can blatantly go abroad for business to send money, which is relatively safe. Why is it safe? Because there are combat squads made of fighters lurking in those places. If there is danger, the fighters will clear them out as soon as possible to ensure that these people will not be destroyed by the regiment. He also never thought of turning this company into heishui. What is heishui? A tool of game. Making money is making money, but the political and governance risks are so great that he doesn't dare to touch them at all. The company will not participate. It is a matter of the Black Prison, and this is just a small business of the Black Prison. The Black Prison will only handle tasks related to its own business and help people fight. You can get the contract first. This line of business is too deep, and the war business, Tang Qing had thought about it before, but now it is becoming less and less optimistic. Normally, he ordered enough people to be killed. He has to take orders from the United States or the local forces of war-torn countries to fight for their interests and kill innocent people. Tang Qing really has no interest. For his own interests, the other party is still a villain. He can give this order. But for the interests of the United States and those who are picking things up and not letting the people live a stable life, he is thinking about it. There are many channels for him to get money. There are also many channels for obtaining deterrence and influence. There is no need to participate in these things, unless it affects his interests, such as that mine tyrant. What he really wants to do is to override the forces above heishui and other war companies, rather than grab business with them. The future waits for the Black Prison to be laid out. A company like heishui can be shot to death with a backhand. Even if Tang Qing's sympathy overflows in the future, he sees heishui and other companies harming the innocent, and from the standpoint of the villain, he is likely to order He Prison to fight against them. Tang Qing is not a virgin, but he has a certain bottom line. Even if you intervene in the war, it is also on the side of a little justice. For nothing else. At least, it's a good conscience. After listening to Tang Qing's explanation, Gao Ming let out a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that the young man of Tang would be less naive, and he liked to find excitement and let his brothers onto the battlefield. Fortunately, he was not. If Tang Qing dared to do this, no matter how strong he was, he would not be able to keep this company. This is also the bottom line. Gao Ming continued. Mr. Tang, no problem. As long as it's not on the battlefield, brothers should be willing to work abroad. That's good. Don't worry, Mr. Gao. As long as you go abroad, you won't be dangerous, and I can't let them do such dangerous things. Tang Qing smiled. On the battlefield, that's the soldier's business. Even if there is a need to supplies through chaotic places in the future, he will find a way to outsource the company to forces controlled by the soldiers, or let the soldier squad placed in the team do it. These people, he doesn't want to lose money abroad, otherwise he can't explain to himself. Of course, it was really bad luck, and he couldn't help it. I'm relieved. Gao Ming nodded and said, By the way, Mr. Gao, what is the name of our company? Where is the headquarters? Tang Qing suddenly found that he didn't even know the company's name or where, really. It's kind of silly. Our company is called Zhongyu Special Guard Bodyguard Company. Although it is called bodyguard, it also works part-time in security work. The headquarters is on the outskirts of the provincial capital, where I bought a large piece of land to build training and accommodation venues. Speaking of Gao Ming, he blushes a little, but there is no way. The domestic bodyguard business is really difficult to do at present. He can only do some part-time security business, so that the brothers will not lose their jobs. Tang Qing didn't want to be a bodyguard business, but a comprehensive security solutions company. Yes, the two can be done together in the future. At that time, I will build a training base in Qingyan City, where I can have a lot of businesses. Tang Qing said. Qingyan City is his base camp. In addition to fighters, he also wants to be a little power here. Yes, Mr. Tang. Gao Ming has already begun to enter the role. Seeing that the business was over, everyone was overjoyed. Han Lung poured another glass for everyone and said, Come on, cheers, and celebrate your successful cooperation. Okay, a few glasses of beer, but everyone is not at all drunk. Xiao Tang, I heard from Sun Xiao that he can't beat you with one hand. Let's try when we finish eating. Han Lung put down the wine glass and suggested. This, isn't it? Tang Qing smiled bitterly. It's another fight, a one-sided fight, so boring. What's wrong? I used to be able to beat you with Sun Xiao. This time I will see how strong you are. Han Lung squeezed his fist and creaked, which is unscientific. He hurt his finger bones, but he just couldn't help it and got used to it. Well then, Tang Qing didn't reject it anymore, appearing hypocritical and not giving face. Besides, he also needs to be wisely shocked, because Lianjiazi only serves the strong. It's been a long time since Tang Qing went to the command room to look for fighters to fight, mainly because there was nothing to learn. Tang Qing could perform conventional postures and moves that humans can perform, but fighters are war machines, and their bodies are not flexible. To be honest, he didn't want to learn the violation actions that would break his arms and legs as soon as he did it. They were self-abuse. Sometimes I go to the training area to shoot for a while. After disposing of a bunch of guns, there is no interest anymore. After upgrading to unlock new products in the mall, if you have a big guy, you can try it in the training area. Well, it's a bit of a burn, just a few games. To be honest, he thinks that the equipment in the mall is enough now. Even if he unlocks more weapons, he doesn't know where to use it. Although there are basically some low-end weapons on the Burmese side, the soldiers are good at beheading operations, and even if there is an enemy invading, they will rarely encounter head-on conflicts. But it's also good for self-defense. For example, if there are missiles in the future, which place of war needs to clear large targets? You can come up and down a few times. I just don't know if those countries will be dumbfounded when they look at the unknown targets on the radar. After a lively lunch, Han Lung's wife is responsible for cleaning up the mess. They were drinking tea and chatting, listening to Gao Ming recalling some unimportant training or tasks. Tang Qing also yearned a little, especially Gao Ming's plight and his original ideals. Tang Qing also felt that it was worth helping this time. It can be regarded as fulfilling the original promise to Sun Xiao. After 1 hour, the food was almost digested, and Han Lung's wife had already taken the child home. The man in glasses is outside looking at the store. The three came to the training room at the back. Early spring. A little cold, but they were all hot-blooded men, and they only took off their vests. Tang Qing stood aside. Sun Xiao and Han Lung stood opposite. Gao Ming stood at the door holding his hands. Watching this battle with interest, Han Lung said that Tang Qing is very strong. He also believes. Just how strong he didn't know the point. It's been a long time since Sun Xiao and Tang Qing discussed with Tang Qing last time. Since being abused by Tang Qing, he has not challenged Tang Qing again. Being abused is one aspect, and Tang Qing is the boss and also an important aspect. He is not stupid. Itchy hands, and since then, it's hard to take the initiative to find Tang Qing. They can only practice with those security guards in Shengtang. For this lunatic, Shengtang's security department is miserable, but Sun Xiao's special status can only suffer. Faced to accompany the fight. Are you ready? Tang Qing looked at the two and smiled. He didn't do anything. His hands were hanging on both sides, and the two people in front of him, to be honest, were basically not challenging. If there were 3 people, he might be more careful. After all, one more hands would increase the difficulty several times. Even if it is a special soldier, if facing 4 or 5 gangsters attacking together, you absolutely have to kneel. There is no such thing as a single person picking a dozen criminals. As for the fighters, they are not people. Very confident, Han sneered. No, it just feels that there is little difference between doing and not doing it. Tang Qing was also a little embarrassed. Let's come here. Han Lung was not annoyed either. Okay, please, Tang Qing said, raising his hand. As soon as the voice fell, Sun Xiao and the two attacked instantly. Looking at the movements of the two, Tang Qing wanted to say, it really hasn't changed at all. He used such sharp moves when he came up. Have you ever considered the feelings of my little brother? That's right. One kicked his head directly, and the other made a trick. Tang Qing shook his head. The speed is a bit slow. He couldn't control his speed and strength after unlocking the first-level genetic lock, but after unlocking the second-level genetic lock, the attack speed of the two did not threaten him at all. Seeing the afterimage drifting by, Tang Qing blocked the leg beside his head with one hand and kicked the other leg away. Pong, take a step back. The first trick is to remind Tang Qing to be careful. Next, after Sun Xiao doubted his life, Han Lung also began to question what he had learned throughout his life. Under the full attack of the two, Tang Qing's expression never changed. He had always had an expression of no pressure, and his strength and speed had already crushed them. 5 minutes later. Stop. Han Lung took a step back. What's wrong? Sun Xiao also stopped his attack. 2 people can't help it. Captain, let's go together. Han Lung said to Gao Ming. Is this okay? Gao Ming was stunned. Come on. I also want to see if I can take it down. This time, I will fight back. Tang Qing said with a smile. Great. Gao Ming took off his coat, revealing strong muscles, and the 3 of them fanned around Tang Qing. 3 minutes later, as soon as the 3 of them approached, they were resolved by Tang Qing's various techniques. No one could get close to Tang Qing's body. All tricky skills, and even killer moves were used, and Tang Qing was beaten back one by one. Pong. Han Lung was kicked back by Tang Qing again. Not coming. Han Lung waved his hand and said. The other 2 also stopped attacking. Acceptance, you are very good. Tang Qing said with a smile and clasped his fists. With a joking taste, 3 people, he also had to play 12 points in order to pass the match. You guys? Not you. Well, they were hit by Tang Qing again. But just like the monkeys, when they met Tang Qing, they were more hopeful about the future. If it weren't for a special relationship, they couldn't help but report it. Xiao Tang, your strength is very strong, but don't overdo it in the future, otherwise it's not good to be noticed. Your strength is only one hand that I've seen in my life. Those are all weapons of the country. Pay attention to confidentiality. Gao Ming exhorted. As long as Tang Qing does not harm the interests of the country, he is ready to stand on Tang Qing's side. Understand? No. Thank you for reminding. I will pay attention. Tang Qing thanked. But if it weren't for the relationship between Han Lung and Sun Xiao, he could have trusted it, and he would never behave like this. I really don't know how you practiced. Han Lung said sourly. Is this a genius? Eat well, sleep well, just pay attention to exercise. Maybe this is the talent. Tang Qing started talking nonsense. The others looked at Tang Qing weirdly. Well, I'm going back to class first. I'm 1 hour late. Tang Qing said while checking his watch. Go ahead and have time to play. Although the shallow water here can no longer hold your dragon. Han Lung said, wiping his sweat. Well, it's just busy. By the way, Uncle Han, do you want to open a bigger store? Tang Qing talked abruptly. I don't want your money, Han Lung said, shaking his head. It's not for you. My friend has a company that specializes in lending. The monthly interest rate is 1%. I can take the charge and calculate half for you. It is the same as a bank loan and does not require a mortgage. I believe in Uncle Han's credit. Tang Qing said. This. Han Lung hesitated and walked up high. He was not old yet. He was only in his 30s, and he was naturally enterprising. Seeing Han Lung's move, Tang Qing said directly, It's so decided. Your store is a bit small. Let's open a bigger store in the city and open a gym next to it. You should think about it carefully. This is not a gift. Okay, I'll consider it. Han Lung still needs to discuss with his wife, but he believes that his wife will agree. If it wasn't for the money, he wouldn't open it here. This is the company address and phone number. You can go if you think about it. You can just report your name. You can get the money on the day you sign the contract. Within 3 million yuan, it should be enough for you to open a decent store. Tang Qing handed out another Manhwa company's business card. 3 million? It must be enough. The rent in the city center is only how much? Han Lung was also shocked by this handwriting. The monthly interest rate is 0.5. What is the difference between free delivery and don't mortgage? Haha, that's good. At that time, it's not only outdoor products, but also sportswear and the like. I don't know much about it. Uncle Han, you can figure it out. Tang Qing suggested. Okay, thank you. Han Lung solemnly thanked him. He rarely helped Tang Qing, but Tang Qing helped him too much, Sun Chao and Gao Ming. Now that he came to himself, he really felt that he owed Tang Qing too much. Tang Qing shook his head and said, What are you polite? You taught me so much at the beginning. Although we have never called your master, the relationship between the two of us is not generally close. The only thing to note is not to tell my uncle about this. Okay, I will keep it secret. Han Lung agreed. Africa, Southern Congo. A Toyota Silver off-road vehicle is moving fast on a bumpy road, and it is not rainforest on both sides, but a low bush. From time to time, there will be some small animals walking through the bushes, but they are all scared. I have to rush to the other side. If I'm not lucky, I can only say that it is God's will. There are very few vehicles on the road. Many parts of the road that has been in disrepair have become completely gravel roads. Although this off-road vehicle drove quickly, but there is something faster than it. Didididi, oh tap-da-da-da, a Nissan pickup whistled and drove quickly from the side of the off-road vehicle on its flute. On the back of the car stood 2 men with guns and shooting into the sky. When they crossed the off-road vehicle, the two arrogantly compared a middle finger, swearing and grinning, but they were covered up by the gunshots. Sometimes they encountered a big, bumpy pit, and the two of them were thrown almost above the carriage, and the two of them clung to the handrails tightly, exclaiming in exclamation, playing happily. There were 5 people sitting in Toyota off-road. They were all Africans with strong muscles. The clothes they were wearing were not tattered or messy, but uniform black suits and sunglasses. This was Tang Qing's request before. It is best for soldiers to wear sunglasses when performing combat missions, so as to avoid the emergency situation, and the game will be over as aliens invade the Earth. Then they will have to kill their mouths, which is very troublesome. These are the 5 fighters sent to this country to solve the mine tyrants. The 2 stupid forks knew at a glance that they had eaten flour and were on their heads, so the soldiers ignored them at all. If they dared to shoot at their car, the soldiers would let them know what hand speed is. The soldiers didn't take a plane because there was no direct flight. It would be better to drive by yourself if you want to transfer. It's just that the command room has overestimated the complexity of the traffic on the road. Although the distance is dead, the road conditions are maddening. In addition, the bridge was blown off once, and it was only possible to take a long detour and often encountered robbers. Roadhog, in the end, spent nearly 20 hours in total, crossing the South Kivu provinces of Rwanda and Gangwejin to the southern part of Maniema province. It's only 2 hours faster than the plane. Just this, there are still dozens of kilometers away from the mission goal. Just 5 minutes after the drag racing guy rushed past, the soldiers encountered the first trouble to enter Maniema province. 2 pickup trucks were in the middle of the road, blocking the way of the 2-lane road. One pickup truck just now, and one that seemed to have been waiting there for a long time. There were 2 gangsters standing in the back boxes of the 2 pickups, but now it is noon, under the dazzling sunlight. The gangsters are all dark and reflective. Obviously, they want to slaughter the fat sheep. Although these fighters are also the faces of Africans, they do not have the slightest sense of belonging. They only know that to complete the task, all those who hinder Tang Qing's advancement will be eliminated. Stop it for me. One of the Africans stood in front and shouted loudly with a loudspeaker, without the slightest fear on his face. He also considered that if the window is closed tightly and the people inside cannot hear him, he also held a large handwritten stop in his hand. The brand is quite conspicuous, but the words are a bit ugly. They are only more than 50 meters away from the soldier's car. But the soldiers didn't have the slightest interest to stop talking nonsense with these people. Even if they were normal people who had seen so many road tyrants along the way, they wouldn't have any sympathy for these robbers, let alone these unsentimental war machines. 13 people. It has already been numbered by the command room and assigned a task. There are no innocent people here. The enemy is blocking the soldiers' way, let alone it's too late. Because the time promised with Tang Qing has exceeded, the entire mission was marked in red from the general mission and listed as an urgent mission. So it drives so fast. Anyone who is wasting their time and has malicious intentions must be quickly cleared. The first officer and the soldier in the back seat immediately took out a pistol from their clothes. Rolled down the car window. Just when the opposite party was holding the winning ticket, he was happy and ready to make a big deal. Grim Reaper is here. Boom. Extremely intensive gunfire sounded. The three fighters shot together. There is no frills. Africa. Southern Congo. A Toyota Silver off-road vehicle is moving fast on a bumpy road, and it is not rainforest on both sides, but a low bush. From time to time, there will be some small animals walking through the bushes, but they are all scared. I have to rush to the other side. If I'm not lucky, I can only say that it is God's will. There are very few vehicles on the road. Many parts of the road that has been in disrepair have become completely gravel roads. Although this off-road vehicle drove quickly, but there is something faster than it. Didididi, oh tap-da-da-da. A Nissan pickup whistled and drove quickly from the side of the off-road vehicle on its flute. On the back of the car stood two men with guns and shooting into the sky. When they crossed the off-road vehicle, the two arrogantly compared a middle finger, swearing and grinning, but they were covered up by the gunshots. Sometimes they encountered a big bumpy pit, and the two of them were thrown almost above the carriage, and the two of them clung to the handrails tightly, exclaiming in exclamation, playing happily. There were 5 people sitting in Toyota off-road. They were all Africans with strong muscles. The clothes they were wearing were not tattered or messy, but uniform black suits and sunglasses. This was Tang Qing's request before. It is best for soldiers to wear sunglasses when performing combat missions, so as to avoid the emergency situation, and the game will be over as aliens invade the Earth. Then they will have to kill their mouths, which is very troublesome. These are the 5 fighters sent to this country to solve the mine tyrants. The 2 stupid forks knew at a glance that they had eaten flour and were on their heads, so the soldiers ignored them at all. If they dared to shoot at their car, the soldiers would let them know what hand speed is. The soldiers didn't take a plane because there was no direct flight. It would be better to drive by yourself if you want to transfer. It's just that the command room has overestimated the complexity of the traffic on the road. Although the distance is dead, the road conditions are maddening. In addition, the bridge was blown off once, and it was only possible to take a long detour and often encountered robbers. Roadhog, in the end, spent nearly 20 hours in total, crossing the South Kivu provinces of Rwanda and Gangwejin to the southern part of Maniema province. It's only 2 hours faster than the plane. Just this, there are still dozens of kilometers away from the mission goal. Just 5 minutes after the drag racing guy rushed past, the soldiers encountered the first trouble to enter Maniema province. 2 pickup trucks were in the middle of the road, blocking the way of the 2-lane road. One pickup truck just now, and one that seemed to have been waiting there for a long time. There were 2 gangsters standing in the back boxes of the 2 pickups, but now it is noon, under the dazzling sunlight. The gangsters are all dark and reflective. Obviously, they want to slaughter the fat sheep. Although these fighters are also the faces of Africans, they do not have the slightest sense of belonging. They only know that to complete the task, all those who hinder Tang Qing's advancement will be eliminated. Stop it for me. One of the Africans stood in front and shouted loudly with a loudspeaker, without the slightest fear on his face. He also considered that if the window is closed tightly and the people inside cannot hear him, he also held a large handwritten stop in his hand. The brand is quite conspicuous, but the words are a bit ugly. They are only more than 50 meters away from the soldier's car. But the soldiers didn't have the slightest interest to stop talking nonsense with these people. Even if they were normal people who had seen so many road tyrants along the way, they wouldn't have any sympathy for these robbers, let alone these unsentimental war machines. 13 people. It has already been numbered by the command room and assigned a task. There are no innocent people here. The enemy is blocking the soldiers' way, let alone it's too late. Because the time promised with Tang Qing has exceeded, the entire mission was marked in red from the general mission and listed as an urgent mission. So it drives so fast. Anyone who is wasting their time and has malicious intentions must be quickly cleared. The first officer and the soldier in the back seat immediately took out a pistol from their clothes. Rolled down the car window. Just when the opposite party was holding the winning ticket, he was happy and ready to make a big deal. Grim Reaper is here. Boom. Extremely intensive gunfire sounded. The three fighters shot together. There is no frills. But within a second, before they heard the sound, they lay down forever before they could pull the trigger. Test the speed of the soldiers. That is looking for death. Stab it. The off-road vehicle turned a bend around the two vehicles and continued to drive towards the distant city, leaving two pickup trucks with no living people. As for the spoils, in this way, they encountered 4 bands of robbers who wanted to rob them over the course of tens of kilometers. They were all cleaned up in this way. They were all robbers with blood on their hands. And it doesn't matter if you kill it. In this war-torn African country, the command office has no scruples at all. After paying the toll, the car slowly drove into a small county town, said it was a county, but it was small and pitiful. It was the size of a remote town in China with very poor infrastructure. Most of the people still live in dense rural forests and hunt. The primitive life collected. Even many people will not go far in their lives to live here and die here. Today is the day to go to the market. The streets are very lively. All kinds of screams, especially fruits, are cheap to die for and sold on piles, because they don't even have scales. Just find a place to park the car, and the soldiers changed into normal, clean clothes and scattered around this place. They need to understand the basic information here and find a stronghold. At the same time, the transfer note has already been on the plane and is expected to arrive here tomorrow morning. In order to catch up with the planned schedule, they need to act tonight. Time is running out. Just when the soldiers scattered to find out the news. A settlement 3 kilometers south of the county seat. Here is the actual control of Columba in this small county. Many people with guns were on guard around the station. A luxurious snow-white masonry house is located in the middle, in sharp contrast with the mud embryo houses and thatched houses in other places. In the huge basement, Columba is spending time with his confidants, drinking small wine, holding beauties, watching everyone's favorite performances, and from time to time, he personally goes on stage to dance with music. Just then, his butler came in. He had already taken off the scene inside. "Chief, something strange happened on the way from South Kivu at noon today." The butler quickly said, "What a strange thing." 39-year-old Karumba said indifferently, smoking a cigar. "Those who collected tolls from outsiders are dead, and there are no witnesses. It seems that it was done by a group of people," the butler whispered. Karumba became even less interested when he heard that, and said, "Anyway, it's not our people. If you die, you will die. Someone will replace them soon. These are local gangsters or gamblers who specialize in extortion from other provinces. People charge tolls and sometimes kill people. He looks down on this kind of people, and they die if they die." "Yes, Chief. Yes, the Chinese boss is coming soon. I heard that the mining equipment is already at sea," the butler said again. Karumba's eyes lit up. "Oh, it's really fast, much better than the Americans. When that happens, we must strike him well. The Chinese are very bullied, he was happy. "Yeah, this time I will definitely be able to make a lot of money. It is still a long-term business. I will take their equipment over." The housekeeper was also a little excited, waiting for some soup. "Idiot, what do you grab it for? Will you use it? Even if you can, who can you sell the mind or? We only need money." Columba patted the butler on the head. This IQ, if it weren't for relatives, would have been thrown out by him a long time ago. Yes, the leader is right. The butler nodded and bowed his waist. Well, you go down first. Columbo waved his hand to let the butler go out. A trace of pride flashed in his eyes. The conditions given by the Americans were too low before, and there was no money, because the money men had to give points to several deputy chiefs. This time there is a Chinese boss who is not afraid of death. He must ask for more. When the time comes, he will lie about the price of the protection fee and take the big head. Although he wants to kill the other deputy chiefs, but he dare not. Their forces are formed by a combination of some local tribes, just to fight against other tribal alliances, but they are the strongest tribe, with a large population and a few gem deposits under them, so that he can be the leader. It's not that you can rule the king by killing other deputy leaders. After an afternoon of investigation, you have mastered the structure of the local forces, the high-efficiency fighter, and selected the superior for this mission, a scum like Karumba, who did a lot of evil and was directly abandoned. Among the other deputy chiefs, the two chiefs are relatively a bit tangled with the righteous side, and they are considered the best among the deputy chiefs. It doesn't matter if there is anything that hasn't been investigated. These are all wheat, and they are not directly under Tang Qing, so there is no need to be too particular about it. According to the predetermined plan, each selected a target. Prepare to start execution in the early morning. 12 o'clock in the evening. The residence of the second leader, Martin Bahati. His resident and Columba are naturally not together, but they are within their own tribes. But Columba is the leader, will live near the county seat, and generally only get together when there are things. They are just a loose alliance of interests. This is a tribe located in a mountainous area, with a population of more than 6,000 people. It is considered a relatively large force. Martin Bahati is the son of the tribe's patriarch and the next patriarch. The place where he lives is naturally not bad. It's just not as luxury as Columba. Martin Bahati's life is very regular. He goes to bed after eating. He has no other hobbies. Although he has 3 wives, he is 42 years old. He doesn't have that much interest. Sometimes he likes to sleep alone. Soon, the biological clock made him fall asleep quickly. In the jungle around the Martin Bahati tribe, a figure quickly walked through it. By moonlight, the soldier directly turned on the auxiliary system and was semi-forced to take over the body by Shao Air. The main purpose was to speed up the journey and take a detour on the main road. So the command room chose to let the soldier walk in a straight line. That's a joke. Arriving not far from the Martin Bahati tribe, the warrior's eyes flashed red again, ending the authorization of the combat assistance system. Squatting in the grass, looking at the peaceful tribe, the soldier waited quietly. Soldiers in other places are also in place one after another, waiting for orders. Wee hours. Martin Bahati's house. He was sleeping soundly, without knowing that there was a figure standing next to the bed, looking at him. It's 12:01. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of 3 knocks sounded in his room like thunder, and Martin Bahati was awakened in an instant. His sleep is always relatively shallow, and he can be surprised by a little noise. Perhaps it is a habit developed in the jungle life for so many years. It is very chaotic here. There are not only gangsters, but also wolves, tigers, and leopards. If you are not careful, you will not die. Know how to die? Martin Bahati opened his eyes immediately. The room was still dark, with only a faint moonlight, and the sound of insects from outside also came in, as usual. It seemed that it was the sound made by himself again, and many more. Martin Bahati suddenly sat up, turned his head, and looked at the figure standing by the bed, scared to his hair standing upright, almost frightened of a heart attack. "Who are you?" Martin Bahati exclaimed. As he was talking, he quickly took out the gun under the pillow. But the next second, before the gun was lifted, I saw a flower in front of him, and the gun in his hand was snatched by the opponent, and his fingers were so strong that he was torn. "Ah!" Martin Bahati cried out painfully, wondering why no one came to see him, and suddenly remembered, I still have the habit of talking in sleep, and often yelling at night. Everyone is used to it. And every time I was awakened by my own voice. This symptom is said to be extremely rare even by doctors who provide international assistance. "Hello, Mr. Martin Bahati." In order to prevent him from screaming, the soldier greeted him with a gun directly at his head. Hearing this, Martin Bahati unconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. He did not shoot directly. It is better to have conditions than no conditions. Although the coldness on his forehead chilled him, many thoughts flashed in his mind, but he couldn't think about it. Whoever has offended him, he has always been a good person and rarely makes enemies. Who are you and what purpose do you have? Martin Bahati asked calmly. Smart, I don't talk too much nonsense. It's very simple. I will help you sit in the position of leader, and you promise us some conditions. The soldier is still straightforward as always. Why should I believe you? And what are the conditions? Martin Bahati asked, frowning. You have no choice. The soldier answered the question. In the face of the threat from the man in front of him, Martin Bahati flashed thousands of thoughts, constantly thinking about who sent him and what he was going to do. His brain suddenly became insufficient. However, the temptation to be a leader is still great. Columba controls the county seat and also holds the largest dividend rights. The combined share of their deputy leaders is only a little more than Columba, and just like that, the person in front of him said that he has no choice. Knowing these news, not agreeing is probably a dead word. What are you going to do? Martin Bahati said with a serious face. We don't have much time. Your leader and his heartfelt men can't see the sun tomorrow. Can you settle the rest? Said the soldier. Humph. Do you think it's that simple? Kill the leader and a few of his subordinates and I can take the position? You are too naive. He represents a tribe. Every deputy leader level is. Their tribe is not what I can to be fair. If you plan like this, I can only say that there is nothing I can do. Martin Bahati sneered. This plan, in his opinion, is simply a brain dead. We naturally thought of this, but what if you unite with other deputy chiefs? The soldier continued slowly. You also found them? Martin Bahati asked in surprise. Of course, you can't handle it alone. So we found other deputy leaders, but the content of the conversation was different. You are the only person we think can be the leader, the soldier said. Hearing this, Martin Bahati didn't know if he was happy or what, but I have to say that it feels pretty good to be regarded by others. But will they agree to unite with me? Martin Bahati said a little worried. The soldier paused. A faint smile leaked from the corner of his mouth. They have agreed. I heard the soldiers say that the other deputy leaders have agreed to elect him as the new leader. Martin Bahati's first reaction was not to believe it, but his IQ told him that it was impossible for the other party to tell such a lie that could be easily debunked. Is it true? This is too fast. They really have agreed? Martin Bahati confirmed again. He stared at the soldier's eyes and wanted to rely on his rich experience to see if he could see anything. But the soldier's eyes and expressions did not change at all. A robot without emotions would never have an understanding of the words itself when speaking. Emotions. So Martin Bahati certainly couldn't see anything. Yes, they have agreed. The soldier nodded and said, this operation was carried out at the same time. When Martin Bahati asked just now, the other deputy chiefs made the most correct choice between life and death. Still, life is more important. At the moment, those who said the conditions, they had no retreat. Or die. Either agree. What about the leader Columba? Martin Bahati asked curiously. The soldier only said that Columba would not see the sun tomorrow, but it didn't mean he was dead now. He has now died in his basement because of an argument with his men. The soldier has nothing to hide. Killing Columba directly is of course very simple, but in many cases it is still necessary to consider the impact, so as not to cause conflicts between several tribes. So the original plan was to only let Columba fall out of bed or die of a heart attack. But I saw them in spending time and drinking together. Tang Qing, who was watching from the side, made the command room temporarily change the plan and let Columba and his confidants go to see the ancestors together. Even in doubt, no one will have evidence. Will not cause conflicts between tribes. Tang Qing needs to maintain stability here instead of messing together. After all, the tribe that Columba belongs to is the strongest. Coupled with the bloodline problem, even if Martin Bahati and the others win together, they will be in trouble in the future. Kind of small movements come in disorder. The population of the tribe where Columba is located is close to 10,000, and there are more than 600 guards in the tribal residence. If it is really done, thousands of people can be pulled out in minutes. As for the mind tyrants of the tribal alliance, it's just that some people have been stationed there. They add up to more than 300 people. They don't have the main fighting power of each tribe. Even the Martin Bahati tribe can pull together. More than 600 came out. There are so many people, and the fights are really endless. Also mine a fart mine. After listening to the soldiers, Martin Bahati smiled unnaturally and grudgingly. Maybe? Still having a quarrel? Nima, these lunatics. Martin Bahati became more and more afraid of the forces in front of him. The unknown is the most terrible. The method is so cruel and decisive. Then I agree, but I want to know why you didn't ask Karumba to negotiate terms. Isn't that faster? Martin Bahati asked again, suppressing the fear in his heart. It's nothing. Our regional leaders can't understand his behavior. The soldier paused and said, the regional leader is of course fabricated. Area leader? Who are you anyway? Martin Bahati asked. Since you agree, you are also entitled to know our names. Black Prison. Okay, now it's all settled. Let's talk about the conditions. The soldier once again set a settlement. This time it's not Martin Baha, the deputy chiefs of T, or not Columba, who has gone to heaven, but the tribe where Columba belongs to. Karumba is also the son of the patriarch of the tribe. In order to prevent the tribe of Karumba from unilaterally withdrawing from this alliance, then the position of the patriarch must be changed. This world. There is never a shortage of ambitious people. Please speak. Martin Bahati didn't notice this and asked about the conditions. First, 25% of your future business income will be ours, which will be paid monthly. The soldier said directly. Why? Martin Bahati became angry after hearing this. 25%, you might as well grab it. He thought how much money he would give at one time. He didn't expect it to be so black, so he asked them directly. A quarter of income. He can't explain to the bottom and the top at all. Martin Bahati, please remember that I am not discussing with you, but ordering, and we can change you at any time and let anyone who is willing to give it to come up. Martin Bahati's words made Martin Bahati instantly. It's like a burnt eggplant. But I can't explain to the people up and down. Not only I can't do this, you can't do it anybody else. Martin Bahati smiled bitterly. With this ratio, he couldn't persuade other tribes to buy this account even if he was killed. This is not a big problem. When the iron ore starts to be mined, you will have a certain income. This 25% is equivalent to about 70% of the iron ore income in the future. Basically, there is no need to involve your existing iron ore. Each income distribution, overall, your income has increased. The soldier explained. This is the ratio set by Tang Qing. 25% of the membership fee is simply robbed, but it is also much lower than that of the robbery gang in the United States. It is mainly due to the reality that too much will cause counter effects. The soldiers can kill people, but they can't destroy people's hearts. The long flow of water is the right way. Although this money is not glorious, it can be used to do some glorious things. The membership fees collected from various places. Tang Qing intends to use 25% of it to help others, and the rest is used to expand the Black Prison, while keeping some funds for future use. Martin Bahati thought about it for half a minute. If this is true, it can still be done. Well, I agree to this condition. Martin Bahati nodded and agreed. The soldier continued. Second, if there is a need, you must obey our orders to do something, but you can rest assured that it will not hurt the core interests of your tribe. It is just a little busy. For example, although Martin Bahati was very upset with the word order, he couldn't help it. The situation was better than others, but he didn't blindly agree. To tell you the truth, the companies that are going to come here to mine this time have also paid us certain dues. Therefore, I hope you can treat them fairly, charge reasonable fees, and provide necessary protection. We don't want anyone to go to them to make trouble and hurt others. The soldier lied a little. Immediately Martin Bahati said in shock, did they call you? Membership fee? Enterprises have to pay dues? And it's still a Chinese enterprise. How powerful is this Black Prison? It feels a bit like a mercenary. It must be. Martin Bahati has determined that the Black Prison must be a mercenary organization. In fact, if you count it, the business really overlaps. No, it's just that they apply to protect the interests of members. The same is true for you. As long as it does not violate our principles, we will provide you with necessary help and protection, but only for your internal affairs, external expansion, and being beaten by others. We will not directly provide assistance, only some fee-based services such as intelligence and weapon support, and at the same time, we can also provide services such as transfer of your property or funds. The soldier explained. In general, this time you came because of this mineral, in order to protect the interests of your members. Martin Bahati concluded. He didn't know what to think about this conclusion. On the one hand, he felt that it was very good to be protected, but on the other hand, They became a stumbling block this time, but he couldn't feel happy in his heart. Very complicated emotions. Yes, when you pay the dues, you are also a member. As long as you don't kill the innocent and pay the dues on time, no one within you will dare to take your position. The soldier said, "This sounds pretty good." Martin Bahati also began to accept and support him. What happened to Karumba today, he never wanted to happen to him. What are the conditions? Martin Bahati said again. The conditions are gone, but there are 2 more requirements. First, don't disclose the name of our organization to the outside world. Your deputy chiefs don't know about it. Second, you are the company that came to mind this time. You can charge a certain normal fee, and at the same time restrain your subordinates so as not to conflict. If something goes wrong, our ruling center considers your main responsibility, and you are likely to face a huge fine. The soldier said, the adjudication center is naturally an alias for the command room. It's okay, I agreed. Martin Bahati said immediately. Karumba was a lion with a big mouth before, but now he has the bond of black prison. He doesn't really want to make a fortune from this iron ore, so as not to take it without life. That's good, Mr. Martin Bahati. Thank you for your cooperation. This is our phone number. You can contact us directly if you have anything. We will deal with it immediately. The soldier handed over a note and said, Then what do I need to do next? Martin Bahati said after closing the note. You know, goodbye. The soldier said and turned away. This step has been achieved, and it is completely smooth. If Martin Bahati can't do the rest, then he will live in vain for so many years. Seeing the soldiers swaggering out, Martin Bahati wanted to take out another gun under the sheets, but he was just thinking about it. If he did, he might also follow Karumba's footsteps. Thinking of the experience just now, Martin Bahati wanted to swear. He fell asleep, dreamed, and lived a leisurely life. Suddenly, there was an emperor who didn't know where he came from. It's a beep dog, he wants to beep the earth. Turn on the lights. The harsh lights made Martin Bahati's eyes a little uncomfortable. Squinting slightly, sat on the head of the bed, lost in contemplation. He has to plan his way to the top of tomorrow. A whole night, Martin Bahati did not fall asleep, thinking over and over what might happen to him tomorrow. The other 3 deputy chiefs who could not fall asleep like him, as well as the new patriarch of the Karumba tribe who will take the post. Everyone is thinking about one thing, and that is their own interests. Early the next morning, the people who came to clean the door smelled a faint smell of blood as soon as they entered the door, and even the sound of the sound inside did not stop, which was not the same as usual, because generally Karumba would turn off the sound when he was tired. The old cleaning man who was good at brain supplements immediately softened his legs, put down his broomstick and ran out screaming, and after a while, he brought a group of guards into him. Everyone was dumbfounded. Karumba and several confidants were found dead in the basement of their home. No signs of foreign invasion were found. From the scene, they looked like a group of people died together, each holding a gun, and the surrounding fruit plates and drinks were scattered all over the place. Every night it was so loud, people outside didn't even notice what was happening inside. Why is there no woman in it? Hee. That's why Tang Qing decided to send them all to the sky after seeing it. Dirty eyes, Nemas. And then he hurriedly watched a normal movie and washed his eyes. After a while, Karumba's younger brother Carol also hurried over when he received the news that he escaped, because he went out to play last night. Seeing his elder brother died, Carol didn't feel sad at all, but was full of excitement. This time, he can finally take over the position of his brother and continue to spend time and wine. His father is their 2 sons. His brother is dead. The position of this leader must be something in his pocket. But he didn't dare to be too obvious. He immediately called his father, but he didn't get through. He thought it was a signal problem. After all, it was remote and backward. They had never asked for signals. Notify his deputy chief to come here for a meeting. My brother must have been arguing with them and asked them to choose a new leader. Carol said to the butler of Karumba, who had just arrived from the county seat. The housekeeper is a relative of their family. His brother is dead, and the housekeeper is his own. But he can't get used to the housekeeper's previous management of his expenses and plans to let him go back to the tribe to support him after he becomes the leader. The butler hurriedly agreed and hurriedly went out and called around. Carol is an idiot, but the steward is not. Everything here is weird. He has to quickly notify the patriarch that Carol will definitely make things worse. However, The patriarch's phone has not been able to get through and can't be reached. If you can't get through, let's talk about the funeral of your brother first. Carol said nonchalantly. Anyway, even if he informed his father, it was not the same result. In a short while, the four leaders came to Columba's mansion. The speed is a bit fast, but Carol didn't think much about it. But the butler was not stupid. He winked at Carol hard, but Carol didn't pay any attention. The butler is also very helpless. It's terrible to say that this kind of person is uncultured, harming others and self, but there is no way. Carol has never even studied, and is just a creature that walks on instinct, in his mind full of women and flour. After hello, a bunch of people sit in a circle. Martin Bahati and the other 3 deputy chiefs are all there, as well as their respective patriarchs. If they want to agree to Martin Bahati's supremacy, the deputy chiefs can't make the board. Only the respective patriarchs can, but the deputy chiefs are all their own. The next generation of the tribe's successors are still very serious before the words. So after careful consideration, they persuaded their patriarchs and agreed to let Martin Bahati head. After all, if there is no agreement from the patriarch, the 25% of the expenditure will be passed without a vote. The Kurur tribe is a representative of Kurur. Although he still didn't notify his father, Kurur wanted to make a foregone conclusion quickly, so he didn't care. Anyway, their tribe is the most powerful, and the position of the leader is in accordance with the usual practice. Can't run away. Everyone, tell me, what shall we do? Martin Bahati said and swept around. Seeing the strange expressions in his eyes, he was also helpless. I think we should first bury my brother Karumba, and at the same time, it is best to elect a new leader today. Don't worry, I will lead everyone to make a lot of money. When the iron ore is opened, there will be a steady stream of money in the future. Carol was the first to show his watch. My mind is full. Paste. This is the unanimous view of everyone here. The others didn't answer the conversation. They just looked at the dude brother of Columba as if they were brain dead. They already know the conditions of the black prison and still want to blackmail that Chinese boss. Unless you are crazy. The strong dragon does not crush the ground snake. This time they were crushed by the strong dragon and couldn't move. They didn't dare to resist. Martin Bahati said, "How did this idiot live until now?" At this time, a soldier rushed in and whispered in Martin Bahati's ear. His expression could no longer be maintained. Dad Karambat died of a stroke. The younger brother took over the position of patriarch strongly. This news is usually nothing, but if it happened today, it must have been done by the black prison. Several other deputy chiefs also received the same news, and their eyes were full of horror. They thought they had to use a gentler method today, so as not to anger Columba's father, but now they don't seem to use it at all, and their eyes are full of compassion when they look at Carol. This person, it seems that he won't live long. Ahem, this burial is certain. We will discuss it later. The first is to elect a new leader. Do you have any good suggestions? Martin Bahati coughed twice. Kaluba stood up frankly and confidently. My brother is dead. As a younger brother, I am justified as the leader. Moron. This is the thought of everyone present. Even the people of Karumba's tribe are a little bit ashamed. This brain damage, don't kill Lao Tzu. Well, Karumba is dead. It's not up to you who is the leader. We are a unit of several tribes. Naturally, as before, we voted to decide who gets the more votes and who is the leader. Martin Bahati ignored it at all. Carol was a little anxious and said, "You choose me. Wait until I become the leader and then blackmail the Chinese boss. I will give you 80% of the money." Hearing this, the other deputy chiefs didn't say anything, just as they didn't hear. But Martin Bahati cursed inwardly. Shabi. It's this iron ore that brought in the people from the black prison. How dare you make up your mind? If you were the leader, you didn't want to kill us. If it weren't for your brother, the lion had opened his mouth and called the docile America. Frightened away, how could there be a Chinese boss who is cheating here to take over? Although he has benefited a lot and became a leader, the feeling that his life is not in control has made him less happy by more than half. Okay, let's vote by show of hands, and agree to raise my hand as the leader. Martin Bahati took the lead in raising his right hand after he finished speaking. The other 3 deputy chiefs looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. They also raised their hands. They were artificial swords. They were all fish and meat. Before they found each other's weakness, it's better to be honest to avoid staying with each other. Karumba played in the mud. This scene made Carol very angry, and his mind was finally smart. Carol stood up immediately, pointed angrily at several deputy leaders and shouted, "Ew, I can tell. You must have killed my brother in partnership. It's over." This is the butler's thinking at this time. As soon as Carol clicked on the bowl, he was picking things up. Even if you think so, don't say it. Caluel, don't talk nonsense. How could we do this kind of thing? One of the deputy chiefs looked at Carol coldly and said, "They won't pick up this bowl. They didn't do it themselves, but your brother wanted to die by himself. Humph, it must be you. Wait, when I return to the tribe, I must expose you. I will come back," Carol said angrily. After finishing talking, he walked outside, ready to go back and tell his father to withdraw from the alliance. Boom. Oh, it hurts Lao Tzu so much, who fired the gun and killed him. Before Carol took 2 steps, a gunshot sounded. Carol knelt on one knee, clutching the wound and wailing, while the people of their tribe were also pointed at by other people. I dare not move. Even if they were not robbed, they would not avenge Carol. Carol is brain disabled, they are not. At this time, Martin Bahati stood up, walked to the side of Karur, and looked at Karur condescendingly. The smile on his face made Karur panic, and then Martin Bahati slowly followed. One of his men took the gun in his hand. He already knew Carol. It was the nomination certificate left to him by the black prison. Seeing this situation, Karur panicked. "Bahati, what are you going to do? I'm dead, and my father won't let you go," Carol said in horror. Things are developing so fast, he still doesn't understand why things have developed like this. "Your father? Hee. As far as I know, the patriarch of your tribe is no longer your father." Martin Bahati sneered and sneered. In an instant, Carol's face suddenly changed. "What, you guys?" Boom. "You know too much," Martin Bahati said faintly, waiting for the new patriarch of Karumba's tribe to take the position. The whole incident will be carried by the new patriarch. Anyway, the yellow mud fell off the crotch, not but SHD. Who said you were the biggest beneficiary? The position of the leader of this alliance is compared with the position of the patriarch. Obviously, the position of the patriarch has a higher gold content, and the benefits obtained are greater. The income of the county is compared with those in the rainforest. For gems and gold minerals, there are not too many, unless the iron ore is mined. The position of the leader here will be comparable to the position of the chief of the Karumba tribe. This still has to wait a few more years. Therefore, Martin Bahati is only an indirect beneficiary. Thinking of this, Martin Bahati's heart is also a bit chilly. One night, damn it, all died. None of them escaped. All fell into huge pockets. They all got on the thief boat too. Martin Bahati can only hope that the people in the black prison will keep their promises and will not attack them. But he didn't worry too much. After all, everyone would have common interests in the future. They were allies of interests. It would be no good for the black prison if he died. There has never been a distinction between closeness and estrangement in the struggle for rights. After Carol died, the helpless butler received a call from the new patriarch, nodded respectfully, then put down the phone and ordered his men to carry Carol out. He is a relative of Karumba and naturally belongs to the new patriarch. Relatives, even closer together. So he quickly accepted this reality. After all, no one wants to die. Alive is the biggest reason for betrayal. And when it comes to loyalty, it is to the tribe, to the patriarch, not to a former patriarch and former leader who has died. This is the law of survival here. After the arrival of the new tribal representative of the Karumba tribe, the inauguration ceremony of the new leader was held in the residence. The ceremony was very simple. After all, this was just a bond of a tribal alliance, not grand, just invited some local wealthy people. The powerful and respected people come to witness it. Just a meal is enough. When Martin Bahati became the new leader, it was also when Tang Qing came out from Han Lung after dinner. On the way back, Tang Qing received a text message. Message content: Black 01, finished. This is the first mission after the establishment of the Black Prison, codenamed Black 01, which is very easy to understand. Putting away the phone, a faint smile leaked from the corner of Tang Qing's mouth. It's finally done. 10 minutes later, Sun Chao sent Tang Qing to school. Walk into the campus. The guard saw that Tang Qing opened the door quickly. The baby in this school, he didn't dare to say anything. If it were other students, he would definitely let the teacher come. Tang Qing politely responded to the guard's smile. A few times before, he habitually touched his pocket and was about to take out a cigarette holder, but he didn't touch anything. After a few times, he got used to it. After rebirth, he never smoked. After all, there is nothing to worry about. What are you doing? Tang Qing did not go back to the teacher, but came to the playground. Nowadays, there are not many school playgrounds with plastic tracks. Naturally, they do not have them in their schools. They are all paved with asphalt. They are in disrepair for a long time and need to be watered frequently, especially in summer. It seems that after the college entrance examination, I have to donate some money to my alma mater to make good repairs. At this time, several classes of students are taking physical education classes, some are doing radio gymnastics, some are playing relay races, and some are practicing competitive sports such as high jump, because there is a sports meeting on May Day, but Tang Qing is a senior in high school. Naturally don't have to participate, just watch the excitement. Standing by the playground, I watched the PE class that was once extremely longing for a while. Tang Qing took out his cell phone and called Chai Ren. Now Chai Ren is still playing in Qingyan City. Today, he happened to be taken by Lu Gan to a farmhouse in a suburban village, fishing and fruit picking, and other activities that urban folks like to hear, but both of them are not in high spirits. After Mujian's farm and playing the original farmhouse, playing here always feels a little bit of a little family. Once the sea is hard to be watered. If it hadn't been for the spicy fish here, they wouldn't have come. Sure enough, the spicy fish and Chai Ren eaten here are full of praise. They are hot and spicy, so unpleasant. The sun is not small today. Chai Ren and Lu Gan were sitting by the fish pond, holding the fishing rods and watching the floats. They didn't throw any bait, because the food was finished. They were just fishing for fun, and their bodyguards stood behind and held umbrellas. A dozen fish ponds here have been chartered by Lu Gan, and they seem a bit deserted. The fish baskets of both of them were empty, because all the fish they caught were released. At this time, a piece of soft music sounded. Chai Ren quickly took out his phone. The work phone was with the bodyguard. This was his personal phone. Tang Qing. Looking at the phone number, Chai Ren wondered, why call him? It was only 2 days, and there were 5 days left in a week, so he had never thought about things in Africa. Press the answer key. Hey, is it Xiao Tang? Chai Ren asked. It's me. Have you eaten chai da xiao? Tang Qing also said non-nutritive words, but the Chinese people's practice, isn't it? Chai Ren was left speechless by such a serious Tang Qing. Just finished eating and fishing. Shouldn't you be in class at this point? You skipped class again. Speaking of this, Chai Ren smiled unconsciously. Playing truant, a name for a long time. Recalling his youth, Chai Ren felt close to this kind of bad student. He never escaped class, so he still went to school. Don't mention this. Get back to the subject. Is it convenient for you to speak there? Tang Qing said, waving a wicker away. Chai Ren was shocked. Private matter? Looking at Lu Gan, who was not far away, Chai Ren didn't get up either, and said, convenient. You can tell me something. My friend told me that things are done over there. Tang Qing said slowly. It's done? Which way? You mean that iron ore? Chai Ren reacted instantly. Such a block? But this is less than 2 days. Do you want to be so fast? Yes. Tang Qing's answer let Chai Ren know that he had not misheard it just now. At the same time, a strange feeling came out of my heart. What to do? Chai Ren asked. Tang Qing pretended to be stupid and said, I'm not quite sure about this. He just said that after discussing with their leader, the other party agreed. The fee seems to be inevitable, but they can be paid as normal. They will not be too big. Speak up. My friend's subordinates will contact you later on the specific situation, and I won't participate in the others. Wait, Xiao Tang. Does your friend have any requests? Chai Ren got up and walked aside and asked urgently. Don't worry, my friend is very good at talking, but never treat him as a fool or take him as a fool, otherwise he will be in trouble if he gets angry. I think you have seen his strength. He doesn't like to cause trouble, but he won't be afraid. What? As long as you follow the rules, I believe you will get along very happily. Moreover, my friend's is really amazing and will definitely help your business. Tang Qing began to boast. Seeing nothing to ask, Chai Ren stopped asking. I see, thank you Xiao Tang. Chai Ren thanked. You are polite. I'm just a matchmaking. Well, you play slowly. I will go to class first. Tang Qing said. Okay, bye. After hanging up the phone, Chai Ren returned to his seat. Xiao Chai, what's the matter? What did Xiao Tang say? Lugan asked curiously. He wouldn't ask if others were asked, but everyone knew Tang Qing. Chai Ren shook his head and said, It's nothing. I don't know much. I will ask first. Lugan is also one of the shareholders of this iron mine. He is qualified to know some things, but not now. He still feels in the mist how to tell people. After speaking, Chai Ren took the satellite phone the bodyguard had brought and dialed it to his classmate. There is no one on the iron mine over there, and all the prospectors have gone to live in the capital. After all, the mine is not safe, so I still need to ask that classmate to find out the news. It took half a minute for the other party to answer the phone. Chai Ren, is that you? A rough voice came over, in English. Haha, it's me. Adama, how are the past few days? Chai Ren smiled. The last call was last week to discuss Karumba, and Adama also agreed to lobby. It's okay. Except for a bunch of unsatisfactory things, everything else is fine. You are here to ask about the iron ore. Don't worry, I have sent someone to negotiate. I will notify you immediately when there is news. Hey, wait a minute. Don't hang up, I have a phone call in. It was the person I sent over. Okay, I'll wait. Chai Ren said. Although satellite phones are expensive, both sides are the owners of good money, and it's not a big deal to hang them every day. On the phone, Chai Ren only heard a few gurgling sounds and couldn't understand what was being said, but he could still hear what was said in a surprised tone. He was also a little worried about what had happened. Hope it was a good thing. 3 minutes later. Chai Ren, it's okay. It's pretty good there now, but their new leader has changed. Don't worry, the new leader is better at talking. If it's still fast, there will be news today. However, these words sounded like thunder in Chai Ren's ears, and he almost jumped up. The new boss changed? Is this the solution of Tang Qing's friend? Adamar, are you saying that their leader has changed? Chai Ren got up again and walked aside and said in a low voice. This time, when Chai Ren spoke English, Lugan even went to the bathroom wittily. Yes, just now the new leader took office. My people still had a meal there, but there was no chance to mention it at that time. Adama said, What's going on over there? What happened? Chai Ren hurriedly asked. I don't know the details. It seems that the previous leader and his brother died, and their clan chiefs have also changed people, but it doesn't matter. This kind of thing happens often, and my people will visit him later. Adama said, Well, I'll wait for you. The good news. Chai Ren's tone was a bit paused. If this friend of Tang Qing did this, the good news has nothing to do with Adama. No problem, I will come back for you. Okay, bye. After hanging up the phone, Chai Ren's heart still beating violently involuntarily, unable to calm down. It is certainly not a coincidence that happened so coincidence. Solved? This is the solution of Tang Qing's friend? He thought there was a relationship there, and he didn't care about it. He still knew the president's son. But now this method is really so ridiculous. It's too arrogant and unscrupulous to change everyone from the patriarch to the leader, and it's too arrogant and unscrupulous. Are you not afraid to play off? He can now be sure that this thing was done by Tang Qing's friend, and that such a precise action planned in such a short period of time far exceeded his original imagination. Fast, sharp, decisive, ruthless, and prosperous. Although he has always advertised himself as a wolf, he now feels a bit dancing with a wolf, and his solution is like a sheep. Lobbying? The other party does not do this at all. Just change someone to be the leader. You have to listen to me. He even figured out how the soldiers threaten the new leader. You disagree, agree with someone else, choose your own. He also wanted to do it. But I can't do it at all, and I dare not. At this time, Chai Ren's phone rang again. He quickly took it out. There was an unfamiliar number on it, and he immediately realized that this might be the person Tang Qing was talking about. Quickly pressed the answer button. I'm Chai Ren, are you? Chai Ren said. Mr. Chai. Hello, I am instructed to be your contact person. Please take care of me in the future. The voice on the other end of the phone seemed to Chai Ren the same as that of the Yuan brother, just as cold. Are you Tang Qing's friend? Chai Ren confirmed again. Yes, Mr. Chai. According to the previous conditions, we solved the iron or trouble. You will let us invest in Yunqi investment. Now we have done it. There is nothing wrong with you. I can guarantee that if your solution satisfies me, your shares will not be lower than the average. But I want to know the extent of the solution you said, and the leader just changed over there, isn't it? What did you do? Chai Ren asked. Yes, our boss couldn't understand the original leader, so he gave him a ride. As a condition for the new leader, you can mine this iron or with confidence in the future, you only need to pay certain taxes and fees in accordance with the rules. It will not be too high. At the same time, the new leader will also ensure the safety of our personnel and equipment in the mine. Of course, this is not an obligation, but only restrains his subordinates from making trouble. This condition made Chiron happy instantly. Normal fees. Still provide protection? You're really telling me? He would really do this? Chiron asked hurriedly. He has never enjoyed this condition in other mines in Africa. Yes, if he has harassed you or imposed taxes, you can tell us, and we will solve it. Solve, Chiron murmured. He now fully understands the meaning of this word, and the chill. Yes, you can talk about the specific shares and tell me. This is also the first thing I asked you for today. The second thing is to keep you secret. If Tang Qing gets into trouble because of your leak, then I will only have the consequences. I can say sorry. The soldier over there threatened unabashedly. Sorry. Although it is not necessarily killing himself, it is definitely not a good thing. Chiron was also a little afraid of this force. Don't worry about this. I won't talk about it. This matter has nothing to do with Tang Qing. Chiron assured him immediately. He was not interested in finding it uncomfortable, and even the reason was made up instantly. That's good. Let's talk about the third thing. That is, as a partner, you are also entitled to some of the services we provide. First, currency exchange. If it is a private business, we will charge a certain fee. If it is for the business of our cooperative projects, we will waive the handling fee. Of course, only in the currency convertible at the time. Do you have any questions about this, Mr. Chai? Tang Qing added this to avoid rounding the exchange rate. Cash or transfer? Cash is new banknotes. Chiron thought for a while and asked. No, we only involve transfers, and Tang Qing's US dollar cash exchange business will stop in the future, said the soldier. Fortunately, if there are a large number of new US dollar bills abroad, the ghost knows whether he will find himself here. So Tang Qing decisively stopped the exchange business of US dollar cash. I understand. Anything else? Chiron didn't bother to think about the reason. Second, we can provide military equipment assistance in any cooperation area except your own country, but it can only be used for self-preservation purposes and not for sale or war. Third, as a partner, you have the right to apply in dangerous areas. Our security service, I think you have already enjoyed our service. This is charged by the hour, 10,000 US dollars per person per day, capped by 4 people. At the same time, if you are in danger, we will also take the initiative to help. This does not require you apply, but after successful, you need to charge according to the rental price. Fourth, you can make loans from us, depending on your credit limit. For example, you now only have the right to mortgage us 10 million US dollars, with a monthly interest of 1%, which will arrive in the account immediately. Mr. Chai has doubts about this. After listening to these rights, Chiron always felt that he had encountered sales promotion. It's just that others are selling houses and cars. What this person promotes is force and currency. As for weapons, they cannot be used for self-protection. They cannot be classified as arms dealers and can only be classified as security. Every right sounds good, and Chiron instantly feels that his sense of security has improved a lot in vain. The right to the loan is a bit weird. He doesn't understand what the other party is doing with this thing. Then how can my loan limit be increased? Chiron thought for a while and curiously asked. The others are dead, but the loan limit is a number, so it should be increased. Mr. Chai, there are 2 ways to increase the loan limit. The first is the number of years. The partners can increase by 100% on the original basis each year. The second is to deposit with us, regardless of the amount or the amount of deposit, a quarter. Later, it will be refunded, and the loan limit will be increased by 1 to 1.5 according to the deposit amount. And when your total credit limit exceeds 500 million US dollars, all loans will automatically become interest-free loans, but they must be secured. And it must be a fixed asset, regardless of the country. Tang Qing really believes in fixed assets, mineral deposits, houses, and land. As for the inflated market value of internet companies, he simply does not accept it. Unless it is determined to make money, no one will take advantage of the loopholes to defraud him of the loan. You mean, if I have 100 million US dollars in your place, I can take it out in 3 months and I can borrow 160 million US dollars? Do you accept fixed assets in any country? Chiron asked in surprise. Tao. Yes, it is. After listening to Chai run, I am also a little excited. Although if it is a mortgage, I can get it with my own relationship. But what about foreign countries? It's a bit troublesome, especially for some mineral deposits in African countries. It's not too difficult to get mortgage loans. Even if he tries hard in China, banks will not buy face so much. After all, Africa is especially a mess of countries. The fixed assets may be robbed. It's rare to run into a bank that eats everything. He really doesn't know if the other party has a good mouth, or if he is a daring person who has been kicked. It's the former two. Chiron really did not expect to have so many benefits as a partner, and each of them made him feel a sense of superiority. By the way, except for me, do any of my other partners receive such treatment? Chiron then asked, if it is so good, it would be a solid matter for the group of second generations to agree. No, they are not the sponsors of this cooperation. Therefore, they will not enjoy the loan withdrawal service within 3 years. The amount can only be increased according to the number of years. At the same time, the cost of other services doubles, such as the cost of security services will become $20,000 every day, but the currency exchange fee is the same as yours. Therefore, it is recommended that your treatment is best not to be disclosed. At the same time, we will give them a website at that time, and they can book the service through the website. And my call is only open to you, the soldier explained. After hearing this, Chiron smiled satisfied. Not bad. A bit of privilege. Chiron likes this feeling. Out of the ordinary. Don't worry about this, I won't talk nonsense. Chiron immediately promised. Isn't it hateful to say it? He is not brain dead. He has already passed the age of showing off and doesn't like showing off money. He doesn't like showing off. He would rather be an obscure boss behind the scenes because his identity is too sensitive. Is there anything wrong with Mr. Chai? The soldier asked again. Chiron thought for a while and shook his head and said, no more. He couldn't think of anything to ask for a while. The primary purpose now is to get his partners to agree to this new partner. This is the point, otherwise everything else is false. But he is confident. Chiron the face and the strength of Tang Qing's friend were enough. Well, Mr. Chai, just tell me after you have discussed it. Please resolve it within a week. We will ask someone to sign the contract at that time. Just call this phone for related matters in the future. Goodbye. It's very direct. Again, see you. Chiron said in a daze. Beep, beep, beep. The next second a beep sounded. Listening to the busy tone, Chiron wanted to hee-hee. This person's style of work is exactly the same as that of the Yuan brothers, rigid and impersonal. But it is undeniable that this kind of efficiency is high, and such a partner is more worthy of peace of mind. Otherwise, when I came up, I was joking and talking about something like this. Some people talked about such an important thing. Chiron would definitely send dozens of big greetings to such a partner. As for whether this force is domestic or not, he doesn't care at all. Once it reaches a certain position, many things are trivial things, and they are playing with momentum, and what he does will not harm the interests of the country. Recalling several calls this afternoon, Chiron felt that Nemo was too exciting. Although he was a little afraid of such methods, he was also very excited. He likes such methods. This is the way men solve problems. I just can't use it myself. Put down the phone. Go to the fish pond. Chiron sat down again, holding the fishing rod, looking at the float, his eyes lost, and he became absent-minded. He has to think hard about how to make this happen as soon as possible. Suddenly, a strong force came from his hand. The fishing rod in Chiron's hand flew out, fell into the fish pond, and floated forward on the water. There are big fish. This is Chiron's first feeling. But Chiron didn't care at all, just got up and smiled. Mr. Liu, let's go back. There is something to be done later. Chiron said to Lu Gan, who was about to ask the boss to go down and pull the fishing rod. Ah, good. Lu Gan agreed. He didn't dare to ask more. He could only accept. The other side. Tang Qing hung up the phone, standing on the side of the playground blowing a slight warm breeze, under the shadow of the weeping willow, comfortably watching the students in front of him swaying sweat. Seeing that a student of Tang Qing came in from outside the school casually and arrogantly made a phone call, many students began to whisper, "Who, so arrogant, dare to bring the phone to school?" What's more, when the call first came out, it was more than 6,000, and now it is estimated to be 4 or 5,000, local tyrant. 6,000? Very rich, but does his teacher care about it? Huh, who cares? Ignorant. Do you know who he is? He is the first in the third year of high school. Every exam is close to full marks. You don't need to study. Tsinghua University and Peking University will pick it randomly. Who will care? What? He is Tang Qing. So hot. Yes, especially the smile. Tang Qing's unusually developed hearing captured all these conversations, and with a bitter smile on his face, he quickly blocked a certain amount of hearing, otherwise he could not help being proud. He had never been the focus of everyone in his previous life, but in this life he is bound to standing at the top of the world, but he didn't want to be eye-catching at all. It would be too tiring. Sitting on the railing, holding hands. His eyes narrowed slightly. I was thinking about the various convenient services that were open to Chiron this time. At this point, all the businesses in the initial stage of the Black Prison have been opened, currency exchange, security, and membership fees, except that they have not been opened except for membership fees, but they are considered as potential customers. It is also very simple to expand the currency business, and there are many ways, but the network has not been established yet, and it needs to be done step by step. As for the last loan business, Tang Qing suddenly came up with it. Because these businessmen who can become partners in the Black Prison naturally have a good background and strength, as well as a certain foundation of trust, then there is nothing to support and help these people. This is not only a demonstration of strength, but also he did not have a bank for the expansion and experimentation of loan business. But it did not mean that he could not do loan business. Even he has a feeling of raising pigs. That's right. It is raising pig. But these pigs are not meant to be killed. What he wants is a win-win situation, not to kill chickens and get eggs. He still can't do things that pit allies. This is why the form of fixed asset mortgage in any country can be accepted. With the financial support of the Black Prison, Chiron's industry will continue to expand, and his relationship and dependence on the Black Prison will be deeper. At the same time, a strong ally is produced, and the influence he derives the right to speak will be used by the Black Prison and him. This is the purpose of the loan, to expand non-core business forces. Even if Chiron's cash flow is not working, these fixed assets can become a Black Prison. There is no loss, and there is even a lot to make. In order to prevent them from taking out the loan and hollowing out themselves, Tang Qing finally decided to use the method of deposit and withdrawal. This is just an insurance to remind the Black Prison that someone needs a loan. There are still 3 months left. You must prepare to move quickly. After adjusting, the money can also be used as emergency funds for the future. When Chiron's loan amount exceeds 40% of his assets, a cap will be set so that Chiron will not use this as a place to make loans. But this has not been discussed with Chiron. After all, I can't talk about me now. Know exactly how many assets you have. In the early stage, it was basically impossible to lend him poorly. A lot of money has been saved for each plan. If Chiron is really frantically saving billions of yuan to come in, Tang Qing can also scream. 3 months of preparation time. Don't have too much money. It's not a big deal. But just at the beginning, Chiron and the Black Prison are still in a running-in period. Chiron certainly doesn't dare to play like this. He can save up to $10 or $20 million to explore the way, or he doesn't need money from the Black Prison at all. Everything is being calculated. Watching Tang Qing staring in a daze on the railing, the corners of his mouth turned upwards, the girls on the playground were getting more and more boiling. Some people even came up to get a close encounter with Tang Qing, the academic tyrant, but Tang Qing stared back. So arrogant. Yes, but they are also capable. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded behind Tang Qing. Tang Qing, what are you doing here? The head teacher Shen Mei appeared behind him. Tang Qing quickly got up and turned around and said with a smile, Mr. Shan, it's nothing, I just blow the hair here. Blowing? Shen Mei was full of black lines. She didn't know what to say, so capricious and straightforward reasons. That is why Tang Qing dared to skip class and blow the air outside without being scolded. Well, if you are tired, go to the classroom to rest for a while. Shen Mei said helplessly. What can Tang Qing do in the classroom? It will never be to learn. He doesn't need to learn anymore. After saying this, the head teacher was a little bit ashamed. Is this what a teacher should say? But what can she say? Can't tell Tang Qing to go home to sleep. All kinds of skipping classes. If Tang Qing really doesn't come, she hasn't sent it to the principal to explain. Okay, Teacher Shin, do you have anything to go out? Tang Qing questioned as the head teacher rode a bicycle and got ready to go out. Well, one of my friend's children got lost while shopping. I'll go and look around for help, Shinmei said worriedly. Have you encountered a human trafficker? Tang Qing frowned. I don't know. 80% of it may be because it has been searching for half an hour, but also reported to the police, but they didn't find anything. They all went around in a hurry. I'll go and find it first. You pay attention. Shinmei shook her head and said, Okay, I see. Go ahead. Tang Qing didn't take the initiative to help. It was not that he was cold-blooded, but that he was thinking about another thing. He had thought about making Haijo a website to help people find children. Originally, he planned to talk about it later, but depending on the situation, he decided to start it first. In fact, this matter is also very risky, so he intends to let the Black Prison do it anonymously. One thing is that you found a part. What about the ones you didn't find? He can't guarantee it. Once some people get into trouble, this website is likely to become a battleground for public opinion. Those who find firm support, and those who can't find swearing and urging, these things will definitely happen. But he still has to do it. Anyway, no one can find a black prison. What is the difference between cursing or boasting? Do as much as you can. People have to do something meaningful. Make a little money if you can, by the way. That's it. After watching the head teacher hurried away on his bike, Tang Qing dialed the phone directly. Let people follow my head teacher Shinmei, and help find the child, by the way, and let me know if he finds it. If he didn't go, it didn't mean he wouldn't ask people to go. He couldn't stand by and watch such things. Hang up the phone. Tang Qing continued to blow the wind on the playground. Standing in the shade of the trees, the warm spring breeze was blowing across his face, making it extraordinarily comfortable. I really wanted to sit in a chair and squint for a while, but that was a delusion. If so arrogant, I might be told by the school people. 3 minutes later, the bell rang after class. Tang Qing swayed back to the classroom, waiting for news. The other side. At Tang Qing's order, a soldier followed Shinmei. This was a soldier dedicated to Tang Qing. He had been secretly protecting him and dealing with emergencies at any time. There were 6 people in one team, 2 shifts, and 2 people distributed. Wherever he often goes, one keeps following, ready to rush up at any time. After the soldier left, another soldier took over. Although it is of little significance, it must be prevented. Of course, Shinmei, who was riding her bicycle, didn't notice anyone following him at all, but rushed towards the commercial streets of the city anxiously. When I came to the ground, I saw a woman standing anxiously at the entrance of the street. She was the cousin of that good friend. Shinmei also knew him. When she saw Shinmei came, she immediately stepped forward and said, Maisie, you are here. After that, you go down there on Honging Road and look for it. I will go in the opposite direction, and everyone else will look for it one street at a time. Yes, this is the photo of Chuer the day before yesterday. You can ask everywhere. The police are also checking surveillance, but it is a bit troublesome because the current surveillance is not perfect, and there are not many places, and some of the pictures are not clear. It is estimated that it is a bit hanged. Okay, sister-son, I'll go now. Shinmei took the photo and glanced at it, and said, Of course he knows Chuer, a very cute and lively girl. After that, Shinmei rode her bike towards Honging Road. Many people watched these 2 people whispering. After so long, many people knew that a child was lost. They criticized the kid-abducting population. Some sympathetic parents remembered that if their children were gone, they shouldn't be anxious. What's it like? I even cursed. Just when Shinmei looked at that photo, the soldiers who followed had sent the screen back to the command room. In the next second, the monitoring of the entire Qingyan city and surrounding traffic arteries was all connected to the command room. The traffic monitoring of the operator's equipment showed that the bandwidth utilization rate was suddenly increased, but they didn't pay much attention because of the compressed video. It is too small and does not affect the network speed too much. But 3 seconds. Xiao Air analyzed the various surveillances in the location. With good luck, he found the target, but there is no definite video evidence, because the gangster chose a place where there is no surveillance, and then quickly moved to a van on the street next to him. Above, there is no shadow of a child in the surveillance. However, the behavior analysis model of the command room shows that there is a 90% chance that the car has taken Chuer away. Following the surveillance, the command room confirmed the whereabouts of the van. It was found that the last place of appearance was at an intersection in the suburbs. That was the intersection leading to a village, and there was only one village in that direction. With the tasks assigned by Tang Qing, the command room naturally had to find a way to complete it. The next moment, the soldier's mission was over, and he went back to continue protecting Tang Qing. Then 2 soldiers with cars drove towards the village. Bajiaho village. Gon's house. There was a small white bread parked in the yard. The Gon family has 2 brothers, the eldest brother Gon Han and the second brother Gon Lin. Their parents died young and have been chasing around. In the past 2 years, they have gradually become rich. They talked about running and transporting, but they were kidnapping children in private business. Now 2 years have passed, and the house has been repaired, but they did not marry a wife, because they are going to work for a few years before becoming a regular employee. Otherwise, whoever gets married will not be able to run away. This kind of thing is sinning. The 2 successful brothers are having lunch with their sister. Drinking small wine. Sprinkling wine is a bit strong, making a sizzling noise from time to time, and his face is full of excitement. Hung up a call. Brother, I've gotten in touch. Let's bid this number. Gon Lin grinned and compared 2 fingers. Haha, it's better to get the money quickly. The boss Gon Hanli laughed. Gon Lin nodded in agreement, took a sip of wine, and said with a slur on the alcohol, HS. Yeah, I really don't want to give up. It doesn't matter. You can do it occasionally when you marry a wife in the future. I can't bear it either. Gon Han said. That's right. We said that we went out to work. Brother, you are still smart. We will send it there when we finish eating, so as not to have more nights and dreams. Gon Lin got excited when he thought of marrying a wife. Fortunately, there is not much monitoring now, otherwise we will be in trouble. Gon Han put a smile away and said. They had stepped on the spot for several days before deciding where to commit the crime, just to avoid being photographed. He thought he was foolproof. Gon Lin said, That's right, so are they. What kind of surveillance is built to help the people and money? It's good to use it to help us, and we won't do this kind of thing when we have money. Yes, I heard that Western countries are treated well. If they were born there, it would be nice. Then you have to give birth again, haha. That is, I want to be a big boss in the future, and I want to emigrate. You are so beautiful. First do things down to earth and make money. Big brother is right, do one. After a few glasses of wine, the 2 brothers who were very open-minded began to blow Nyo-X. Just then, cack, clang, their big wooden door was kicked open, and the iron pins that had been locked inside were deformed and fell off. The 2 who had done something wrong were almost scared to pee. Their legs were soft, and they thought they were police officers, but they instinctively picked up the wine bottle and looked at the visitor. A strong man, well-dressed, also wears sunglasses. The 2 had a bad feeling. The visitor ignored these 2 people, but looked at the side house on the side. Upon seeing this, the brothers of the Gon family gave a thud in their hearts. My heart is broken. Wouldn't it be that kid? Who are you, and what are you going to do? You are breaking into a private house. Be careful. I will sue you. The boss Gon Han rushed over to block the door of the side house and shouted loudly. At the same time, he was threatening with a wine bottle, and his voice trembled a little due to tension. The second child also walked over and stood beside his brother, looking at the visitor a little nervously. The soldier ignored the 2 men. Along the way, the soldier drove to the village and found this one through tire marks. It didn't rain today. If ordinary people can't tell the wheel marks at all, but Xiao'er can, after modeling, the trace analysis is not too simple. So the soldier drove all the way to the door of Gon's house. One soldier was guarding the car outside, and the other was looking for someone inside, all without weapons. See the 2 blocking themselves from performing the task. The soldiers had nothing to say, nor did they show any fancy things to show. They stepped forward and grabbed the heads of the 2 of them. The 2 of them only saw the picture flashed, and their brains lost consciousness. Head bumping. The strength is still great. With such a big impact, the brain seems to need to be restarted. Smelling the faint smell of perfume in the air, the soldier pushed open the side door, only to see a child inside. His mouth was glued, tears were streaming, and he looked pitiful. The soldier hurriedly took off the tape and untied the rope that bound his hand. Wow, Mom! The scared child finally couldn't help it anymore and started crying loudly. This sound embarrassed the soldiers. There is no coaxing skill in their skills. Don't cry, you are safe, come with me. The soldier said in a slow tone as much as possible. The little girl was also puzzled. Usually people cry by themselves, and someone will come to coax him. Seeing this dark-faced uncle and the man who fell to the ground at the door, Chuer immediately stopped his tears and looked at the strange face in front of him with a little fear. "Are you a bad guy?" Chuer whispered. "No, I'll take you to find Mother." The soldier said. "That's what the two bad guys said just now." Chuer stared at the soldier with wide eyes. The soldier did not know how to return. The basic logic of being a child is still there. After thinking for a while, he said, "Uncle defeated two bad guys. He should be a good guy. Go." The soldier didn't talk nonsense. After speaking, the soldiers walked out. In the non-combat area, the target's ability to move is not lost, and the soldier will not hug her. The soldier does not have the concept of an old man and a child, and only judges whether he has the ability to move. The command room does not feel that anything is wrong. Treat equally. Oh, Chuer followed carefully. Seeing the two Chinese, she went up and grabbed the warrior's clothes with a little fear. Put Chuer in the car, and the soldier returned. The two of them had abolished one foot. They were basically abolished in this life. This was ordered by Tang Qing, who had received the news, to vent his anger. He didn't have the slightest pity for this kind of person. If he were a parent, death would be the easiest punishment for anyone who dared to kidnap his child. The soldier drove back to the downtown commercial street. I found a shop and walked in. The lady boss recognized Chuer at a glance. "Isn't this?" The proprietress was preparing to call the police immediately. "Boss, this little girl put you here, you contact their parents, and give this to his parents by the way." The soldier handed over a note. Okay. The boss lady, who couldn't figure out the situation, stupidly agreed. The soldier didn't want to go to the police station to explain anything, so he went straight to find a shop in the blind spot of surveillance. After speaking, he turned and left and crossed the community to the street and got in the car to retreat. At the same time, Xiao Air erased the traces of the car in the surveillance. Of course, it was not erased all, but some key information was gone. Otherwise, a car disappeared in broad daylight, which would not frighten others. After the soldier left, the lady boss hurriedly called the police, saying that the child had been found. There were too many doubts in my heart, but no one answered her. Chuer's parents hurried over when they heard the news, and when they saw Chuer, they rushed up and hugged them and didn't let them go, howling and crying. Chuer couldn't help crying. "Chuer, what happened just now? Who sent you back?" Chuer's mother cried. Chuer said, "Mom, two bad guys just arrested Chuer and tied me up to keep me from talking. Later, an uncle knocked down the bad guy and sent me here." One listen. The relatives who rushed to hear the news instantly knew that Chuer had met Renfanzi just now. At this time, the lady boss who remembered handed over a note. "Sister, this was given by the person who brought your daughter back just now and asked me to give it to you. I didn't dare to read it." A note? Chuer's parents quickly took the note and looked at it, only to read, "Your daughter was taken away by two people before. We passed by and helped a little by the way. This is the address of the two traffickers. Please call the police as soon as possible and bring them to justice. Remember, please take care of them next time. Good, my own child." The handwriting is very neat. It's like it's printed out. The police also took this note. Looking at the neat fonts, I can't help but admire. Chuer's parents were deeply afraid after reading the note. If this person hadn't passed by, her daughter would not have seen it in her life. "Go, let's catch those two beasts. I want to teach them a lesson," Chuer's father said angrily. His daughter almost couldn't see him, and the anger in his heart couldn't be heard. These two people, he was very angry. Want to beat him to death. "Yes, look for them, my poor Chuer Wu." Chuer's mother couldn't help crying again. "Call someone." A few cars, a dozen brothers and sisters rushed to Gon's house angrily. In order to give a good lesson, the car drove faster than the police, because the police in the nearby police station did not have a few police cars. They had to go back and apply. Looking at the Gon family brothers who have woken up inside and are ready to find a place to heal their feet. Regardless of whether or not you are abolished, their family members watched these two people furiously and fisted together. Until the village committee and the police arrived, the two families stopped their hands. Especially the faces of the two were scratched by Chuer's mother. Their faces were full of claw marks. There was also a sense of measure, and no life was lost. Finished the confession. The people at the police station also had many doubts. Coincidence? Passing by. Are you kidding? There are too many doubts in it. Are you passing by the village? There is also a problem with the time to rescue the children. The children are all in the house. You can't see through when you pass by. From the time point of view, the soldiers have never seen each other. And after such a long time to trace the conditions of the Gon's home. But there was nothing in black and white, and the person involved was not found. And the people at the police station had no choice but to write down the suspect in the report and find a way to find the other party. Because everyone is equal before the law. It's a fact that you have destroyed others. People must be looking for. It's just that the police station is just out of work requirements and is not very interested in finding the other party to pay for medical expenses. They work on the front line. I have seen too many cases where children are lost, and so many families that cannot be found are broken up, and even some parents and elderly people can't think of it and have short-sightedness. There are countless examples. Many of them are parents. If you catch this kind of person, you will definitely not easily let go. For the Gon family brothers, if it were not for their status, they would all want to kick their feet out of their anger. In classrooms, Tang Qing looked at the word completion in the text message and smiled unconsciously. It's a good deed every day. Boundless merits. Wang Yin watched Tang Qing's class and looked at her phone frequently, then lowered her head and asked in a low voice, Tang Qing, whose text message is it? You keep reading it. It's nothing. People from the company asked them to do things for me, and they have done it now. Tang Qing said half-truth. At the same time, the phone flashed in front of Wang Yan's eyes, with the words finish. She can still see clearly the two words plus a period. She thought that Tang Qing was chatting with his little girlfriend in class. Seeing that it was a matter of business, she let go of her mind for no reason. Paused. Wang Yin came over again and said, by the way, Tang Qing, the sketch you drew for me last time is so good, and my mother also wants you to draw a picture for her. I don't know if it's okay. No problem, what do you want? Tang Qing agreed. Wang Yin said. She said whatever she wanted, as long as she looks good. Don't worry, wrap it around me. It's absolutely beautiful, not good-looking and repaint. Tang Qing promised. He is more and more knowledgeable about painting people. After finishing speaking, Tang Qing took out paper and pen and began to draw enthusiastically. He kept a set of these drawing tools in the classroom. Wang Yin, who had nothing to do, would sometimes help him sharpen pencils after class, and he didn't need to sharpen them by himself. Recalling the image of the Queen Mother. In 1 minute, the composition in my mind is finished. Open painting. He basically doesn't need to paint, but can do it all at once, with confidence. Seeing Tang Qing's strokes, there was no extravagance in every stroke, and the lines were smooth, without any pause or hesitation. Slowly, a silhouette came out. Wang Yin did not attend the class anymore, but watched Tang Qing's paintings. Only 10 minutes. The image of her mother suddenly appeared on the paper, and it looks a lot younger. By the way, I also drew eyebrows and eyeliner. There is no distortion, and it looks much better than myself. Close the pen. Here how. Tang Qing handed it over. Wang Yin took the paper and read it carefully, very satisfied. Perfect. You can set up a stall with this technique. Wang Yin carefully put away the sketch. What kind of stall is there? I only paint for my own people. I just love it. Tang Qing put away his pencil and said. Wang Yin thought for a while and said, well, okay, I will ask my mother to make some delicious cakes tomorrow, as this is the reward. I can't ask for it. The chat between the two ends here. After all, they are still in class. Third period. It was the class teacher, Shun Mei, who originally took time off, but the child found her and came back early, with a smile on her face. Looking at Shun Mei, who was back, Tang Qing remembered the thing about the website that helped people find the lost child. This website is very simple to build. It only takes a minute. Anyway, it doesn't need to be much taller or full-featured. It is nothing more than adding the function of registering an account and uploading information. At most, add one dialog box for communication between customers and the command room. In order to prevent someone from coming here to irritate water in the future, he is not going to add any user communication, historical success records, etc. He cannot do things that pull hatred. If you do something, you can go to other places, and you can make trouble. In addition, Tang Qing did not plan to add other functions. Because this is just an entrance, there is no need to attract investment, no need to sell advertisements. It is just a semi-profit nature. and even the 1,000 yuan fund that he decided before, he does not want to receive it. It is completely dependent on the individual's willingness to give as much. If you don't give it, don't give it. Anyway, he never thought about making money from it. He also considered the operation of this website. This time it was because of the encounter. He could send someone to rescue Chua himself. But what about the future? Does everyone have to send someone by themselves? That would be a bit arrogant and absolutely not work. The problems encountered in the later stage can make him a headache. He is not afraid of investing money, but is afraid of the huge troubles it will bring. A non-staff law enforcement officer can never exist for a long time. Therefore, he intends to provide only information on this website. As for specific things, such as those information, he will give them all to the police and let them do it. Why not give it to the parents who have registered their accounts? It is to avoid excessive behavior and harm others. The child has been abducted for so long, and if you find the person involved, you can do anything if you get excited. This is not helping people, but harming people. The law will not save you from prison for your reasons. 12 o'clock in the evening. Command room. Tang Qing boarded the tracing website that was made that afternoon. The website is really simple. It looks like it was made for $10. There is no name on the website, and there is no in the middle of the business introduction, user registration process, other explanation terms, and the remittance accounts of each bank. It is all text, and there is no picture. The registration area on the right is the registration area. After registration, the website let users authenticate with their real names to prevent anyone from playing around. The real name authentication of this website is also a bit problematic because the command office does not have national population data, only a small part, and a larger scale file entry is required. Therefore, any identity can be authenticated in the early stage and then slowly modified and deleted in the later stage. After logging in, a simple screen comparable to the dialogue level appeared. Inputting questions, uploading pictures, and submitting applications are relatively simple. If it is a commercial website, at this level, it would be strange if the website builder was not beaten to death by the boss, but there is nothing to pay attention to here. Let's start. Tang Qing ordered. Once the website is built, it will naturally need to be promoted, otherwise the ghost will know this website. Yes, Commander in command. Tang Yi agreed. After that, the powerful intrusion capabilities of the command room began to play a role. The method used is also very simple. I haven't learned how to play with penguins or modify other people's website homepages. At the beginning, I need to run the business on a trial basis, which is not suitable for large-scale spreading. Therefore, this time it is only a trial operation in the provinces surrounding the Shanghai Stock Exchange. It was 12:05 in the morning. All internet users in the Shanghai Stock Exchange and surrounding provinces, whether it is Penguin, NetEase, or other mailboxes, have all received an email. The content of the email is simple. It is a website link, plus a short website introduction below. If there are parents who have lost their children, this will give you hope. Other than that, there is nothing. Do you like this video? Let me know by giving it a thumbs up and leaving a comment below. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell to stay updated on my future uploads.